Hey guys, I'll mute the audios.
Without Vice President, Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Mr. B.P. Shashidhar, to kindly join us here on stage. And I request Mr. B.P. Manthan, Director of Mr. Gopal,
Zoom live.
respected dignitaries, as industry leaders, academicians, faculty members, and my dear young innovators and entrepreneurs in the media, a very warm welcome to all of you. I am Rotarian Tejashri, Director at FKCCI, and it gives me immense pleasure to be your host this morning for the 18th edition of FKCCI INNO Manthan Business Plan Presentation 2026 and the first knowledge workshop. Manthan, as the name suggests, represents churning of ideas, and every time young minds come together to think, question, innovate, and present their ideas, something powerful emerges. Today is one such day where ideas may just become the next big enterprises of tomorrow. We are truly delighted to see such an enthusiastic gathering of students, mentors, and leaders who believe in innovation, entrepreneurship, and knowledge sharing. Let us begin this morning's program with a welcome address. And now invite Mr. B.P. Shashidhar, Vice President, FKCCI, to deliver the welcome address and share his thoughts.
Hey sir. ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಇದೆ. ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ಈಗ? ಲೈವ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲೈವ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಇದೊಂದು ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಜೂಮ್. ಹಾ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಜೂಮ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಅವಲೇ ಬಂತು ಕ್ಯಾಮೆರಾ ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ
Government of Karnataka. She will be joining anytime from now. So let us start with our programs. And also faculty members, past president, managing committee members, and Manthan committee members. Dear students, participants, I welcome all the distinguished guests, respected officials from the Government of Karnataka, faculty members, and my dear students. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to INNO Manthan 2026 knowledge workshops on entrepreneurship and startup development organized by the Federation of
ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್. ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇನ್ನೋವೇಷನ್
ಡಿಸಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಹೋಗೋ ಕ್ಲಾಸು ನಾನು
काम है रोजा दिया ऐसा है तो पूरे नहीं रोजे
Okay, the next one. That's not what I'm marketing. This one was marketing. Not marketing. Not marketing.
140. 140. 140.
140. Yes.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ
ಅನ್ಸೋದು ಕೆಲ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅದು ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು
Not marketing. So how much is that? 160 plus 30 plus 50 total 140. 60 plus 30 plus 50. 140. Family for the legal finance, not extra. Legal finance, not extra. Legal finance, not extra. Legal case.
Business ideas, identifying target markets, preparing business plans, finance, building up such as debt and they also about the expectations of investors, incubators, and other partners in the startup ecosystem. At FKCCI, we strongly believe that entrepreneurship is not only about the starting business, but also about the creating opportunities, solving real-world problems, and generating employment. With the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, FKCCI aspires to encourage at least 10 out of 100 students to become entrepreneurs, contributing to stronger innovation ecosystem and more prosperous nation. I take this opportunity to specifically thank experts on subject matters who will be sharing their knowledge. I encourage the students to think boldly, learn actively, and explore the exciting path of the entrepreneurship. I wish the 2 days knowledge workshop all success and wish all the students and their mentors all the best. Thank you, one and all. Okay, good luck to you.
Thank you, so, for sharing your experience and those warm words. Your leadership and support continue to inspire initiatives that nurture entrepreneurship among young minds. Ladies and gentlemen, every auspicious beginning in our culture starts by invoking positivity and wisdom. We will now move to lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the removal of darkness and spread of knowledge. May I request all our respected dignitaries to kindly come forward for the lighting of lamp. May I request the committee members to kindly join us here for lighting of the lamp.
ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಸರ್ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಇಂದಾನೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾಂಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗ ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು
ಗೊತ್ತದು ನಮ್ಗೇನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ
ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಬರಕತ್ತೆ ಸರ್
ನೀನ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ ನಮ್ಗೇನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ
ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಸರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗ್ಬರ್ರಿ ಸರ್
ಕೇಳ ನೀನೇ ಹೋಗಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಟೀನ್ ಹತ್ರ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಮನೆಯಾಗ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಕಾಲೇಜಾಗೆ ಬಂದು ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ
ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿತ್ತು ಲೈಟಿಂಗ್ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಪ್ ಅಂತ.
ओ दीप ब्रह्म रूपस्थ ज्योतिषां प्रभुराव्यं ओ दीप ब्रह्म रूपस्थं ज्योतिषां प्रभुराव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च पतिं स्वच्छामि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य तावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Thank you all for lighting the lamp and marking the beginning of this meaningful gathering. Well, to help us understand the purpose, journey, and the vision behind this wonderful initiative, we will now have an overview of INNO Manthan. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. C.A. Shravan, Chairman Manthan 2026, FKCCI, to share insights about the Manthan platform and what participants can expect this year.
A beautiful morning to each and everyone present here. FKCCI INNO Manthan 2026 extends a very warm welcome to each and every one of you present here. We also extend a warm welcome to the dignitaries on the days. Of course, in her absentia, Uma Reddy, the president of FKCCI. We have Mr. BP Shashidhar, vice president. We have our secretary general. And of course, we also have representatives from the Department of Collegiate and Technical Education who would be joining us post-lunch today because of the ongoing sessions in the government of Karnataka today. So I extend a very warm welcome, not only to these dignitaries, but also to each and every one of you. there's a huge gathering of budding entrepreneurs present here today. But how many? 1,600 is the number. It's 1,600 teams. It's 1,600 ideas. And more importantly, it is 1,600 group of students who decided they wanted to build something rather than going through the regular route of employment. They have chosen this path. Friends, this number tells us something. It tells us something really important. It tells us that entrepreneurship is no longer a distant dream. It is, in fact, a serious career choice. It's the mindset, it's the way of thinking that is changing year on year. So, first of all, congratulations to each and every one of you for taking that first step and registering at INNO Manthan 2026. Friends, 1,600 teams. We have about 3,500 students, which are encompassing this 1,600 teams. We have about 700 to 800 who are invited to attend this two-day knowledge workshop session physically, while the rest of them would be joining us both on day 1 and day 2, that is today and tomorrow, virtually through Zoom as well as YouTube Live. This program is something which we are doing, like our Vice President mentioned, for the past 17 years. And this year, we've entered into the 18th year. And for the first time in the history, we have crossed the 800 mark. Until last year, on an average, we were getting about 700 to 800 teams. And this is the first time in the 18 years we've crossed 1,600 teams. And in this achievement of this significant milestone, I must congratulate and thank the Government of Karnataka, Higher Education Ministry, specifically the Department of Collegiate and Technical Education, for having collaborated with FKCCI Manthan for the very first time in such a large scale. As you can see, there is a mixed and an increased registrations from colleges across Karnataka, specifically government colleges. This is the first year where we have reached out to the nooks and corners of Karnataka, specifically the government colleges, with the intention of encouraging entrepreneurship at the grassroots levels. Friends, enrolling in itself is a decision to think differently, a decision to solve problems, a decision to identify solutions to various issues that we find in front of us on a day-to-day basis. Let me also tell you, entrepreneurship is not a glamorous process, right? So you might be reading in the newspapers that somebody got funded, somebody is now having a celebrity status, you might be seeing fancy valuations on your newspaper and all kinds of electronic media, right? So I'll tell you, entrepreneurship is about identifying real problems. It is on working on your solution, which you think is going to solve the problem in a very silent manner, maybe failing a couple of times and still coming back by improvising on your idea. Well, what Manthan tries to do is to create a safe platform for this exact very journey, so that you would know where you stand. And if you need to pivot in terms of your idea, we are here to help you. And in case your idea is successful or has the potential, we are here to support you. And in case your idea is not going to meet the mark, we are going to tell you how to pivot and make changes so that you have the path visible in front of you very clearly. This is the very intention of Manthan, and this is the very intention why we wanted to start this program right from the UG and PG levels across Karnataka. Over the next few stages of the program, of course, as our Vice President mentioned, today is the first knowledge workshop. Tomorrow will be the second knowledge workshop. Over this journey, which starts with today, the next 4 months, you will be having multiple opportunities where you get for your ideas, you will be in a position to refine your ideas with the help of business entrepreneurs, real-time successful entrepreneurs who are here to share their practical insights and guidance. The knowledge workshops today and tomorrow are designed to help you shape your thoughts into a clear problem statement and solution. In fact, for these 2 days, we have roped in seasoned and successful entrepreneurs who will be sharing their practical insights on various topics, including evaluating idea viability, proof of concept, product market fit, brand positioning, marketing and AI tools for marketing, financial game plan, including budgets, costing, and pricing, identifying target market, and understanding stakeholder expectations. As an important part of this knowledge workshop series, you will also be taught how to prepare a simple and a self-explanatory business plan on day 2. I repeat, day 2 focuses more on preparation of a business plan. And after tomorrow, that is after Tuesday, you will be required to submit your business plan as the next milestone as a part of your Manthan journey. The submission window for Manthan business plan opens on 18th of March, that is Wednesday, and closes on 8th of April. So you have 20 days time. I repeat, the submission window for you to submit your business plan starts day after tomorrow morning, that is 18th of March, and it closes on 8th of April, giving you a window of 20 days for you to submit the business plan. Post-submission, our experts will begin the shortlisting process, and you will be informed about your selection to the next rounds of evaluation. More learnings will follow in the form of further knowledge workshops, that is Knowledge Workshop 3, for such selected candidates. Further rounds of selection would take place before the process of mentoring commences. In the process of mentoring, just to give you a heads up, we have again industry experts who are here to help you to strengthen your business idea. From there, of course, the best teams will move forward to the final rounds, where you will present your ideas, not just in front of the jury, but in front of the grand jury. But here's something, friends, that I would like to stress upon, and I want all of you to remember. Winning Manthan, treating it as a competition is great. And of course, we have 25 lakhs to be given away to the top teams. But learning through Manthan is far more important. We have seen in the last 17 years, multiple success stories and businesses are not necessarily from the top 3 or the top 5 winners. It is in fact beyond, right? So everybody gets an opportunity. Even if your idea changes midway, even if the first concept does not work, and if you come out of this program understanding how to think like an entrepreneur, then the very purpose of Manthan is achieved. I repeat, if you're able to inculcate the very traits of entrepreneurship, it's not necessary that you're able to inculcate this in your own business path, but also in case you change your mind and take up the course of employment, these skills and this knowledge is definitely going to take you a long way. And looking at the 1,600 teams today, physically and of course virtually present, and I can confidently say that the spirit of entrepreneurship is alive and growing among students. So once again, I would like to congratulate each and every one of you for having come forward, for having registered with us for this 4-month-long journey and being a part of Manthan. I encourage each and every one of you, of course, in the audience, we also have the mentors, right? So the mentors also play a very important role in encouraging the students, helping them, assisting them in this 4-month-long journey of Manthan. I encourage the mentors also to participate and encourage your student teams to participate in all our Manthan-related events starting from today. Of course, these are 2-day long sessions. There might be few students who have maybe internal assessments and some examinations of sorts. But then on specific requests from them being sent on email, we have exempted them, barring them who have submitted along with proof that, yes, they cannot attend. Barring those, for everybody else, these 2 knowledge workshops are mandatory. It in fact counts for you, for us, and also for the jury members to factor in when we are trying to analyze your business ideas, when we are trying to analyze your business plans and taking it forward to the next rounds. Friends, I wish you the very best for the upcoming stages of Manthan. I would like to ask each and every one of you to continue thinking boldly, questioning the assumptions and trying to build, meaningful solutions. and most importantly, enjoy the journey of creating something new. With this, I welcome each and every one of you to INNO Manthan 2026 and all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Shravan, for the insightful overview. I'm sure the participants here now are even more excited to be a part of this journey. Yes? All right. I need some energy in the audience. Yes? Good. All right. So, may I now request our Secretary General, Mr. Lok Raj, FKCCI Secretary General, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks for this starting of the INNO Manthan 2026. Thank you all. I would like to first of all thank our Vice President, BP Shashidhar sir, who gave the inaugural address and gave a starting speech for giving the overview of what is going to come up for the program. I'd like to thank C.A. Shravan Gurtur, Chairman, Manthan Committee, and his team of committee members who are responsible, who have done a lot of work to put this program together. Hearty thank you, sir. And I would like to thank the dear our subject experts who have taken the time and energy to come here and share their knowledge workshop. So thank you and a warm welcome to you all, sir. Lastly, I would like to thank dear students who have come in such large numbers. I would like you all to take benefit from this program and go with a wonderful experience for the 2 days. Thank you. Thank you once again for a wonderful inaugural session. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Lokraj. Well, I'm very happy, and I think it's a very proud moment to all of us at FKCCI that we have one of our past winners joining us here to share the success story of Manthan. Put your hands together for Mr. Abhay Rangan, and let me quickly take a moment to introduce him. We also have our senior VP joining us. May I request Mr. T. Sairam Prasad, Senior Vice President, FKCCI, to kindly join us. Abhay, please join me here. It's my privilege to introduce you, an entrepreneurial prodigy. Abhay founded One Good at the age of 18, successfully scaling it up to become a leader in the Indian plant-based food market until its successful acquisition in 2023. He is 4 times TEDx speaker and has been named twice in Forbes 30 under 30 list. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Abhay Rangan. Over to you.
Check, check. Oh, great. Is there any way I can use that? Is there a remote? Okay, sure. Thank you. Congrats to Team INNO Manthan on like 2x registrations from last year. And congratulations to all of you on choosing entrepreneurship. I think it's more important than ever to think entrepreneurially, right? Like all of you said that you want to be entrepreneurs, and that's great because really companies are reducing the number of people they're hiring. Layoffs are increasing, right? So it is increasingly important to think entrepreneurially. Even if you're hired in a company, there is now more responsibility on a given individual because so many of the functions that can be automated are being automated. So you will end up owning a certain part of the business that you work for, or you even if you're employed there, they will make you own a certain division, own the P&L on that. So important to think important to think from a business lens. I'll start with my story of Manthan and my journey and my entrepreneurial journey, and then maybe share some of the lessons I've had. They're largely mistakes I did, and the hope is that you won't repeat some of them, and that's the hope. So my business was started by me and my mother. This was while I joined engineering. So my family, we are all vegans. What that means is we don't consume milk, curd, butter, cheese, and we wanted alternatives for ourselves. So we thought, why not make them with plants? So tengin hal ellaru kelidiralva. It's basically milk from coconuts. So like that, you can actually make milk from thousands of plants. And if you can make milk from something, you can also make curd from it. If it has enough protein, you can make curd. If it has enough protein, you can make cheese. So our business model was we will make a full range of products that are milk, curd, butter, cheese, mayo, all of that, even paneer, but not from animals, but from plants. So you used a bunch of ingredients, some of them very local to India, but some of them were also like popular ingredients like oat and almond and things like that. So I didn't know anything about business coming into my engineering college, right? I just, I cared about the mission more than anything else. And where I learned about the business was at Manthan, actually. One of my professors recommended I join. And there are so many mentors. Some of them are not here, but they're regularly part of Manthan. I learned what a business plan looks like then. I learned what a P&L looks like. In fact, in the finals, I lost on second place or first place because my P&L was not great. But I was one of the few people that had a business then. I wanted to pursue it as a business. And so my mom and I as co-founders, we did it. Shortly after, in my second year of engineering, we got funded and I dropped out of college. So I didn't finish my engineering. But the goal of getting to having a startup that takes off the ground was achieved. So we got a very kind angel investor offered, and thank you. And eventually we scaled. We had about 50 employees at the height, about 2021, 2022, we had about 50 employees. And we were also acquired in 23. It was at that point one of the largest acquisitions in the plant-based space in India. It's of course one market in a series of markets in India that are growing right now. So me and my team, we joined this larger company. Our investors, we all were acquired as a company, and I continued for a little bit. Now I started another company, but that is for a different time. But what are the lessons? What are some of the lessons I learned along the way? One is, it is so easy to get caught up in the busy work around the business, right? We always think, okay, I need to build one more business plan. If I build one more business plan today, my business is better off. If I have a slightly more refined projection sheet, I'm better off. But really, nothing replaces just building the thing, right? Building the thing, asking customers to buy it. And often, like Shravan said, the glamour of entrepreneurship distracts us from the fact that we still have a product to make and customers to sell it to. Beyond that, nothing else is as relevant, right? So there are businesses that we've seen plenty of that have raised a lot of money, but they don't have any revenue, right? So, and even businesses that have a lot of revenues come with a lot of losses, right? Ultimately, the fundamental is still, what are you building and what are you selling, right? Everything else is fluff. And realizing that is very important, because it's so easy to get caught up in the side stuff, in the fluff, and not in the main stuff, which is just building the thing and shipping it. Always a very relevant theme for us, which is not to perform the act of entrepreneurship, but to actually run a business, right? And now it's common in the startup world to say, I'm not doing entrepreneurship, I'm doing dhanda, I'm doing business. And I think that's a good thing, to kind of revert back to the roots. Several successful entrepreneurs are, we heard from them today, and the founder of Manthan ran a 500 crore company himself, right? And it's great that these are the examples that we're looking up to, and not necessarily, like Shravan said, these media stories. And I've been on both sides, by the way. For a time when we were raising, we were all over the media. And when times were difficult, nobody cared about us, right? Ultimately, the only people who cared about us were our customers. And they're the ones, we raised a lot more money from our customers than we did from investors. And a very important thing to remember, because every rupee your customer gives you is yours. You don't have to give them equity also, you just have to give them product. And after that transaction is done, it's done, right? So that money is entirely yours, you've earned it. Whereas with investors or a bank, whatever, you have to return the money at some point. So it's not yours really. So important to keep in mind to try and just build the thing and keep shipping it. The other thing that I made a mistake was I focused a lot on product and a lot less on distribution. In a country like India, where there's a billion people, 1.5 billion people who are not densely populated in given areas. I mean, maybe Bangalore, Mumbai, and Delhi are exemptions. But beyond that, you have a large country and you need to reach them, right? So let's say your product, your mission is, I want to reach 100 crore people, right? They don't all live in Bangalore, right? They live distributed. They live in places where you will not directly reach them. And so if you're running an FMCG operation, if you're running anything that has hardware or like anything physical with atoms in it and not bits, very important to think about how you're going to reach the last mile, right? In FMCG, for example, it is there's modern trade. For example, Nature's Basket, Simply Namdaris, those are in cities. You can reach out to your customers there. But if you go further along, it becomes general trade, right? Like these Kirana stores. Think about the distribution of something like Parle-G, right? And there's about 10 crore retail touchpoints across the country. That is a lot. There's about one retail touchpoint per almost 10 people, right? And so it's important to not get so caught up in product and other things. And like product is 30% of the job, distribution is 70%. That's a mistake I'd also made. I always thought that if I build a good product, the people will come and I'll be able to distribute to them through my website. It was a big mistake. It only worked during COVID because no other retail points were operating. But after COVID, the wave that happened in offline and quick commerce, that was something that we missed out on a little bit. And I implore you all to rethink how you're thinking about distribution from the get-go. Don't think about it as an afterthought. While you're building your product, think about how you're going to distribute it. And almost like if you had to split your time, do it half and half, right? So distribution remains as pivotal as it has been. In fact, now it is a thing that makes or breaks companies. Think about this, right? There are so many good products that are not available in common places. And there are so many mediocre products that are available everywhere. And guess which company has more sales? The mediocre product with the best distribution will always win over a great product with poor distribution. So my second lesson is try and constantly think about how to distribute beyond your product. The other thing that is relevant in India today is if you're again in a business that has physical products is this idea of credit, right? So a lot of businesses will tell you they will pay you 7 days later, 15 days later, 45 days later. They will pay you 6 months later. This is very, very important because you will still have to make product. You're paying your vendors, you're paying your salaries, you're paying your rent. There's no credit period for that, right? As a small company, you will have to buy these things cash and carry. But the customers you're selling to, if they pay you 6 months down the line, you not only have inventory on hand, you have to keep producing inventory, and your 6 months of working capital given to them. That means for every 1 lakh you want to make in revenue, you need 6 or 7 lakhs in working capital available to you, right? Very, very important. This kills businesses all the time. There's actually a famous example. You can look it up. Ruchi Soya and their eventual acquisition by Patanjali. And what happened is that it is in fact very possible to get POs and for your customers to give you those POs. But what is even harder is for them to pay you. So please think about cash flow over and above revenue. This is one mistake I'd also made. At the time of our acquisition, we had so much receivables. Receivables means like basically how much money is owed to me by my customers, right? And B2C customers will pay, there's no problem. But it is B2B customers, right? They will pay you 6 months down the line. Sometimes they won't pay you. This is a real thing. Every single person who's run a business here will know there are customers that will not pay. And you can't take them to court. It will take you 25 years to get a judgment, right? What will you do in 25 years? Will you be alive? I don't even know, right? So very, very important to really think about how you're going to do this cash flow situation, because it is a specific systemic problem that all physical businesses have in India. It's not a problem that's unique to me. In fact, every single person here that's run a company will attest to this, right? Getting payments from customers is really hard. So keep in mind how you manage cash flow. Sometimes it is better to sacrifice revenue if it means that one like really problematic customer is out of your life, right? So you have to routinely fire customers also. Like if they don't pay you, what are you going to do? You're not just going to increase your revenue, right? It doesn't matter. Your investors won't care that the money is not in your bank. They'll ask you, what happened to the money I gave you? And the answer cannot be it is stuck with one customer, right? Then they will just say it's your fault. So keep that in mind as you're going about your physical product company. This may not be so true for software companies or SaaS companies. but certainly true for physical goods. The other thing that I did well, I would say early on, was start posting about my journey online. And it has done wonders, right? I found so many investors through Instagram, found a lot of investors through LinkedIn. In fact, a lot of them found me. It was not even that I had to pitch every single one of them. And this is a subtle thing, right? But we almost sometimes have shame about our own startup. We're like, hey, yaar heltar guru, it's okay, I will do it silently types, right? The problem with that is nobody's going to discover you, right? And if you want to be discovered using paid means like Meta or Google, you have to pay so much money, right? So I'll say one thing that you can do really well, even if you continue a company or not, right? For example, there are a couple incubators that I'm involved with, and we routinely like train startups. I tell them it's okay if you don't continue your startup beyond the incubation phase. Like it happens, right? Life happens. Maybe you get a job, maybe you get a good internship somewhere. Maybe you don't want to pursue your business after working on it for 3 months, but post about it anyway. Post about it on LinkedIn, post about your lessons. Don't have AI generate your lessons for you. Actually give your own lessons, put it up, put it out there. So anybody who sees you, it could be an employer in the future, knows that you're a legit person that's worked on something. What employers look for today, or anybody, including investors, is proof of work. What is the proof that you've done something with your time and the opportunities you had, right? So please post on Instagram. In fact, you don't even need that many followers. Look, I mean, I did 9 million views in Instagram in February, and I only have some 8,500. It doesn't even, the number doesn't even compute. It's a rounding error. 8,500 is a rounding error when you compare it to 9 million. Social media has changed. Now it is entirely interest media, right? So if you post something that is relevant, if you have 100 followers also, you can get 1 million views, right? So you don't need a large base to build your online brand. And I'm not saying your company's brand, I'm talking about your personal brand, right? What is Abhay doing? That's what more people are interested in now, because faceless brands are very expensive to build. The cheapest brands to build are the ones where the founder is front and center, posting about their wins and losses. And you don't have to lie or have to brag or anything, right? Just post authentically, honestly about your journey. Say, oh my God, I had a really bad day today because I lost a big customer. If that is true, and it's okay to post it online. In fact, one of the students, we were not students, one of the startups that we were incubating in an incubator, they didn't get the prize, and they made a post about not winning the prize and what their lesson was from that. That post got some 300 400 likes, some 100 comments on LinkedIn. All of them were like, if you launch a product, we will buy from you. That's the level of support that is available in India. I will say it is a lot easier for us than it is for any of these people who built their companies, because we are now living in a more failure positive society. Now if you fail also, people will be like, don't worry, you tried. Earlier it was not like that. If you failed in business, you're a failure. If you don't get a high salary, you're a failure, right? Society has changed. It's very failure positive. We're very lucky to live in these times. It is some of the best times to be alive, period. Not even anywhere on the planet. Like I'm saying, especially in this country, it's a great time to be alive. The opportunities are immense, and Manthan's a great example of that. And so as young people, especially as young people, we have so much support, right? Everybody is so invested in our potential. This is when if you fail also, nobody will say anything. It's a lot more difficult later on when you're 40 or 50. And even then we see entrepreneurs routinely starting companies, right? So great time to think about building your brand in public. Don't be ashamed. It's okay. People will say this is cringe. Who cares, right? Ultimately, you want customers, cash flow, and investors. They will come if they see you posting. Last thing is a little bit about what you're doing, right? So it is sometimes easy to think of entrepreneurship as just cash flow or as just transactional. But I would encourage you to go a little deeper than that and think about what you really care about solving. Because in everybody's startup story, at some point, your journey will become terrible. It will be 6 months of sleeplessness, depression, illness, cash flow problems. You think your company will die every single day. The only thing that will keep you going at that point is this irrational belief in your mission, right? And what is that mission is unique to all of us. I care about animal rights. Some of you may care about social justice. Some of you may care about access to education, access to clean water, whatever it is that you care about. It does not have to be a generic thing, right? And look at your own circumstances and opportunities. Where do you come? What life experiences have you had? What was a deep pain that you had in your childhood that you wish you could solve now? If you had to talk back to a version of yourself that was 10-year-old or 11 years old, you could ask them, what did you need more of? And maybe some opportunities come there. A lot of the best opportunities are born due to problems, and not because someone thought, hey, there is an arbitrage opportunity here, let me let me make a quick buck. Rarely is it the case. None of these hardened entrepreneurs will tell you that. They all had a deep sense of relationship, they deeply related to their mission and vision, and that's why they built generational companies. If you want to stay in touch with me, I'm very active on Instagram. You don't have to be formal at all. Don't say hi, bye, how you're doing. Just say, bro, I have this problem. What do you think? I will reply to you, right? So all of you are welcome to reach out to me anytime. No need for any formality, no need for introductions, warm contacts, nothing. Please be in touch, and best of luck. You're an incredible platform. Honestly, Manthan was the thing that made me from a student into a businessman, and I'm deeply grateful, and you all have this opportunity now. So thank you very much for your time. Do we have time for Q&A, or should we wrap it up here? Wrap it up. Thank you very much, everybody.
Well, I request our Senior Vice President, Sairam Sir, to kindly felicitate today's speaker, Abhay Rangan. Give him a big round of applause. With this, I think Abhay has to promise us to continue to come to all the editions of Manthan. We have our Vice President BP Shashidhar and Shravan, Chairman Manthan, our Secretary General join us. Please continue to give a big round of applause. Thank you, Abhay. We wish you all the success ahead. Let's move on to the next session on what does it really take to be an idea stage entrepreneur. We have Mr. Shrikant Rao with us today. Shrikant is presently serving as a Honorary Vice President of National Association for Blind. NABK is an NGO founded in 1977 and is focused on enabling visually impaired to become self-sufficient and lead a life of dignity. Shrikant is the founder and CEO of Affordable Business Solution. Prior to launching ABS, Shrikant S. Rao was Country Manager India for BEA Systems Inc. Shrikant is an alumnus of IIT Mumbai and IIM Calcutta and has played an active part in the alumni activities of both these institutions. He has the privilege of receiving the Distinguished Service Award from IIT Bombay for his contributions to the Village Knowledge Center project. Shrikant has served as the convener of CII Karnataka's panels on education, skill development and vocational training, and as the co-convener of the CSR panel. He has served as the chairman of Government Industrial Training Institutes in Ramnagara and Beltangli. May I now request Mr. Shrikant Rao to kindly take over the session.
Morning. Namaskara. I have a very tough follow-up act to follow Abhay's phenomenal story and his energy levels. Okay, but let me give it a shot. I have a presentation. If you can put up the slide. Yeah. So I've been asked to speak about what does it really take to become an idea stage entrepreneur. Okay. I think the process now of this whole entrepreneurial journey has become a very systematic way, defined by various stages, and there are investors for those stages. Yeah, thank you. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ಗೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಬ್ರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, VC ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. VC ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ VC, ಥರ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ VC. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಮುಂಚೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇರಲೇ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. There was no money available. There was no formal process for getting money. It was all very well in the Silicon Valley in the US, but Bengaluru nallu athara irlilla, India nallu athara irlilla. Can't hear you? I'm fine. Yeah, is it better? Yeah. ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ್ಲೂ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಇದೇನಪ್ಪ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನೀವು ಕೊಲ್ಯಾಟ್ರಲ್ ಹಾಕಿ, ಕೊಲ್ಯಾಟ್ರಲ್ಗೆ 60% ಆಫ್ ದ ಕೊಲ್ಯಾಟ್ರಲ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ನಿಮಗೆ ಲೋನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ನೀವು ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟರ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು. There was a lot of issues. Funding and finance was a big issue at that time, which today doesn't seem to be the problem. So I will talk a little bit about how do you make sure that you try to do business without finance. Okay. Affordable Business Solutions is a company that we started in 2004 with zero external equity. It was called bootstrapping. Bootstrapping ಅಂದ್ರೆ in ಕಾಲ್ಗೆ ಬೂಟ್ಗೆ shoelace ಹಾಕ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಪ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. So that was our only financing. It still continues to be bootstrapped. We are going to complete 22 years of profitable operation in June this year. Okay. In addition to a for-profit organization like Affordable Business Solutions, I've been privileged to also be part of the journey for a not-for-profit organization, okay, which is in the social enterprise space. We provide vocational training and livelihood training to visually impaired students and change the life of maybe 600 to 700 blind youngsters every year. And this organization is now completing its 50th year next year. Okay. So I have an interesting life, both for-profit and for not-for-profit type of operations, and I'm deeply involved in both. Oops. Something went wrong here. Yeah. Yeah. So Abhay's journey was phenomenal, starting at the age of 18 into an area which ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದು plant-based food, vegan systems, internet, okay, Instagram, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ. ಈಗಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. I don't have that sort of a issue. My sons are about your age, and both of them said, "You're a boring guy, sir. What you do is very, very boring." To me, running a business, starting a business, building it, sustaining it over 2 decades is a very boring job. Please understand that. Getting success is not just getting financing. Today, the scene has changed. Illargo investment bandre, it is successful antare. To me, idea stage investor should not focus on investment as his objective, but should focus on making the business successful. Okay. How many of you are from business families? Your parents, your grandparents, all running businesses? 1, 2, 3, right? Maybe 15, 20 people in this whole audience of 1,500, which is fantastic. That means 99% of the students here are first generation entrepreneurs. Okay. What does that mean? It means, like me and my co-founder, Ibru navo Bengaluru navare. Naan Jayanagar huduga, nam co-founder Malleshwaram huduga. Okay. ದುಡ್ಡಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾನಲ್ಲಿ 38 ವರ್ಷ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ರಿಟೈರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ವಾಸ್ ಎಜುಕೇಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್, ಗೆಟ್ ಅ ಗುಡ್ ಜಾಬ್ and become successful as an employee and stick to that job. That was the objective. Same with my co-founder. And both of us at the ripe old age of 40, after becoming settled in life, getting 2 children each, one was an infant in my case, one was a 4-year-old boy, both of us quit our jobs to say, we will start something on our own. Crazy, Allah? Huh? You have 2 kids. I had 1 wife, my co-founder had 1 wife, so 2 wives, 4 kids, 40-year-old people. Midlife crisis antare. Idu hodittu namge midlife crisis anta. Multinational company alli dodda salary, very comfortable, and with nothing, no idea. There was no initial stage idea, there was no business plan. Yenirlilla. We quit because we said we want to do something on our own. We do not want to continue being employed by somebody else and dependent on others for our income. That was the only objective that we started off. Around this time, February, March 2004. And we did something very interesting. Both of us took off after quitting our jobs, after the notice period was over, with family, and we went off to the Himalayas. Okay? Himachal Pradesh ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಆವಾಗ ಸ್ಕಾರ್ಪಿಯೋನೋ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ ಇತ್ತು. We hired 1 car, drove around different parts of Himachal for about 3 weeks without thinking anything. Okay? What we are going to do after that. Why? Because we wanted to impress our wives, saying that, don't worry, we will take care of the family. Okay? Something's going wrong. Okay. Why is this going off? Can you get it back, please? Okay. So affordable business solutions was started, was conceptualized on a small hike we made in Dharamshala while trying to reach the snow line, which was at 14,000 feet. Now we ಬೆಳಗಾಗಿದೆ and started walking up the hill, up the mountains, and snow line was there, 14,500 feet above. Dharamshala is about 12,000 feet. So we started walking up and started almost reached the snow line. That was our target. And while we were talking, we were discussing yen madana anta. So one of the key things we realized was we didn't have money, so therefore we had to be bootstrapped. Today, we are running, as I said, 22 years of profitable operations. And we have built a primarily India-based business, but we have also reached out to geographies outside India. Okay? It has taken time, energy, and patience. We run about 75 people in our operations across South India. And every year we celebrate 1 anniversary of our monthly salary, which we pay these 75 people. So we're happy to say that we celebrated the 250th monthly salary payment in October last year. Okay? And we have not missed a single monthly payment. Every last Friday of the month by 3 o'clock, our employees, incidentally, we call them associates, we don't call them employees, their bank accounts get credited with their salaries, come what may. Okay? Be it COVID, be it GST, be it global chaos happening, salaries are key. So that has been one of our primary achievements. Oops. Yeah. So these are my credentials for being called here as a speaker to talk about what does it take to be an entrepreneur. You should have an idea, yes. Abhay spoke about it. You should have an idea, you should make a difference. What is different about that idea? But to me, it's more than an idea, it has to be a passion. Okay? What is the difference between an idea and a passion? Idea is something that you can think intellectually. You can define it intellectually. A passion is something which goes beyond intellect. It has to be part of your being. You want to do this come what may. Okay, we will make it happen. That should be something in your passion. And believe you me, whether you're talking to an investor, whether you're talking to customers, whether you're talking to vendors, whether you're talking to potential employees, whether you're talking to current employees, if you cannot demonstrate that passion every single second in everything that you do, you will not be successful. Okay, so first figure out what that passion is more than an idea. Second, what is so different? What is your differentiator? Okay, what is different between you and somebody else? Ignore that there are any new idea, any new industry or a startup idea which is funded by, has so many Me Too people following up. Okay, ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 200 ಜನ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅದೇ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಜೊತೆ. So what is different between you and that idea? Okay, you need to have a differentiator. So in our case, we had one differentiator, and I'll come to you on that a little later. And finally, you need to also have what I call core competence. Okay, you need to have passion, you need to have a differentiator, but Hindi na lantar hai aukad. Aapka aukad kya hai? What is your core competence? How are you sure that you can actually deliver this? Okay, what is different about you, and are you good in what you do? Are you the best in what you do? Are you the best world class in what you do? The knowledge that you have, the space that you're in. If you are in that space and you like what you do and you have a passion, then your idea stage can get moved on to the next stage in terms of presenting it to an investor. Okay, so please introspect internally and find out. Yeah, we talked about profitable business model, positive cash flow. I've already talked about it and presented some very gory photographs also of skeletons being there. Yeah, cash flow is a critical element in the whole space. You'll be spending time tomorrow preparing a business plan, which is all very, very intellectual. Okay, yeah, there's a profit, there's revenue, cost of sales, material cost, EBITDA. All these are technical issues that you will go through. And what I would like to talk about is what we did was we evaluate ourselves. My co-founder and myself, Ravindra Kini is his name. Good academic background, successful career, etc., etc. But what is it that made us different from anybody else? Okay, so Kini is a finance professional, and I have been a supply chain person, both purchase, materials, sales, distribution, and so on. Okay, so between the two of us, the core competence we felt was we understood business processes, we understood business analytics, we understood what made businesses tick. We had worked for Indian small businesses, we had worked for Indian large organizations, we had worked for multinationals, and we had also worked for startups. So we had a very wide mix of knowledge and, more important, hard experience. Okay, over 2 decades of experience in what not to do. So we picked out whatever was the best, and that was our core competence. And we felt, who is the target audience? So we identified the target audience as Indian entrepreneurs, mostly from business families. Okay, mostly from business families who do not have this type of knowledge and experience. They have started businesses, maybe first generation, second generation, third generation businesses. They've run it as a family business. They've hired professionals, fired professionals, but they've reached a stage where they say, hey, listen, the bottleneck to growth is our own competence, and we need to hire proper professionals and step out of day-to-day operations. Okay, if a business family has understood that this is what is required, then our core competence will be appreciated by them. So identify which is the target segment very clearly, where your core competence will be respected. Okay. This is the first step in your first stage, converting your idea into a proper business plan. Okay. So what did we do? We started identifying, working with all sorts of small and medium businesses, SMEs. We avoided large enterprises, okay, where they already had professionals and they would not be able to appreciate what we do. Okay. And more important, pay for what we do. We identified that 99.9% of these organizations worked with a simple accounting package for accounts, but with a lot of Excel spreadsheets to run their businesses. Okay, in a tongue in cheek, now ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ excellent companies Excel ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. Okay, so how did these organizations differ? As you move to the next level, where you have to introduce a level of managers and then some general managers, you need a proper process. We need a proper IT solution which can monitor and give you details about what is going on, what is not going on. Okay. For those of you who have, I think all of you have gone through this, it's called ERP. Anyone has heard of ERP solutions? Okay. So a few of you. So enterprise resource planning and the solutions idare. World leaders in this space are Oracle and SAP. Microsoft Dynamics. Microsoft was a new entrant in this space 20 years ago. And nobody had heard about Microsoft ERP in India. Okay. Most of the software 20 years ago was bought. Licenses were sold to you. You had to buy hardware, you had to implement it and run it. The cost of implementing a multinational brand product like Oracle or SAP at that time was a minimum of a crore and a half of rupees, which most Indian SMEs could afford to but did not want to pay for. Okay. Internet was just starting. How many of you have worked on the internet 25 years ago, sir? Okay. There is a very interesting noise you will remember. You will have a dial-up tone. Okay. You will take the dial-up and dial into VSNL. And then the modem will make a crazy noise connecting. And after some 2 minutes, hopefully you'll get a connection. That was the internet era. Most of the people in this audience will probably not have heard of it. I would encourage you all to go to the Vishweshwaraya Industrial and Technological Museum nearby. On the 3rd floor, there is a full floor which showcases all these technologies, including the technology that I've just talked to you about. Please have a look at it. That's the era with which we started. So we said, 2004, we said, why don't we take these technologies, host the solution on a data center and offer it to a customer on the internet on a monthly subscription basis. Okay. Sounds interesting? That was our idea. Okay. Today, people is going to look and say, this is how industry works. The software industry today works exactly in this space. It's called cloud computing. Correct? You never buy software. You only subscribe to it. Okay. I just saw an advertisement yesterday. Electric scooter manufacturer is offering batteries on a subscription basis. Okay. So BAS anta heltare. So athara, but 2004 nalli this was a very crazy idea. First of all, namge ERP andre enu gottilla, internet gottilla, nam data alliratte, yellow data center nalli iratte. Why should I trust you? How can I run my business on you? These were the type of questions that we were getting from everybody, including all our potential customers. Yeah. But that was our differentiator. We differentiated ourselves from everybody else on 2 fronts. One, we brought in, between the two of us, 40 plus years of business process knowledge and experience. And 2, we created this subscription-based online offering, which today became cloud computing. So we were, in a way, sort of pioneers of cloud computing starting from here. Okay. We went to the chairman. We had a privilege of meeting the chairman of Microsoft India, Mr. Ravi Venkateshan at that time. And we presented this idea to him, and he told us, this is very interesting. This is like R&D in the ERP space. So he said, how are you going to do this? And we presented our idea. He didn't fund us, but he gave the backing of a giant, a global giant like Microsoft was behind us in this whole story. Okay? And it has been with us for the last 22 years. Our relationship with them has grown phenomenally, both in India and overseas. Okay? Finance. We didn't have any finance. We didn't have any VC backing. We did not have external investors. Whatever savings we had, we put that into this space, and we started this business. But the model that we created was very interesting, because we did not pay Microsoft for the licenses. We did not pay IBM for their money. We had a data center. We paid them back to back. Customer paid us money. We paid Microsoft. Customer paid us money. We paid the data center. And the balance is what we kept as our profits. So it was a business model. Financially, it was a very profitable model. It was a cash positive model. And it sustained us right through without any external financing. Right? This is the interesting part of our journey. Okay. Last piece. All that is again intellectual, passion, etc. is what we brought to the table. But please understand, like Abhay's mother standing by him when he started, your family, your spouse, if you're married or engaged or you've got a girlfriend or a boyfriend, please make sure that they are behind you. Okay? Without their sustained support, it's not going to happen. Frugal operations. Cash positive is fine, but don't spend money if you can avoid it. Okay? We had been used to flying around, staying in 5-star hotels as employees of multinational corporations, air-conditioned taxi picking you up, etc., etc. We switched to taking an auto rickshaw, going to Cantonment railway station and getting into a train, going to customers in Coimbatore, Madurai, etc. So very, very frugal operations. Right? And finally, service as a concept. Okay? All of us, we are all privileged here to be educated, to gone through university, college, etc. And we have always been served by others. Somebody has taken care of you when you're a child. Somebody cleans your toilet. Somebody cleans your house. Somebody cleans your vessels. Okay? We take all this for granted. Okay? When you're in business, you are serving the customer. So you're on the other side of the table. So first thing you have to do is put aside all that ego, all that cultural upbringing, and say, customer is first. I have to serve the customer. Learn what it means to serve. Okay? And finally, it is not a sprint. Entrepreneurship is not a sprint. It is a marathon. It keeps on and on and on. You've got to have that stamina and resolve to maintain yourself. Okay? Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I am not on Instagram, but I have an email ID. So if you would like, I got ghosted by my sons on Instagram. They don't want me to check them. So anyway, so please send me an email and check out our website, etc. Thank you. Jyothi, I'm done on time.
Thank you, Shrikant Rao, for addressing our students and illuminating session. I request Sai Ram Prasad sir to come and give a token of appreciation to Mr. Shrikant. A big round of applause to Ms. So students, I hope the session so far has been interesting enough for you to listen to more such sessions. Our next topic is teams, co-founders, building a founding team, creating a culture and values. The speaker is Mr. Manjesh Baswarajaya. He is the Chief Administrative Officer of Campus Fund. This is a session, students, you have to pay great attention to, because Campus Fund is India's first and only SEBI-registered Class 2 fund that invests exclusively in student-led startups, including recent graduates and dropouts. Their tagline is, ideas don't come from boardrooms, they come from dorm rooms. So a big hand, with a big hand of applause, please welcome Mr. Manjesh Baswarajaya. Please. Forward, please.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Yes. So I have a few questions for a bunch of you. That is, as and when we go through my slides and then my presentation and everything, whoever answers has something surprise to go to take home, right? Good morning again. My name is Manjesh. I work for Campus Fund, which is India's first venture capital fund that invests specifically in student-led startups, right? So I have been part of the founding team. We have invested in about 43 startups till now. We look at over 500 startups every month that are being built by students from campuses or someone who's graduated recently, right? From all that experience, I'm here to talk to you about, how to go about, building team, right? Because I think initially you would have a lot of questions while starting to build. Some of them including whether or not should I go about having a co-founder, should I build it alone? How to go about hiring the first few members of the team? Is it the right time? Is it the right way of doing it? Should we keep it lean? Should we go all out in terms of hiring people? How many people will I require? And those things, right? So at the end of the session, hopefully I'll try to answer all of these questions for you. Obviously, considering this is a large gathering, I've kept the approach, everything quite generic. Try to gain the broader aspects of what is being told, and then amend it to suit your own needs and everything, right? Just waiting for the presentation to come up. Meanwhile, I want some of you to guess how many, or guess it in terms of percentage of startups that shut down, and then shut down for the reasons of the co-founding team not sticking together, right? Just take a wild guess. Anybody who wants to answer can raise their hand. I don't know how the mic is going to be passed around or something, but if you can answer correctly, I think you will have a gift, right? The first one there, white shirt. 78%. Okay. Anyone else wants to take a guess? Yeah. Sorry, can't hear you.
More than 90%.
25%.
More than 50%.
Sorry, I can't see.
Here.
Yeah. Okay.
Sir.
Sorry, yeah. Okay, I can see. Okay. There. 95%. Okay. 20 to 25. Yeah.
99%.
Oh, 99%. Wow.
More than 55.
So yeah, I mean, there are various reasons, right? The figure is about 23%, but still adds up to be one of the main reasons.
90%.
Yeah. Good guess, but it's 23. I gave out the answer. So 23% is what it is. That the company shut down because the founders have not been able to stick around, right? I mean, there could be various reasons. Of course, the gentleman here who said 25 was the closest. I have your gift here. If you want to like just come over and collect it anytime you're free. Right. Yes. Oh, is it? It was, I think, someone from there. Yeah, him. 25%.
Collect the gift quickly. Yeah.
Oh, is it? Right. So finally, the presentation is up. We can start. Come. Good guess. What's your name? Vinay. Thank you. Right. So, yeah, I think we can move on to the next slide, which gives away the answer that Vinayak correctly guessed. Next slide. Is there a clicker? Okay. ಇದು ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಲ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. Yes, 23% it is. So with this, you understand how important it is. Like this is the single largest reason why startups shut down and then shut down initially. Like in the initial days is what I'm talking about. Obviously, as you grow, you have a team set up, you have a leadership team that can possibly take forward even if the founders don't stick around or one of them needs to leave and things like that. But it's very important to nurture the startup initially, right? And then the founders build hands-on, so it's super important for them to stick around and then build it, right? And that also becomes like a very important and core thing you think about while you're building a startup, right? So talking from an investor's point of view, right? So what I'm trying to say here, every serious investor that you will ever approach, they will definitely speak to you a lot about how you're going about building your team, right? Idea, the market, and everything is for you to think about. But from an investor's point of view, while they look at the broader idea, the market and everything, obviously if not you, they will fund your competitor. For them there is that choice, but for you, I think building that team becomes super important. That's also something that they look at very closely, right? Therefore, what I suggest is you take it a lot more seriously. You can see some of the numbers here, right? So multi-founder teams versus solo founders. I'm not saying one thing is correct and the other one is incorrect, but then these are the stats, right? Multi-founder teams they have 163% chances of outperforming a solo founder, right? It also talks about how overwhelming starting up is. Having said that, it's not that solo founders can't scale or anything, but it's a harder path to take, right? We have seen examples of Dell, Amazon, Zoho, from the Indian context, right? All of these built by a single founder. However, the numbers speak slightly different, right? And then multi-founder teams also command like a higher valuation when you're raising any investments. The average founder team size of billion dollar startups till now is about 2.4, right? So you can think about how important or how it is to build along with a co-founder, right? So an A team is like a better team as compared to your competitor with a B idea, which is probably slightly suboptimal kind of an idea, beats a B team with an A idea. You may have great idea, but if you don't have the great team, you may not be able to outdo your competitor, right? So that's what I wanted to just say here. The next slide. So these are some of the reasons why I believe you will require a co-founder. One, you will need someone to complement your skills, right? Someone who can, if you are a seller, then you need a visionary. You need like a operator of sorts. If you are an operator, you need the other person to be that, right? Obviously, I will come to understanding what those skills are and then how to go about thinking about them. And then you also need that resilience, right? Resilience is when there are days when you think about giving up, but then your co-founder is the one who will stand by you, who will not let you do that, right? So those late night conversations is what is going to help you, right? I have another question for all of you, for which I'm giving out another memento. So I want you to answer, or answer for yourself actually. Maybe I'll take another question for all of you. If you had 1 crore given to your company today or tomorrow, right, how would you go about spending it? Would you rather hire a team, or conserve that 1 crore to be able to build the business and hire a co-founder, right? What would you do? If your answer is, say, a co-founder, that basically means that you see that there is some level of skill that you will possibly require in the founding team, because of which you want to go about hiring a co-founder, right? Finding a co-founder, give out some kind of equity to them. Versus if your answer is a team, then that basically means you have found the problem, you have found all the skill set that you require in the business. This could be you know going about just building the team who can help you scale the business, right? Then there are some key aspects that you can look at while choosing the co-founder itself, right? So either go for obviously you need to go for someone with the same hunger, right? Complementary skills is something that we have talked about. A same hunger comes from having trying to understand their background, right? Do they have like a plan B if this does not work out, versus you having this as the sole um, business or thing that can put bread on your table, right? You need to figure out that. Otherwise what happens is, in the long term, you are putting all of your eggs in one basket, versus you have a co-founder who may not be taking it up that seriously. So figure out whether or not you align on those aspects. Also figure out whether your broader vision in the long term is aligned, right? It can't be like one is working towards the business from a social angle, versus someone else is thinking about making it an extremely highly profitable and impactable startup, right? So that is something that you will have to think about. Obviously, before deciding on whether you want to co-found a company with that person, work together on 1 or 2 projects. Try to understand whether or not you're able to work together. Does the chemistry work? Are there any disagreements that you can have, and still be able to respect each other, continue? And then those arguments that you have are more constructive than destructive, right? These are some of the things that you can look at. uh, Here are some examples from the Indian startup industry that you can look at, right? First one being Flipkart, obviously co-founded by 2 people. What they started doing is, they started working on delivering books, right? And they packed these orders themselves before they could build out the technology company that it is today, or the logistics company, or any of that angle. What they started doing is, they got their hands dirty in terms of doing the business themselves. That was their initial project, right? Same, I would say, with Zerodha. They did not go about investing the company, but they had their vision set on becoming like one of the biggest financial services company. Razorpay again started off, raised venture capital fund. Those two actually came together, I think, in a hackathon, and then they were trying to raise funds for their college project, and then they discovered the problem of broken payment systems, and that is how they came up with the idea of Razorpay. They started building together. these initial phases actually is what actually gave them the comfort that they would be able to work together, right? What is Zoho? A solo founder, Sridhar Vembu, right? He had the skill, right? He had the skill in terms of technology, in terms of how he could sell, and in terms of how he could operate. So these are the three key skills that the founding or the founders need to have. If you're able to solve for these three, whether by yourself or along with your co-founders, I think that is when you're like a complete team, right? These are some of the key aspects that you need to look at. One has to be a seller, right? Selling is super important. You are building a commercial establishment, so you need to have that selling skill. You need to sell your vision to your employees, to your investors, to your customers as well. Becomes super important. Therefore, how you articulate what you're trying to say, how you talk about your business in public, all of that becomes super important. So one person has to be that. Think of that as someone who understands the business at a very broad level. He's able to pick, uh, gain that broader aspect of business, and then everything, right? So, and then there has to be a builder. A builder is someone who understands the technology in depth, right? So this could be your first engineer, the CTO, that understands the architecture of your business or the technology that you're building. You will definitely need that person, because you need a strong enough product as well to be able to survive in the industry, right? And then obviously you need a operator who builds these processes, who builds he brings about a discipline, he brings about ideas in terms of how to scale about it, and then keeps everyone disciplined in terms of how to go about it. So think of these skills as three different people. If there's one person that can fit into the shoes of all three skills, I would say go about it, take the plunge, build it out by yourself. But if you think this may be something that you'll need one more or two more people to help you with, I would say go about it. Obviously larger founding teams also sometimes bring about, there are higher chances of having conflicts and stuff. So I wouldn't recommend going beyond three people. That's also not something that kind of impresses investors if you're in the long term also planning to raise funds and stuff, right? Now let's talk about the founding team beyond the founders, right? Your first hires, that is your initial employees. Employees who come and join you while your idea is just on the paper, right? Or it's just a prototype that you have built, and then you need people now to be able to support you and take you through the entire journey, right? These are first believers. The co-founding team that I was talking to you about, these are people who should have the ability to attract some good talent, right? Now I can give you some key points about how to go about it, right? And then what are some of the attributes that you can look at in while you are hiring the initial co-founding the founding team. The first 10 hires is what I would call it, right? So one, look at the resume, of course. How have they grown, right? Were they able to work without much pedigree in a very small team? Have they been able to scale anything that they have gotten into? Look at what their slope has been, what their learning curve has been, versus someone who has worked possibly at like a large enough company, and as part of that company in a small process, right? Think people who have joined very small startups, who have been able to support the founders in scaling their businesses, who've been able to grow their own vertical in that startup, and then have come out really well, right? That's one aspect, one key aspect that you will have to look at. Obviously apart from that, you need to understand their ownership mindset, right? Do they require you to follow up every time? Because as a founder, obviously he's a co-founder without having that co-founder title. Think of it that way, right? That's the founding team that we are talking about. Do they have that ownership mindset? Do they require you to follow up every time for them to do or deliver something? Or is it something that they will pick up by themselves, solve for it, and then bring solutions to you, and then maybe even implement it for you, right? Those are some of the things. And obviously building startup is not like a straightforward journey. There will be always some kind of chaos. There'll be more problems that you solve for than you would have solved for in your entire student life, right? That you'll have to solve for in a day. Think about you know, are they problem solvers? Will they be able to withstand all of the chaos that happens? Will they be able to support you in some of those days when you're not up to your 100%, right? The startup may not be able to pay them their salaries and stuff, you know, and will they be able to, you know, support you through then, and things like that, right? So and are they really aligned with the mission, right? And then someone who is aligned with the mission is someone who can possibly, you know, stick around during those tough times, and obviously we also be able to reap the benefits of when you grow you know, into scale and then large enough companies, right? Then let us also talk about how you split equity, right? Obviously between the co-founders, it is depending on, you know, how much of a role does one play, uh, right? Or how important that role is to the business. Beyond that, you're also giving out some amount of equity, that is the share in the company, to your initial co-founding team, also the first 10 hires that I was talking to you about. The first employee obviously comes in with the highest amount of risk, because he's coming in, joining you at a time when you possibly did not have the most amount of clarity about your own business, deserves to have the highest amount of equity. And then whether it's your co-founder or whether it's all of your employees, what I would also suggest you to do, and the most sane thing to do, is to vest their equity, which is they don't own up the equity the very first day, right? They earn it over years, and it's generally 4 years is what we suggest, because the first 4 years of a startup is something that's very, very critical for people to stick around, to have that continuity in the business and things like that. If a co-founder has to leave about, say, after a year and a half, then they leave a good amount of equity on the table for someone else to come and take up their job, because it's one of the toughest jobs to be an entrepreneur, right? Now, for the person that is coming in, replacing them at that stage will need enough skin in the game to be able to take up that kind of a job, right? Therefore, they also need a good participation in the upside that the startup is going to have. Therefore, have that vesting available, right? A vesting is basically how it works is, say, there's 100% in total in a company in terms of number of shares. 50% is taken by one founder, 50% is taken by another founder. Now, both of them don't own 50% upfront. What they are eligible for is the 50% vested over 4 years. So if someone leaves before 1 year, they don't get anything, right? They don't get to take those shares for themselves. They just leave it on the table and go. That's called the 1 year cliff, right? After the cliff, every year, a part of their shareholding vests to them, right? So if you're holding 50%, 12.5%, 12.5% over 4 years. So if they leave after 1.5 years, they get to take about 12.5% of the company with them. 37.5% is left on the table for someone else to take, right? This kind of hedges your risk, right? As founder, as someone who is going to work towards the company, as someone who needs that motivation to be able to continue to build that company at scale, right? So suppose those initial days are go well even after one of the co-founder leaves, and you're able to achieve like a good value for yourselves, then even the person who has worked for that 1.5 years has some money because he's supported you through the initial days. But the person who has supported you after that person has left, who takes up that other 37.5%, also has enough motivation to be able to take up that job and build. Then the first employee gets about 0.75 to 1.5%. They get sizable salaries. They possibly get higher salary than the founders themselves, including all the other key hires, right? That you get. So, and if you're building solo, obviously you will require a lot of support from outside, right? You don't have a co-founder. You'll possibly need like an advisory team, a board of directors who can guide you through all of this. You need like, good advisors. So you set aside some percentage of equity for them also, so they have enough skin in the game. Obviously also because in your early stage startup, you don't have enough cash to pay them to be able to offer their services. So therefore you give them some equity, and that should be also linked to a time period to which they are associated with you, or you being able to achieve a milestone. Say you have an advisor on board who is going to help you with fundraise, or who is going to help you figure out GTM, or is going to help you figure out clients. You always set aside some percentage equity for him, and then set a milestone as to when that will vest, right? Say you achieve this much revenue, then you get the equity. Say you're able to raise this amount of capital, then you get the equity, right? So that is what we call as milestone, and generally vested over 2 years is what I'd suggest, right? Now let's also talk about culture, right? Now, how do you go about building a culture, and what is culture really? The closest I can give in terms of analogy is, how you go about following your traffic uh, rules, right? At say you're driving at 2 a.m. in the morning, and then you see that there is a red light, then you have to stop your car in spite of there being no one else on the road, right? Would you really do that? That speaks a lot about how you've been brought up, right? That's how culture works in a startup, right? Is your employee, without your guidance or without your you being there for them, are they still doing the right things in the larger interest of the company? That is what you need to answer for, right? And that is what we call as culture, right? How do you go about building that in your employees, right? These are not kids who you can sit them down and then teach them in a classroom environment. You will have to, obviously, the first and the most basic and primary thing to do is to live it by yourself, right? So if you want the culture to be such that all of your team is very honest, very transparent in terms of what they're doing, they come up to you and then talk to you about the failures they had during the day, therefore you're able to brainstorm with them and fix those problems, then you need to be that person, right? You need to talk about your vulnerabilities, you talk about what could be those failure points initially, and then you talk about how you go about solving. You be open to their suggestions and things like that, right? If you communicate this more transparently and then talk about all of this and then are more accepting, then you also get that kind of a reaction from your employees, right? If you want to build a culture of a, a sense of urgency, right, which is also very necessary in certain kind of businesses, then you're always following up on things, right? What happened today, and then you set deadlines, you meet those deadlines, and there are penalties for not meeting deadlines, or there are incentives for meeting the deadlines. You want to set up a culture of working for longer hours, fewer people taking up more responsibilities in the company. Then you do it by yourself. You stay back in the office, you're there for your employees to approach any point of the day or night, and then you do it. So that's one way of building it. So there are two ways. One is culture by default, the one that I was talking to you about, where you are living the culture that you want to build in the company. Therefore, your rest of the employees are just looking up to you and then following that. And then there is something called as culture by design, where you communicate very freely in terms of what is the kind of culture that you want to build, and then how to go about it. What do we value? What do we not value, right? Larger companies, as they progress, I think they stick to the second approach, obviously, because there are so many people. So you talk to them freely about how intolerable you are towards any kind of misappropriation or fraud and things like that. So the smallest of the things, the initial signs are, as and when they surface, they bring it up to the management, they discuss, and then they plug it there, right? So those are some of the things that you can do about going about building the culture itself. So this is, a quote from Ben Horowitz. Ben Horowitz is the founding partner of A16Z. a large venture capital fund from the US. So these are some of the things that you do as the founder or the founding team to be able to build that culture, and then how you go about following that, right? So all of these speak about how you go about it, how you respond to mistakes, um, how openly you communicate, and then work hours and all of those things, right? So that's mostly it. So you can also define the things that you want. Do we really ship fast? Do we own our mistakes? Things like that. So this is about going about onboarding a person, right? Or building the culture itself. You define them. When you're hiring and onboarding, you call it out, communicate properly, and then you also take up steps to reinforce them as and when you progress, right? Lastly, I would like to also highlight what are some of the mistakes that founders do that kind of kills the team, the 23% that I was talking to you about. One is hiring a friend as a co-founder just because they are a friend. Don't do that. Always evaluate them basis those 3 parameters that we discussed about. Work with them. Otherwise, you'll, one, be ruining your friendship as well as your company, right? So that's a double-edged sword in itself. Then avoiding the equity talk. What will be your equity versus my equity? Why is it split in a certain way? And agreeing on the justification of it. And then obviously, without understanding the problem statement, the market conditions, you start building, right? You do not start building a product just because you just saw that in your dream. You need to speak to your initial customers, potential customers. You need to speak to some of the market players, and then go about building. So those are some of the initial things that you can talk about. So some key signs that investors look at the founding team is, one, your ability to execute, your ability to attract more and more talent to be able to scale your business and things like that, and then the resilience itself, right? So yeah, that's, I think, mostly it. These are some of the key learnings that you can from the presentation itself that you can look at. That's mostly it. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for hearing me out. Hope I was able to bring out some value today, right? Any questions or anything, we can take it up separately. I'll be around, and then we can take it up from there. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manjesh, for this illuminating session where students, I think you have found out you have to keep friendship and startup as separate while building your teams. So I call upon Shravan to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Manjesh. Please give a big hand to Mr. Manjesh. Thank you once again for coming and speaking. So students, all of you have a brilliant idea. That's why you're all here. Now the question is your idea viable? That is something which you have to understand. How do you build a proof of concept? Or how do you build a minimum viable product? To take this session, it's my privilege to invite Mr. Prashanta Sheth, Vice President of a software engineering company called Circles, and a Manthan veteran, sir. I should call you that because you've been here for a long time. So please come to the stage, yes. So Mr. Prashanta Sheth is a technology advisor, startup mentor, and investor. He's a global leadership experience of building, scaling, and modernizing mission-critical end-to-end SaaS platforms across fintech, BI analytics, telecom, travel, media, consumer products. He's led 300 plus engineers across India, APAC region, US, Europe, driving product and scalable platforms, transformations, accelerating time to market by 30%, and achieving multi-million-dollar cost optimizations. He's a trusted partner to CTOs and product leaders in aligning technology strategies with business outcomes, scaling mission-critical engineering organizations globally, and building high-performance, outcome-driven cultures. So with this small introduction, I invite Mr. Prashanta Sheth to take his session. Thank you.
Namaskara. Namaskara. Okay. So I've been told like ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಕನ್ನಡದವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡ ಮೀಡಿಯಂ ಓದಿದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲು, ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲು. ಸೊ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಂಥನ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ, ಆದರೆ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಪ್ಯೂರ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಅಲ್ಲ ನಂದು. ಸೊ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದು ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆ ಕನ್ನಡದವ್ರು ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಎಲ್ಲರೂ? ನೈಸ್ ನೈಸ್. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ. ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಆದಷ್ಟು. ಸೊ the topic that I am going to talk about is concept to MVP. ಒಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಲೆನಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದನ್ನ MVP ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ವಯಬಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ವಯಬಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೊ ದ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ಇನಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಜಸ್ ಆರ್ ದೇರ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಲಾಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜಸ್. ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಹಂತಗಳನ್ನ ದಾಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆ MVP ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಇರೋದು, ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಈಗ. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಓಕೆ. ಸೊ everybody gets these ideas, right? So can one of you, like anybody who wants to stand up and say, like just take 1 minute and then ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ವಾ, ಏನ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ವಾ, ಹೇಗೆ ಹೊಳೆಯುದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ, ಯಾವ ತರ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬಂತು? Anybody wants to volunteer? Yes, please go ahead. Is there a mic for the ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ರಿ ಹೇಳಿ. So yeah, thank you. Maybe the next person can also be ready. I will give chance to first 3 people only. Yes, please, you can come in. Yeah, Bunny. ಹೇಳಿ, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಫರ್ಮ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದರ ಐಡಿಯಾ, ಅದರದ್ದು ನೇಮ್ ಹೇಳಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ನೀವು ಯಾವ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ.
We always, as a Gen Zs, we always think someone should be there behind of us to feel support of us. We always feel afraid with the judgmental things. My AI will never going to be judge you, and it's going to be a companion of yourself, as in your local language. Might be as your friend, might be as your parent, or might be as your mentor. The options will be going to be displayed in future. And it's a companion of human emotions. We are going to be replace of human emotions with AI. I know it is very personal data, but we ensure that AI can also replace the humans, not 100%, but it can be possible with the 95% what I'm expecting. And I'm from the Sheshadripuram College. And if you have, I'm looking for the founders also, I'm looking for the mentors, I'm looking for the friends here. If you have good ideas, or if you have any queries, or if you want to give any suggestions, you can give me and I will be here with you. And thank you so much.
Hi guys, this is Karthik from St. Claret College. When it comes to my problem, okay, it was a problem from my childhood. We were naturally brought up in Andhra. We were naturally farmers. Our family was core whatever revenue we were getting was only farming. So the nature, like how I was connected to the nature or the farming, it was so fascinating for myself. But there was a situation where there were flash floods we had to face as a family, even after it was a seasonal crop for lovers. So we had to face that flood. So there was no revenue. We had to go to different revenue streams. In that time, we had to think about different revenue streams so that we can at least push our family further up. That was the situation which I went through. That was the time I decided I have to do something around agriculture. Let it be something which might help agriculture to build out or to scale it to some extent. Then I started seeing the stats going down, that farmers are dying and there's no one going for agriculture. So I took up this as my opportunity, where me promoting agriculture through my brand, where my brand is called Eco Essence. It's not out there yet. It's a pre-revenue. So it's all because I'll just say why it is important. Me, as our family was all about flowers, so we were cultivating flowers, which was a higher market then. So it was my very, what to say, relating point. As everyone know here, the flowers are the very least, it has the very least time to be sent out to the consumers. As you harvest it, you have to send it by day or two. If no, you have to throw it out. You don't have any other choice. So seeing this as the opportunity, you can, my brand changes the waste flowers into a better perfume without any alcohol, without any chemicals. Straight up natural, eco-friendly perfumes from the waste. So how many have been to KR market? Just a show of hands. Out of them, how many have gone during the evenings? How many have seen waste being collected all together, just flowers being aside? Right? As morning we see such vibrant colors flowing through the area, such buzz, it feels so great during festivals. But during the evening, that was the time I went there. Then I understood such a huge problem happening there. I tried to convert those into a better, valuable product. It was a process of around 1 year until now, today. During this journey, I went on to go, and there was an example about co-founders, right? I felt in a trap of friendship to co-founder wala thing. There was a friend whom I was thinking, like talking about business all the time. And he said that I want to give 50%, I'll help you with the sales. This was the direct pitch to me. Then I thought, should I take friendship as the quotient or the co-founder wala thing? We spent for a month. Then I understood it's not going to work, because he kept on staying there because he's a friend more than a co-founder. So that was very hard. So I had to take multiple decisions up there. What I'm trying to give as the
thank you. I think,
sorry,
like,
sir, I took a most
bit time this thing.
Okay, thank you
The
for
thing
your
is,
time.
I want to introduce all of you to one concept while we are doing this. There is something called elevator pitch. Anybody has heard of that? Yes or no? Please raise your hand. Elevator pitch. Elevator pitch is, in a minute's time, you have to express your idea, right? So I will give prizes for anybody who sticks to elevator pitch. So next three of you, that's the challenge. Please go ahead.
So my name is Sagar Wankhede. I'm from Nagarjuna College. So the problem which I'm facing is basically like getting iron shirts. So I'm building a prototype which will like automatically iron shirts with the help of steam technology and with the help of robotic arm. So which will like automatically iron shirts and disinfect it with the help of iron, like steam engine and all stuff.
Great. Where are you from?
I'm from Bangalore.
And here is your prize for being the elevator.
Good afternoon, all. Myself, P. I am from Government Polytechnic College, Chanasandra. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ನನಗೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬಂದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್. ಇವಾಗ ಅವ್ರ ಬ್ರದರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಫ್ಲವರ್ಸ್ ವೇಸ್ಟೇಜು ಅದು ಇದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಇದ್ರ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಫೇಸಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಮೇನು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ ಯಾರು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮೇನ್ ಅವರಿದ್ರೆ ತಾನೇ ನಾವು ದೇಶ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ಬೋದು. ಒಂದು ರೈತರು, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಜವಾನು, ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿರಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ. ಇವಾಗ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ವಾರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಮೇನು ಇವಾಗ ಕಾರಣ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮೋದಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿದಾರ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ. ಏನು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡು ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಏನೋ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೇಲಿ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಅದೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಇಂದಾನೆ ನಾವು ಊರು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದು. ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಹುಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದ್ರೂ ಲಾಸು, ಮಳೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆದ್ರೂ ಲಾಸು. ಅದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಂದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಡೈಲಿ ವೇಜಸ್ ಕೆಲಸನೂ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಡೈಲಿ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋ ತರ ಐಡಿಯಾ.
Hi, ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಸಾಕಿಬ್ ಪಾಷಾ. I would like to thank sir to giving the wonderful opportunity. ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನನ್ನ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ AI ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ವೇಗವಾಗಿ ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇವಾಗ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕೇರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ AI ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ಇವಾಗ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಿ, ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಕಾಯ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕುತ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಯಾರು ಫೋನ್ ಎತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಕಿತ ಅವ್ರು ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು AI ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. AI ಫೋನ್ ಎತ್ತಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಂಡ್ ಟು ಎಂಡ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ AI ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಲುಕಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅ co-founder who can support me in the technological field to build this. I have demo also, but I would like to share my demo if sir give permission. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I am searching for a co-founder. If you are someone interested in joining with me, you can join with me. Thanks.
Hello. Hello, everyone. So I am Abhinaya. I am the founder of Grocial. So I have spoken at IIMs, IITs, triple ITs, IICs, etc. And I've been as a guest at Truecaller for their Women's Day this year. So I'm a third year student at the Anand Sagar College of Engineering. So you will think, how did I build all these things, right? Like Grocial and all. So it was completely through networking. So there's a major thing which I understood. That's the major problem which we have to solve. Like as the previous speaker who was speaking in front of me, he was like he want to find some co-founders, etc. So yeah, you can come to Grocial, put up your idea. There are so many people who want to be a co-founder or who are searching for co-founders. There are people who are hiring for the new technologies. We have more than 140 HRs from companies like HCL Tech, Amazon, Geo Hotstar, etc. You can be there. We are right now in search for investors and more. Like we have investors, but that's in a premium layer which we are providing. But we are searching for incubators. We are open to if any incubator want to join Grocial. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. Sorry, I cannot accommodate more people. Otherwise, my session will be at risk. So good. So we all were talking about ideas, right? So the question was about how did you get your idea? So then, like, it's not about extension of that. So basically, when you look at your ideas, they come from various parts. Like ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲವರು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್, ಲೈಕ್ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯದ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆನ ಎದುರಿಸಿರ್ತೀರಾ, ಅದರಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಸಿಗ್ಬೋದು, ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ಸಿಗ್ಬೋದು. ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಈ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಆಫರಿಂಗ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸೇಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಏನೋ ಒಂದು. ಸೊ ಯು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ದಟ್ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ and then say, okay, this is my opportunity, right? Sometimes you get ideas through various other things, necessity, ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇವೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಈ ತರ ಇವೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು 4 ಜನ ಮಾತಾಡೋದನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು ಅನ್ಕೋಬಹುದು, ನನ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಒಬ್ರು ಹಾಗೇನೆ. ಸೊ he used to go to all these events, industry events. Then he found that it's very hard to find events that he can go to. So then he is working on he is a veteran, actually industry veteran. He is working on a tool right now to figure out all these events and matching them to the right audience using AI. So right, so you go to the ideas can come from any part of the corner of the thought process, but then the next thing is all about not just ideas, right? Ideas are good, they are the starting point, but then you have to take it to the next level. So first thing you have to do is evaluate the idea and simplify it. Many times what happens is when we are especially emotionally connected to some ideas, we get really excited about it. It becomes really complex. Ella madbekantive. ಏನೇನೋ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ, ಏನಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಏನೋ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅವಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ದ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ರಮ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಅವರ್ ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ರಮ್. Whether you are trading fertilizer part, are you handling the crop protection part, are you handling the pesticide part, are you handling the soil health, ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ನಿಂದ we just go behind it and then we think like that is the scope, but then you have to refine it. That's the most important part, right? If you don't refine, it becomes too broad. It becomes very hard to solve, and then you ultimately will get lost in that entire broad spectrum, right? So that's where this is like, so you have to sharpen the idea. Sharpening here means the idea will be really broad and make it sharp, like just like the edge of the tip of the pencil, right? ಆ ತರ ಶಾರ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬಾ ನ್ಯಾರೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಐಡಿಯಾನ. ಹೇಗ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಸೊ ಹೌ ಡು ವಿ ಡೂ ದಿಸ್, ರೈಟ್? ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವಿಜುವಲೈಸ್. ನೀವು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ವಾ, ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ you visualize that product that you are planning to build or the solution that you are planning to build, assume that it is in front of you. What will you do with it? Okay, so you assume that you are trying to build a paper cup that is biodegradable. Just I'm taking that example because nobody gave that example, so that's why I'm putting that example. Okay, it is biodegradable. Just like ನೀವು ಈ ಐಸ್ ಕ್ರೀಮ್ ತಿಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಕೋನ್ ಅನ್ನು ತಿಂತೀರಲ್ವಾ, ಅದೇ ತರ ಆ ಕಪ್ ಅನ್ನು ತಿನ್ಬೇಕು. ಆ ತರ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸಾರಿ, ಐ ಡಿಡ್ಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟೀಲ್ ಯುವರ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ, ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಮೈ ಥಾಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್. Okay, assume that you want to build that paper cup which is edible, biodegradable, and then like that is your idea. So assume that you have that paper cup in your hand. Okay, imagine that you have that paper cup. It may be this tall, it may be this small. Imagine the size also. Imagine that you are drinking from it. That is your visualization. Imagine what good looks like. That will bring in a lot of thought clarity. ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಫೈನಲಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಕಪ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಲುಕ್ ಅಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಗುಡ್ ಲುಕ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್. ಥಿಂಕ್ ದಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ that piece of the product in your hand, and then you work backwards. Okay, that is one way of thinking. So anybody knows about 6 thinking hats? ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿ. So 6 thinking hats ಅಂತ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? So if you have not, just Google it. Like yeah, glad that some people know it. So sorry, the lights are glaring on me. Like I cannot see most of this side of the audience. But if you have raised your hand, thank you. 6 thinking hats andre. So it is a way of thinking about something in different ways, right? So just Google it or Chat GPT, whatever your favorite way of searching, and then you can use some of those hats. That's why I put the colors of the hats here. This is your creative zone. Okay, visualize, be creative. ಒಂದು ಆ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದ್ರದ್ದು ಪಾಸಿಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಏನೇನು ಆಗ್ಬಹುದು ಅದರಿಂದ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನೀವು ಐಡಿಯಾವನ್ನ ಶಾರ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ಕಪ್ ನಿಮ್ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಸಿ ಯು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಕಪ್ ಬಟ್ ಯು ಎಂಡ್ ಅಪ್ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಬಕೆಟ್, ರೈಟ್? ಸೊ ದೆನ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಲ್ಟಿಪಲ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಕೇಸಸ್. ಕಪ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಬರೀ ಟೀ ಕುಡಿಯಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಬಕೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬಕೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ. Okay, but your focus was not on bucket. Your focus was to build a cup, right? And your focus, avaganagutte, you will narrow down your audience as well. You will narrow down your customer base. You will narrow down what investment you need. All these things, right? So that's why it's important to sharpen the idea. And next thing is critique. Okay, if you don't critique your idea, somebody else will, right? Very, very important part. In fact, this is the most important part than the visualization. ಈ ಕಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಬಯೋಡಿಗ್ರೇಡಬಲ್ ಕಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಕೈಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಬಿಸಿ ಇರೋ ಟೀ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಕಪ್ ಕರ್ಗೋಗುತ್ತಾ? ಓಕೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಕಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಟೀ ಕುಡಿಯೋದಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಐಸ್ ಕ್ರೀಮ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ. ಓಕೆ ಫೈನ್, ಐಸ್ ಕ್ರೀಮ್. ಬಟ್ ಅಪ್ಪಿ ತಪ್ಪಿ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಬಿಸಿ ಚಹಾ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಮದುವೆ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರೋ ಪಾಪ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೇಷ್ಮೆ ಸೀರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಉಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ನಂತರ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದು ಕಪ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಸಿ ಚಹಾ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮೈ ಮೇಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿದ್ದೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ವಿಜುವಲೈಸ್ ದೀಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಟಿಕಿಂಗ್ ಯುವರ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ, ರೈಟ್? ಕಪ್ಪನ್ನು ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಸಣ್ಣ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಹಿಡಿದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕ್ರಶ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಅದು? ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಕ್ರಿಟಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಕ್ರಿಟಿಕ್ ಮಾಡದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಐಡಿಯಾ ತುಂಬಾ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್, ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಆಫ್ ಯುವರ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ, right? So you have to criticize, and you can criticize only when the product is in your hand, right? Without the product in your hand, you cannot criticize things. So that's why it is important to criticize, important to think like a customer. We'll talk about the customer in a bit. So, and then then okay, paper cup irutte, nimma biodegradable cup ide, paper cup ge one cup ge 50 paise anta ankolana, nim cup 1.5 rupees cost agutte anta ankolana. Okay, so why would somebody pay 1.5 rupees for that? ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು? ಕುಡಿಯೋದ್ ಕೀತೇನೆ, ಸೊ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು? ನೀವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್, right? If you are, then what it means is you have to bring down your cost of manufacturing. So we'll talk about all those things in a bit. So like that, you have to criticize your idea, critique your idea, so that at the end of this critiquing, your idea may totally transform into something else. Okay, so that's why be very methodic about it. Next is comparison. This is not 100% needed, but it is very important. In these days, you will not be the only person who will be thinking about these ideas, right? There will be 20 other people or 100 other people who will be thinking of these ideas. Paper cup ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಈಗ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಅವಾಗಲೇ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋದು ಬಿಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. So it is not like Edison time where only one person could think about the bulb. Today lots of people think alike, and the great minds always think alike, right? Because of that, there will be always competing ideas. So why would your idea stand out? Okay, what is the differentiation that you are bringing in? If there is already competition, so if there are already 100 types of cups that are being sold, why should I ship my cup? Maybe my advantage is cost advantage. Maybe mine is longevity. I can also handle hot liquids, right? What is the differentiation? My distribution is much better than anybody else, right? Anything can be there. So you have to really think about that. And if the others are making so they are selling for 50 paise, let's say, right? And why you can't sell at 50 paise? See, your bar is 50 paise now, right? If you can sell less than that, then only your advantage is there. Otherwise, you have to make other differentiation, maybe quality, maybe other aspects of it. So like that, this is one thing. And then one other thing, the last point is very, very important. Many people think that their idea is so unique that nobody is doing it, right? How many of your ideas are like that? Nobody wants to admit that either. Nobody else is doing it. So then you should question why nobody is doing it, right? If it is worth doing, somebody else would have done it. ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಐಡಿಯಾನ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಟೆಕ್ ಸಮಿಟ್, ಐ ಸ್ಪೋಕ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಪ್ ಫೌಂಡರ್. His idea was basically taking the you have the detergents, liquid detergent, converting it into tablet, because 70% of liquid detergent is just water, and therefore why we have to transport water and ship water and everything, convert that into a pellet, and you can put it into washing machine. But the problem was then I asked him why Procter and Gamble or Hindustan Unilever is not doing this, because they are adding water to already concentrated one. Why are they not doing it? So he didn't have the answer. And this is at Bangalore Tech Summit. He was demonstrating his product. Okay, so I went to his stall and then I asked this question. So it is too late when you are already so fallen in love with your idea and then you are trying to critique it. So that's a critique before, then compare, right? And then maybe you should do it in the reverse way. So this is very important. Critiquing your idea and comparing it what's in the market, that will actually ground you. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಐಡಿಯಾದ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಏನು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅವಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ you will just be dreaming. Okay, I'll be very harsh on this one. Okay, so many times what we fall in love with is solutions. ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಒಂದು ಪೇಪರ್ ಕಪ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಓಕೆ, ಮೈ ಪೇಪರ್ ಕಪ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಟ್ರೈಂಗ್ ಟು ಸಾಲ್ವ್, ರೈಟ್? ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. Otherwise, if you are fallen with your love with your solution, then it's very hard to come out of that zone. So the problem is the thing that drives the solution. Okay, so in outside outside world, you see I'll give another example. For many of you, I think many of you commuted from wherever you live to here. If there was Ola and Uber that you have taken, like, any of these ride-hailing companies, right? So the problem for you was, right, reaching here on time, right? If Ola and Uber delayed you, or they took you around and like, misguided you and all those things, would you take their solution? No, right? So the problem is reaching on time and shortest commute. So anybody solves in whatever way. Some people solve it by using cabs, some through auto rickshaw, through, like, through bikes and whatever means, right? Metro or whatever. So you always look for the solution rather than how you go there. Of course, that is important. The comfort and everything is important. But what I'm saying is, you are trying to beat the time, not just the comfort, right? Ellaru ACನೇ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಆ ತರ. So that's why your solution has to tailor to the problem rather than the other way around. Okay, so why? Because if you delay this, it will get stuck somewhere else. That's when you cannot get it to the market. Go to market anta next session ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, GTM ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. So previous speaker ಅವರನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು GTM ಬಗ್ಗೆ. So ನೀವು go to market ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, if your idea you don't crystallize it well, it will become a problem there. It will get stuck somewhere, right? Okay, so let me keep going. And okay, in this slide I just wanted to talk about one thing. Okay, Amazon, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಮೆಜಾನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಶಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಾ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ, ಹೌದಾ? Amazon started, Jeff Bezos, he started by selling books door to door. He used to deliver. Okay, today AWS doesn't sell just books, it's a marketplace. ಹೌದಾ? ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ which is the biggest business of Amazon? AWS, Amazon Web Services. Okay, AWS makes much more profit. The biggest, like, almost 60 to 70% of their profit margin comes from AWS than Amazon Marketplace. Okay, in fact, in India they are losing money in Amazon, right? So similarly, Samsung, their first product was not TVs and all these electronics. They started selling noodles, right? So they started out by selling noodles, and then over time they pivoted to the electronics, and they are one of the largest electronics manufacturers in the world right today, right? Samsung is worldwide and everything. But look at, from noodles to electronics, right? Their idea, can you think about, you start making out some noodles, somebody ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಮಸಾಲೆ ದೋಸೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಟೇಪ್ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಕತೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ? ಸೊ ಸ್ಯಾಮ್ಸಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರೆ ಆ ತರ. ನಾವು ಮಸಾಲೆ ದೋಸೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಂದ್ರೆ, ನೂಡಲ್ಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಲೆಂಟ್ ಟು ಕೊರಿಯನ್ ಈಕ್ವಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಸಾಲೆ ದೋಸೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಅದೇ ತರ ಅಮೆಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅಮೆರಿಕನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಟ್ ಫಾರ್? ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್? ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್, ರೈಟ್? ಬಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಅದು ಯಾಕಿರೋದು? ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಕೊರಿಯರ್. ಓಕೆ, ಫೆಡರಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಕೇಳಿದಿರಲ್ಲ, ಫೆಡೆಕ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳಿದಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ತರ ಅಮೆರಿಕನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸ್, ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಅ ಕೊರಿಯರ್ ಕಂಪನಿ. They started with that, but then they figured out that lending is more profitable than the courier business. But of course, there were multiple stages in between. They finally ended up in credit card business, after starting in a courier business, right? So like that, there are multiple things. There is one story about Allen. There is a company called Allen, so the guy used to make soaps and sell it. Okay, so small soaps and everything. Then he realized, when he was giving the soaps away, then he gave a small bit of perfume that he used in the soaps. So then he realized that there was people used to buy the soaps because he used to give away the perfumes. So perfumes become so popular, so that's why he pivoted. He stopped making soaps and then pivoted completely towards perfumes. It's one of the largest perfume brands in the world today, because he stopped making soaps, and then he learned from the customer feedback, right? So like that, there are lots of things, that lot of proof that you should start with the problem rather than the solution alone. Solution is not the most important part. So there is a saying in the industry, customer is king. Yes? Anybody has any different answer? Customer is Gandhiji. Customer is not the king. God. Yes, that is even better. Customer is king, customer is God, right? But what I am saying is, customer is at the center. So why? Because I'll give you an example. Customer is king. The moment you say king, you lose the queen. Right? 50% of your customer base disappears already there. Right? So if you are making something like paper cup, why should you say king? It can be used by queen also, right? Right? So, okay, fine. Fun aside, customer is at the center of your entire problem statement. If customer is missing from your problem statement, and if your idea takes the center stage, that means like, that's a big sign that you have to rework your problem statement. Okay. So like customer, like, when we look at customers here, like I will add it to the terms, like, so first thing is, who is your customer? You have to understand that very well, whom you are selling. If you sell the wrong product to the wrong person, you'll be going nowhere, right? So customer yaru nimge. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ TAM ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, what is the long form of TAM? Anybody? TAM? Yeah, you just shout from there. TAM. Total addressable market, right? So if you don't have the market, then there is no product, right? So if you, by understanding the customer, you will know what is your total addressable market, what kind of market research you have to do, which segment you have to go into this thing. If you are selling paper cups, you don't go into wedding ceremony directly, right? You have to research at the tea stalls and everything. Like that's your target customer. If you are selling a small, cup, then you don't go into big cooking vessels, showrooms or anywhere to do the research and things like that. So that's why you have to address the customer where they are. Next, so basically, why would they buy? Your value proposition. Have you heard this term called value proposition? I'm sure all of you have heard this. Value proposition is most important. That's the part of your elevator pitch. When I asked about elevator pitch here, a minute, that should be part of your elevator pitch. What value you are bringing to the customer. If you are not seeing any perceivable value, then you have to rework, right? So similarly, when will they buy the solution? Is it a timely thing? So for instance, if it is bought only during Holi, right? It's once in a year event. If it is purchased during only Christmas, then plum cake is only once a year. Or eggnog ಗೊತ್ತಾ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ? Eggnog ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಓನ್ಲಿ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಕ್ರಿಸ್ಮಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ನ್ಯೂ ಇಯರ್. ಸೊ ಈ ತರ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, right? So you cannot make only seasonal things like that, right? So that's why that also it's not bad. I'm not saying it's not bad. That will give you the time window when you have to market, when you have to promote, right? So that's where you can identify the demand and supply gaps, and then you can push your product into the market. So that will give you the frequency and timing of the product. So similarly, how much are they willing to pay? That's the cost advantage I was talking about earlier, right? So that's very important. Without that, you cannot see. You have to, with that question, you will figure out how to price your product, how to how much investment you need, and when you build your company around, how much cash flow you will need. All these things will be determined by the sales part of that. So similarly, how will they buy? This is the most important part. I have written at the bottom here. In India, the biggest problem is last mile. Has anyone of you heard this problem called last mile problem? Yes? No? How many of you commute by metro? Yes? Okay. From metro to your house, is it nearby? Or if it is not nearby, you have to take an auto rickshaw. Or if it is late in the night, you have to take some other commute. That's the last mile. What happens if that last mile is missing? Do you feel safe? Right? So in India, what happens is there are lots of ideas, lots of competition in the market, lots of value proposition, everything. But most of the ideas stop from reaching the customer, right? Because distribution, because of the pricing, reach cannot be just putting the product in the hands of the customer. It can be because of the pricing. Somebody looks at the price tag. Okay, this cup costs 5 rupees. No, I will not touch it because the other one is 50 paise. Right? So even the product is in the shelves of the market, but customer is not taking that, mainly because there is a gap. That's the affordability gap. And that's the last mile reach there, right? So like that, there is the last mile is the most, it is a small gap, but it's the widest gap in the industry today. Lots of solutions die at the distribution part. Okay. So if it is software product, it's relatively easy, but it's a crowded space as well, right? So software product andre new mobile app idre app stores alli hakbodu, but it's crowded market because ಆ ಥರ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಆಪ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. How they discover. See, this way distribution is very, very important. Thinking about it. How is the most important part here? How would they use this thing? Like, it is usage part. That's what goes back to the visualization. Is it part of something bigger or is it standalone? There are other aspects to that. So just put customer at the center and ask yourself all these questions before you think that, okay, my idea is ready, right? So please ask any questions if you have anything in between, but I'm just marching ahead because of the time. Okay. So now prototype. So you see these pictures, I put it intentionally here. So what is the picture on the left? Of course, it's a house, but it's not a house. It's a model house, a small house, right? On the right-hand side, it's a car. Looks like a car, but it's not a car, right? It's a plywood model of a car. So prototyping is not building your product. It's about figuring out whether your idea is going to work or not, right? So I will, that's why I'm not yet reached MVP yet. Like, I'll talk about it in a bit. So why do you need to prototype? Okay. What is the thing? When you come up with an idea, there are lots of things you don't know. Okay. The paper cup thing, you may have used starch or some kind of composite to make that paper cup, right? But over time it may have fungus, molds and things like that. When it is exposed to some moisture during winter, it may catch something, right? So therefore you have to prototype and experiment. You have to expose it to moisture and then see how long it lasts. You have to expose it to hot liquids. Then you have to figure out what kind of temperature it will hold, it'll withstand. And then you pour some solvents, right? Solvents, whether they will hold it or they will make it worse. Things like that, right? So de-risk your idea. Andre ideadalliro risks ಏನೇನು ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, every hurdle that you come across is a risk to your idea from becoming a product. And in order to de-risk, you have to do prototyping. It's very important stage, right? So even in software also you do this thing, right? So prototyping you do, right? So but then prototype doesn't mean that you have to build the entire thing. Okay, I'll come to that in a bit. So first thing is you have to de-risk that one. When you build the prototype, for instance, in the previous one, the car, right? So the car is a race car and everything like this. Like, it's potentially that model is used for figuring out the aerodynamics and things like that. But then when you look at that, you also get feedback from other people. Like, for instance, in your startup, you have mentors, you have potential customers or critics, and somebody, they can give you feedback saying that, okay, this is not going to work, this is going to work. These aspects are important, these aspects are not important. So similarly, that will also help you in refining the problem, and at the same time, you can plan for your MVP, right? When you have identified the problems, you have kind of figured out what could be a good solution for each of them, then you're ready. Okay, your idea is like, it was this broad, now it has become something very distilled. Still not enough, but it is much better progress, right? So then some points about prototype. Okay, how to do your prototype? Figure out the problems that you don't know about. Okay, can I make the cup is not the question that you're worrying about, right? You can make the cup, but can the cup withstand the temperature that you are looking for? Like, so for instance, can it withstand 50 degrees centigrade is the question. So now it is one thing, like, when you make a cup, it is very thin, and as a result, when you pour the liquid, it is the thin portion is the one that is exposed to the temperature, right? As against a big block of some starch or some material that is used to manufacture the cup. So now the performance of the cup depends on the thickness of the wall of the cup. Yes, did I confuse you guys? No, right? So if the cup is very thick, then it may withstand that temperature. But if you make it very thick, it becomes very heavy. The cup becomes very heavy, and as a result, your cost will go up. So therefore, you have to make it as thin as possible, but still meets 50 degrees centigrade as the criteria. So then in that case, it will give you, then you have to experiment with only those constants. You don't have to manufacture the entire, you don't have to set up the plant and everything, right? So that's where, like, build with as much building blocks as possible. Potentially go to a paper manufacturing company and then take their instrument, like, their manufacturing or some kind of a mold or something for half an hour or something. Make your cup with that instrument, that kind of facility, and then see, like, you don't have to build your own factory to prototype, right? So similarly, like, you have to fail fast. You have to, if that doesn't work, what is the next? What's next? Break often. Breaking often means it's a good sign you are progressing, right? In software, like, if that doesn't work, code differently, figure out what else can be done, right? So that is like, that is your innovation cycle. Okay, that's your rework cycle, or even I would call it as that's your agile cycle. I didn't use the term agile because many of your students, you may not know about agile. So that's your agile and lean startup cycle, right? So that is very important. But I have some things about avoid. Okay, so don't build entire workflows. Especially if you are building a software, like, a mobile app or something like that, it is very, very, what I would say, tempting to build the entire application. Okay, I'll build that application and everything. Don't try to do that, because it's not necessary at this stage. You're not taking it to the market. And don't cast the net too wide, because ideas are too big means, like, then it is too big. Okay, you cannot solve that one with one prototype, right? So similarly, your prototype is not the product. That's the last one I want to talk about, is when you build a prototype, you're not building the product. The car was, like, the model car was built with the, maybe cardboard or plywood. It is not the one that is going to be, running in the race tracks, right? Remember that. It is only for the wind tunnel to test whether the, fluid dynamics works properly or not. So therefore, don't build your prototype like you are building a product. So therefore, no bells and whistles, of course, right? So moving on, now we'll come to MVP. Anybody has seen this kind of any kind of car? Which is your favorite brand, which you have seen in this? Mahindra, Toyota, right? So you take Tata, everybody does this, right? Everybody does this. Why? Just quickly, anybody wants to say, like, why do they do this? Yes, please go ahead. Yes, protecting the design. Yes. Test is, yes, good. Yeah, thank you. So basically, see, have you seen this? Like, so if you see this car here, it doesn't have alloy wheels, right? So when you take the top end of that car, it will have alloy wheels, but this one has steel wheels, right? So it has a carrier. Who will put a carrier on a big SUV like that, right? It has a carrier here. Why? Because the kind of alloy wheel and everything is not important. Probably they are testing the roadworthiness of this car. ಹೌದಾ, ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೋದ್ರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಆಕ್ಸೆಲ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ, ಸ್ಪೀಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಹಂಪ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಈ ಹಂಪ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೋಡೆ ಕಟ್ತಾರೋ ಹಂಪ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೋ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಹೌದಾ? ಸೊ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾ ಇದು? ಆ ತರ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ a very, very minimum product they want to figure out the conditions it can work on, it can sustain on. So then again, why are they bringing it on the roads? They have test tracks, alva. Iga ನೀವು ಮಹೀಂದ್ರ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇದೆ. ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕು? ಆ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋ ತರ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. ಓಕೆ, ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಚಂದ್ರನ ಮೇಲೂ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ಆ ತರದ್ದು ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೌದಾ? ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅನದರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಸೊ ದಟ್ಸ್ ವೈ, ಲೈಕ್ ಸೊ they bring these kind of vehicles outside. So now let's talk about, like, so now you understand the concept of MEP in a very, very blur manner, right? So this is a MEP of a vehicle that they are going to release very soon. So now let's talk about your idea as a MEP. So MEP stands for minimum viable product, but many people think that it is maximum viable product. That's a big, big mistake, right? So minimum viable product yake andre, see, first I talked about prototype, and then I'm not now going to talk about MEP, but there's a big difference between the two. First thing is, prototype is optional. If you have figured out everything, it's optional. But I have not seen any company or any startup or any product that has come out without a prototype. The reason is because if you are 100% sure, there is something wrong, right? So if you are 100% sure, so that's why prototype is very, very important, even though I put it as optional here. Okay, but why it is optional is, you don't have to verify every single idea, every single thought process that you have. You don't have to do prototype for every single thing. You have to figure out which are the most critical things that you are worried about, and you have to validate that. Next is like an MVP is mandatory, because MVP is something that you are taking to your first customers. Without that, you cannot do a slide presentation, say this is my product, and then so this is where I am so it's a slide where it doesn't sell like that. So nobody will pay you money for that, right? So that's why it's important. So then potentially prototypes are thrown away. They are not, many people don't use the prototypes. The reason is because prototypes are done in a very hacky way, just to prove the points. You don't have to kind of build everything. As a result, you don't build test code, you don't build test facility. Remember, prototype was not built in your production facility, right? Or production level coding in software. So as a result, it will have lots of other defects. So that's why you have to throw it away most often. But if you are taking some valuable things out of it, then maybe okay, right? Not fully functional. Prototype is not fully functional, but your MVP is incrementally functional. I mean, it is not fully functional. Andre nimatra 10 features nevidre, 10 features no hakbit MVP madak hogbardu. First try with most critical 2 features, maybe, right? Then build the third one. Then based on the feedback, the fourth one may or may not be needed, right? So if the third one is doing much better than the fourth one and fifth one in the lineup, then skip them, then go back and then do the next one, right? So like that, you find the value of building your product incrementally rather than, building all at once. So that's why MVP is an incremental but functional product. Okay. So similarly, then prototype, you don't take it to market, but MVP is something that you are launching to the market. That's your first iteration to the market. As a result, your MVP is a solid product by itself. So similarly, in case of prototype, you are mainly trying to learn, but in case of MVP, you are turning that learning into earning. Okay. So because if you do an MVP, you have to see some cash coming in. Only then it validates that your idea is worth paying for, right? So this is the thing. I gave 2 examples just so that everybody, these are very common in the industry, right? How many of you have seen chassis? Right? You travel on any highway, you will see a chassis, right? Vehicle chassis going right? Why they are chassis? Why are not they building buses and trucks and everything right out of the back? Because everybody's requirement will be different. That's the minimum viable product. On top of that, they'll build buses or whatever, sleeper buses or your, any kind of things on that, ambulances, fire trucks, everything that can be built on that. So that's your minimum viable product, right? Whereas this one is a prototype. You cannot take this car. This is purpose built for some kind of testing. Maybe see, it doesn't even have the wheels, right? Have you observed that? It is on a trolley. It doesn't even have wheels, because maybe the kind of testing they are doing doesn't require wheels. For instance, if they are looking at aerodynamic testing, then what is the point in having wheels? It's not about speed. It's not about how fast it is going. The whole thing will be standing there, and there will be a wind tunnel that will be blowing very high rate of air into that one. Then they'll figure out where is the pressure points, in the vehicle, right? So then then you don't really need to build everything. So like that, so this is the prototype. You got the difference? I just try to use something very, very common so that you can draw parallels to your ideas. I know not all of you are making automobiles here, not all of you are making software, or not all of you are making agriculture related products, but there will be a commonality between all these things. Okay, so yeah, you have to do MVP. I mentioned, as I mentioned, it will give you entry into the market, and then also at the same time you get the feedback. You get the feedback and you iterate, and then you build the final product, right? You build towards the final product, not the final product. So then it gives you an early mover advantage, especially if you are the first mover in the market. So those of you who think nobody has this product, I think this is the best place to validate. Okay, so because you will be first in the market, remember one thing: first mover and fast mover are 2 different things. Okay, very, very different, very small difference between the words, but you have to understand this as startup owners: first mover and fast mover. If you are first mover but you are not a fast mover, you will not be there in the market. It will be very hard, because somebody else will have deep pockets, much deeper than yours, and then they'll build that. Okay, and I can name a lot of companies who did that. Have you heard of this company called Borland? No, you are too young to hear about Borland. But Borland was a very, very innovative software company in the world. Basically, they were really good. C++, right? So the compiler built by Borland was the fastest. But then they were not the fast movers. They were the first movers. They were the best C++ compiler. But they could not move as fast. As a result, so many other C++ compilers caught up in the market and they established. Microsoft is one of them, right? So like that, $1 billion or a huge company can be wiped out just by not moving fast enough. Okay, so that's very important. Early mover advantage, you can take this and you can build the product vision with MVP. So next is how to do this. I have very few more slides. I just want to close this, because just not giving what MVP is, but how to do it, right, is very important. You pick what are the top differentiators of your product. Okay, if you are building something, if you are building the paper cup, the differentiator is it is recyclable, it is biodegradable, it is easy to use. Like these are some of the differentiators. If cost is a differentiator, attack that one first, right? So like that, you figure out what are your differentiators, pick the biggest differentiators you cannot live with. If you have 10 differentiators, they are not 10 they are not differentiators, right? ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಶಿಯೇಟರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ? ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ, ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅಥವಾ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಹೌದಾ? ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ಸ್ ವೈ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಫಿಗರ್ ಔಟ್ ವಿಚ್ ಆರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಟಾಪ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಶಿಯೇಟರ್ಸ್, ಟಾಪ್ n, ವೇರ್ n is less than or equal to 3. Okay, build that in the MVP. Don't pick everything. So then, show it to the right customers. Okay, if you have it in the right customers, that's why it's important to do market research. In the previous slide, I talked about it. If you don't do the market research, you don't know who is your customer. And as a result, it will hurt you here. So figure out who is your customer, build that product, give it in their hands. They will give feedback. Okay, so cup hidda tashnane kaiyella bisi agutte, beda. So that's a red flag already, right? So that is the kind of feedback you need. And launch fast, be incremental. Adu ಇದು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಬೇಗನೆ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ತಗೊಂಡಷ್ಟು ನಿಮಗೆ ಬೇಗ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನೀವು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಸೊ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನೀವು ಬರೀ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತೀರಾ, ದೆನ್ ದೇರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ a big hole in the overall process basically. So important, this is the production build. Unlike prototype, this is the production build. When you are building MVP, build like you are building it for production. Okay, so keep on validating. That's the only mantra to success. So outcome from MVP, you already guessed it. It's a customer feedback. It's proving that you are on the right track. Otherwise it'll be kind of you'll be tracking your own, you'll be going on in your own track basically. So I'll keep moving. So remember, these are the things. Your MVP is not the only thing that decides your future. It's basically how you learn from that MVP and the prototyping experience and the market research. That is what you will take it further. So that's where Samsung started, from noodles, and they became electronics giant, right? So start with masala dosa and become electronics giant, right? So launch is not the goal, but getting the customers. So even if you launch, if nobody uses that one, that's of no use. You have to launch, but first thing is the paying customers are the most important validation that your product is worth it, right? So next is, don't fall in love with any product or idea or even MVP. Always be open to suggestions, feedback, learning. Without that, it's impossible for you to sustain. So that's everything. Thank you so much. Wish you all the very best. Hopefully I am on time. Good. Great. Thank you.
So students, I hope this session was very good for you to understand about MVP, how to make your idea into a minimum viable product. I thank Mr. Prashanta for taking this session, especially in Kannada too, so that many students understood it. I request Vice President of FKCCI, Mr. Shashidhar, to come and give the token of appreciation to Mr. Prashanta Sheth. A big hand, students, for Mr. Prashant. I have an announcement to make. A student who's got a Splendor bike 4108 should collect the key from the watchman outside. Okay, it's 1 o'clock and it's lunchtime. I'm sure all of you are very eager to have lunch now. For all the students, the lunch has been arranged near the registration desk. And for mentors and college faculty members, the lunch has been arranged to the right. Please join us for lunch. And students, one more announcement before you leave. Attending today's session, tomorrow's session is mandatory. And all of you attending both the sessions will get a certificate of participation tomorrow evening. Lunch time is 45 minutes. Please assemble back in 45 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is, it's very long. You can call me Srinivas. I'm here to represent my college, CMRIT. And ever since I was a kid, I think I was 9 years old, when I first started like a small stall in events. And I have like a decade of experience under business and all kinds of things. I used to market for companies. I used to sell things for companies. And I also made like a quick buck or two once a year. And despite having 10 years of experience in so many different fields of business, I am still learning new things thanks to coming to the Manthan workshop today. So I really like to thank FKCCI for giving me this opportunity to attend their workshops. And I learned something new because the industry specialists, they know much more. And despite so much work that I've put into learning about business, to this day, I still learn new things. So I thank Manthan for giving me that opportunity. Thank you.
ಗುಡ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ನೂನ್ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಭಾವನಾ, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪಾಲಿಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್ ಚನ್ನಸಂದ್ರ. ನಾನು ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಇಯರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಫಾರ್ ಮಂಥನ್ ಅಂಡ್ FKCCI ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಥೀಮ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಮುಗಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಏನು, ಜಾಬ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ, ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ ಅನ್ನೋ ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಟೈಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಬಂದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಕೊಡಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಾವು ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೊಂದು ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಂಡ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಾಗಿನ ಜನರೇಷನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇವಾಗಿನ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ನ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಇಂತ ಒಂದು ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿನ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ರೀತಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಸ್ ನ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಬಂದು ಅಂಡ್ ಇಂತ ಒಂದು ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. ಅಂಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಇಂದ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಸರ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಪ್ಲಾನಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು, ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಏನು, ಐಡಿಯಾ ಏನು, ಥೀಮ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು, ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಹೇಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಂಡ್ ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಒಂದು ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Good morning to everyone. I am N. Pawan Kumar from C Group of Institutions, and thank you for ma'am giving this wonderful opportunity to present a feedback here. And the Karnataka government has given the 75 lakhs foundation for this business plan, and the many groups like presenting the business plans. And it is a great initiative by the government, like to give many thoughts to the for the public and make sure it should be very nice and make everyone comfortable. Thank you.
So, hello everyone, good afternoon. No energy after having a beautiful lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. So, I'm Vismay V. Chandra from 4th Sem Mechanical from University of Vishweshwara College of Engineering. Actually, it was a very good experience till now in Manthan from FKCCI. It was very awesome. And I'm a guy who always watch Shark Tank, and it was very engaging, to be honest. And at the end, I would like to tell that it was worth bunking classes and coming over here. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nitya Shri. I'm from Government Polytechnic, civil engineer. First, I was ಕೇರ್ಲೆಸ್, ನಾನೇನು ಯೋಚನೆನೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇತ್ತು, ನಾನು ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಡೇ ಬೈ ಡೇ ನಾನು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆದಾಗ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆದಾಗ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂತು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇನ್ನ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಕ್ತು, ಹೆಂಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Some more students wanted to give feedback. I think we can get 2 or 3 more. Please come from the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chandana. ನಾನು GFGC ರಾಜಾಜಿನಗರಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ತುಂಬಾ ಕ್ಲಾಸಸ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಸ್ ಕೇಳೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಇದೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಅದೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೇನಾಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಮಂಥನ್ ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಒಂದು ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯಬಲ್ ಸ್ಟೋನ್. ಆ ಸ್ಟೋನ್ಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿ ಶೇಪ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದು ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯಬಲ್ ಸ್ಟೋನ್. ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೇನು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಮಂಥನ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಶೇಪ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದೆ. ಸೊ ನನ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅದೇ ಅನ್ಸಿದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಅವರು ನಮಗಿರೋಂಥ ಐಡಿಯಾಗಳನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಅದನ್ನ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳೋರು ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಮಂಥನ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ಗೆ. ಯಾವ್ದೋ ನಾವು ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಏನೇನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು, ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋವಂಥ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಏನೇನ್ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು, ತುಂಬಾ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಯ್ತು.
So, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm Manisha Shri from Government First Grade College, Rajajinagar. And I take the privilege of standing here and giving my feedback today. So far, so good from morning. I felt too good. Firstly, I would like to thank the Manthan and group because they reached out towards the government kids and told us that we also can be entrepreneurs from UG level. So it's a very great initiative from Manthan. I personally thank them. Me being a student, I also had a lot of ideas and I enjoyed everything here. So it is a huge bunch of books. We got a lot of knowledge out of box also. And I really hope everyone would love it. Thank you so much.
So students, post lunch, I hope you're all very interested for the next few sessions today evening. Thanks many of you for giving those nice feedback to FKCCI's Manthan. So the first session today afternoon is product market fit and how to make your product market fit deep, understanding your product market fit deeply. To speak on this session, it's my privilege to invite Mr. Ashutosh Anand, co-founder of Rescript Sustainable Stationery. Please come. A big hand. So Ashutosh is an alumnus of Christ University and Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. Prior to Rescript, he co-founded an instant food business and had lots of experience in fast-moving consumer goods industry. He's co-founded Rescript because of his passion for bridging the gap between sustainability and corporate world. Rescript is a sustainable stationery brand which was founded by two entities who created a range of recycled paper for paper products from A4 copier paper, notebooks, pencils that contribute to environment and help reduce climate change. All their products are purely made from waste and discarded paper and not trees. Rescript actively contributes to 4 Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations, SDG goals of United Nations. So far, Rescript products have recycled 500 tons of paper, which has been translated to saving 9,000 plus trees, 200 lakh liters of water, and preventing 6.5 lakh kilos of carbon being emitted. Rescript currently caters to various corporations like DMart, JP Morgan, Hero MotoCorp, LIC, ICICI Prudential, etc. So with this small introduction, I would invite Ashutosh Anand to speak. Thank you. Also, one more thing I wanted to add, he's the winner of Shark Tank. So, a big hand.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful introduction. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all, that's nice, you're all energetic, and yeah, I hope you had a good lunch. So thank you for calling me here for talking about product market fit. I hope I can do some justice to it. Probably the most simplest form for you to understand what a product market fit is, if you all have watched the movie Three Idiots, Amir Khan asks his friend, what if Lata Mangeshkar was a fast bowler, or what if Sachin Tendulkar was sent to be a singer? Would that even match? Would they be where they are today? So starting on those lines, I'd love to take you through what I think product market fit is. And I will be diving into Swalpa case studies that we've seen or try to understand how companies adapt, how they integrate to make their presence relevant, and that's how we'll just go through the this thing. Can we add the slides, please? So what is product market fit? PMF in short. What is product market fit? Well, there are various definitions. A lot of people have many answers to what product market fit is. Something I've come across is make something that people want. Or I can emphasize by saying make something that a lot of people want. But is that the right definition? If you ask the same thing to Henry Ford before he made the car, he said, if I ask people what they want, they would say, I want faster horses. But Henry Ford, is the one who invented the car, right? So it may not always be make something what people want. Well, the other definition is something that could say if your product disappears tomorrow, a lot of people might be disappointed. So how many of you think these two definitions, that make something people want and this definition of product disappearing will make a lot of people disappointed, is the same? A raise of hands. How many of you think it's similar, same? Few? Oh, I think very few here. So, okay. Okay, I can say at least 10% of the audience agrees to the statement. But I, on the other hand, I clearly disagree with this. I don't agree that both of these definitions are the same. I think they are far apart from each other. Definition A and definition B are poles apart. But what comes in between? In between comes your actual business that starts from ideation stage up till the growth stage, right? But many of us think that product market fit happens as and when we start the business itself, that we think, okay, this is the idea, this is how it is, this is what the user wants. And we feel it lies somewhere in between, from idea to almost traction. But product market fit does not end there at all. In fact, product market fit happens mostly at the later stage and the most important stage, right? So let's dive into a few examples of the cases behind why I say product market fit happens in the later stage. How many of you know the case of BlackBerry, the BlackBerry phones, not the fruits that you get? Quite a few of you. So what happened in their case? They had a brilliant product market fit, right? They had a phone. They appealed to a niche target. They gave it to businessmen. It was adapted for emails. It was adapted for SMS, BlackBerry Messenger. But what happened there? Why did some company with 20% of the world's mobile market share, why did they lose product market fit? So BlackBerry, as you know, when they had their targets, they built a very great ecosystem. They had the keypad. They made business people feel like they're typing emails. Any business person that had a BlackBerry phone would look like they're to be trusted with. Politicians had it, right? But when Apple launched iPhone and iOS came, the CEO of BlackBerry literally said that looks like a toy without a keyboard, right? He just dismissed the product. He did not see it coming. But whereas when iPhone came, they looked at not just targeting businessmen or politicians, but another consumer that can easily utilize the product. They had more media, they had internet browsing, which was more free, and it was so consumer friendly. And because of this, iPhone caught up. A lot of app developers started developing for iOS and not BlackBerry OS. And because of this, in 2013, their market share went down from 20% to drastic 5%. And later, in another 2-3 years, they just stopped selling phones. Who would have thought that BlackBerry, such an iconic company, would fall, right? In the similar way, Nokia also, who catered to half of the world's population. I mean, if you're a company who's saying that 50% of the world use my product, that's such a big thing. Nokia relied on durability, they relied on battery, they relied on SMS provision, they relied on calling and rigidness, right? We all know Nokia for the strongest phone that it had to be. But when again, in the same case of iOS and Android, they started losing market share because their operating system just was not good enough. They were not looking at, they were building their own apps rather than integrating outsider apps. And Nokia actually took a hit. And now they sold their company to Microsoft. They tried to sync in with Microsoft, getting their operations. And it was so late by the time Microsoft came in that their OS was irrelevant. All of these app developers produced only for Android and iOS. So they lost product market fit by just not paying attention to the relevance and change in market. Right? Product market fit is not, again, like I said, why was I mentioning that it is important in this stage when there is growth after growth? It is relevant because you need to keep up with the market. Just having a legacy brand will not help you retain a right product for your audience. With the changing technology, markets mindsets change in less than a day right now, right? All these days, ChatGPT was the biggest hero. Now Anthropic is the biggest hero, right? So you need to adapt to market change, understand what the market wants, develop the product, and iterate regularly. So the case of Blockbuster TV is another example I want to take. Blockbuster, during the days, I think about more than a decade ago, the only way you could use cinema was going to cinema halls, waiting for it on the cable. And during Blockbuster days, it was buying VHS tapes, which was very expensive. So what did Blockbuster do? They started giving CD rentals. We also had this in our generation where we used to go rent CDs for watching movies and etc. But Blockbuster did this in such a manner that they had 9,000 stores globally. And they're one of the biggest retail outlets that they were there at the time. And they used to make money out of late and penalty fees. So Blockbuster had a biggest moat. Nobody could enter that kind of. And how would you set up 9,000 stores at once? It was so difficult. But then came in a streaming, not streaming at that time, but then came in a small company called Netflix saying, don't drive towards your Blockbuster, don't pay late fees, we will just mail you the product, and after a week we will take back in mail. So Netflix went and they started this. They in fact wanted to sell themselves to Blockbuster for 50 million, but Blockbuster rejected that deal. Soon Netflix pivoted into streaming services, and now they're the biggest streaming platform in OTT, right? Netflix has gained that traction, and Blockbuster from 9,000 stores has gone to one store just for the sake of nostalgia, right? You might think your product market fit depends because your moat is so strong, but in this case, their moat became a liability. Paytm, it's still going strong, no wonder. But when Paytm introduced, they were a company who were into wallet transactions. You had to load money into Paytm's wallet to make payments. They used to focus a lot on mobile recharges. They used to focus on the small utility payments as such. But God's grace for them, when demonetization hit, overnight cash was not there. Nobody had cash. And what happened? Paytm took leverage of this, and people started loading their wallets to make small payments. And that was actually the pinnacle of India using digitization, right? But what happened with Paytm? They saw this, they were happy, and they felt that the wallet model worked because for them it was more profitable to have their own wallet and people load money into their wallet, right? And soon came UPI, Beam, we had Phone Pay, Google Pay. All of these guys started saying, don't put money in your wallet. All you have to do is just integrate with your bank. Money gets automatically deducted from the bank till the paisa. You don't have to do anything more. But Paytm started expanding into other regions. They wanted to get into banking. They wanted to get into stock lending funds and a lot more other things. There was no focus. At this time, PhonePe and Google Pay focused on one single thing, is customer acquisition for UPI payments only. Later, they introduced the other stuff, no doubt, right? But when they focused on these things, PhonePe now is the biggest payment gateway right now, at least for your personal and online small transaction payments. And Paytm lost that battle. They were too late. They introduced UPI too late, and they're probably in the fourth or fifth row right now. So the other way you can companies lose their product market fit is because the company protected its old business. They were not ready to iterate. They were not ready to change. So classic example is Kodak, right? Kodak was the company that just said, you just click and we will make everything else happen, nothing else. They worked on a razor blade model. You know what a razor blade model is, right? So you buy the razor and you make money on selling blades, right? So what did Kodak do? They sold the camera, but they were making huge amount of money on their film rolls. A lot of people used to, the process was you click, you develop the film rolls, then you get a printed photo and you keep that as a memory. But you know, Kodak was the company that actually invented the digital camera in 1975 itself. But they didn't want to implement the digital camera because the company's leadership thought, what will happen to our film business, which had the highest margins and the highest share. So they actually kept it aside and they started doing more film and camera strategy and actually built a good network. But then Sony, Nikon, Canon, all of these guys started doing digital. They still lost market share, but they were still going. But when the smartphones came, they realized the users realized that what they were interested was not in printing photos, but in sharing photos. That was the whole purpose. And with smartphones, sharing was instant. Social media to groups, to SMSs, to WhatsApp interfaces, what have you, right? And with this, Kodak lost the market share completely. They didn't look at people wanting to come print photos anymore, but they were just looking at sharing. So the product market fit that Kodak missed was sharing. It was not just printing. Then they started getting into inks and printers, and they were too late. Now it's a company that's really not there in the photo, market space. Yahoo again is a classic example. Yahoo was the biggie of the internet boom, right? When internet started, they were the directory that held everything. But Yahoo acted as a portal to websites. There were nothing else. They used to have sports, they used to have media, weather channels when you entered, and they used to just take you through the internet's directory but not do anything else. Then came a small company called Google. Two friends started this, and they wanted to make a search engine. Meaning, once you search, they just wanted to give you the solution up front in the first or second page. But that didn't gain traction initially, and Yahoo even had the opportunity to buy Google, but it never happened. And now you see Yahoo from almost 150 billion sold its company to I'm not sure, but they sold themselves for a mere $4 billion, and now Yahoo is irrelevant again. So what happened here? The company started protecting their old business. They didn't want to change. They were not ready to invest into new market shares. They were not ready to kill their own product. If you see Apple, on the other hand, still are ready to kill their own product. When the iPod is doing well and the iPhone came out, they killed the iPod, right? So cannibalization internally within the company is a very necessary product market fit. You should never marry your product to to the company itself and say this is the only way that we'll be profitable if we don't change. Some companies lost product market fit because they misread their users, right? So when MySpace started, MySpace was a about 60 million users. It was a social media platform where MySpace would let individuals customize their profile, right? You could do any color, any theme, any music in MySpace, and it was all out. So they thought that consumers just wanted this. They approached to teens and young adults. But soon came a company called Facebook who just made everything more simpler. You wouldn't be able to customize, but it was more efficient. connectivity within people was much better. And MySpace again lost its traction, and Facebook is the company that is dependent, that we are all dependent for any social media platforms these days, right? What happened to Byju's? Byju's was India's biggest edtech platform. They saw the gap in the market that offline tuition fees was expensive, it was elaborate, it was there only in a few cities. They wanted to make it a lot more accessible. So they came out with great animated videos. They focused on not mugging up, but more than learning the concepts, they wanted students to understand the concepts. And Byju's heavily invested in these platforms and started acquiring more and more platforms, not knowing what to do. And soon it became so dependent that they took so many investments that to recover money, they started quoting high fees for their courses from 30,000 rupees to 1 lakh, right? Byju's had that much penetration, but they thought they had a strong market fit. But soon, I think we all know the story of Byju's, that people in COVID, when it increased rapidly, everybody went for online tuition and online education. But everybody got fed up of that. We all wanted to come back to classrooms, meet people, have teacher interactions, have discussions. That's what Byju's missed. And that's what now other companies like Unacademy or Physics Wala, they all started implementing more offline and peer-to-peer conversations. So Byju's missed the train and lost, and now the company from 22 billion, it's almost bankrupt. Snapdeal was India's second largest platform after Flipkart. Right? Snapdeal wanted to provide value to customers. They wanted to provide, I wouldn't say, for the lack of better word, cheap products to their customers immediately. But what Snapdeal did not realize at the time, that people's mindset was not just to have cheap products, but to have reliable products, trustworthy products. So what did Flipkart and Amazon do at the time? They had expensive products as well, but they introduced cash on delivery so that customers can trust their products a lot better, right? So Snapdeal was in a phase where they just wanted to give only value for money kind of products, and that kind of equaled to cheap and unreliable, right? So people stopped opting for Snapdeal and they started going into Flipkart and Amazon and ordering there. So Snapdeal lost its market share only thinking that Indians wanted cheap products. But I've only told you where the company loses its relevance in product market fit. But let me talk about a few cases where companies actually uh, did the right thing, understood their market, their audience, and built a company that is now worth billions. A classic example is Airbnb. So Airbnb actually stands for air, bed, and breakfast. Their initial thought was, when people went to conferences across and traveled, that what if instead of lodging, we can just provide an air bed for rental and people can just come sleep there, crash for a night and go. But that did not gain any traction at all. They were not seeing any traffic and they did not have any growth. So they themselves, the founders, what they did was they went to the hosts and tried to experience the product themselves. Soon they realized that travelers wanted not just cheap and affordable lodging, but they wanted experiential stays. They wanted to live like locals. They didn't want to just be in a hotel like as a visitor, right? So for the hosts, this was another opportunity for them to gain extra income, right? So they clubbed these two together and they made Airbnb an experiential stay. You could go meet with the host, dine with the host, explore the city like a local. And Airbnb sold that. They didn't want to be another hotel company, but they wanted to be an experiential company. And they found that travelers who wanted to be affordable, they were the right market. And once they marketed to them, now Airbnb is one of the biggest hosting companies in the world. Another relevance in product market fit is to get customer feedback and continuous customer feedback. What you should do if you're trying to build a product is build on a lot more surveys, talk to people, understand their feedback, understand their needs, understand if they're willing to pay, right? But how do you do this? Let me give you a classic example of what Amazon did. Prior, when retailers were selling products on their own, they were not ready to take in reviews because they would feel that some negative reviews would affect them and not drive sales. But what Amazon did is make it all transparent. Negative or positive reviews came off as trust. A lot of people started trusting the product, trusting the enterprise. But something that's really a good takeaway that you should do from Amazon is every person who works in Amazon has to work in the customer feedback section for 2 days in a year. Even Jeff Bezos, he had to sit, he had to understand what the customer's problem was. For 2 days in a year, they had to take customer feedback and iterate. Right? So another thing that you need to build when you're building a good product is to iterate, is to be ready to pivot often. When stocks trading was a hassle before, there were huge stockbroker fees, platforms were unreliable and they were very extensive, and people did not know how to invest. It looked so complicated. What did Zerodha do that time? They launched an app and they said 20 rupees and you can buy any stock of any value. That got a lot of customers intrigued. After that, they started iterating because they knew a lot of people didn't know how to invest in the stock market. They started educating people, right? They started educating, putting tutorials, suggesting what stocks work best, why they work best, and educating the market. They also built an ecosystem, right? Not just for stock trading, but for mutual funds, for portfolio analysis. And they created a whole system that made them the number one stockbroker right now in the market, right? And they didn't have any external funds to do this as well. And another way for you to build a product is to derive the right metrics and a validation. So this is a very interesting case study of Dropbox. The founder Drew, he found it a hassle to carry all his files in a pen drive and syncing it across his platforms, right? Always putting a pen drive, taking files, putting it back. It seems sort of a hassle for him. He just thought, what if there is one place where I can upload all the files and sync it across all my devices effortlessly? But this had a huge engineering cost. So you guys also might be developing a product or a service, and you'll say, okay, this might take a lot of money, like a lot of investments. How do we go about this? What Drew did was something interesting. He made a 3-minute video of how it might work without even building the interface. He said he just made a video of how you drop your files into a box and how it syncs across the file, all your systems. And he put this on HackerWeb. It's a website that is for enthusiasts like him. And he had 75,000 people on his wait list to sign up for Dropbox. That's when he knew, okay, now this is something that is investable. He could put his money in, he could put investors' money in, because he saw that these metrics was viable to start the business. So Dropbox started soon and now again is a billion-dollar company perhaps, and they're doing quite well. Building a strong customer relationship. So I want to take the case of ID. When ID started as an idli dosa batter company, they were not able to penetrate the market well. Why? Because they did not have the trust of mothers. Even you guys, if you go tell your friend's mom, auntie, can I take him to go for a trip? She'll not trust you, right? Mother's trust is very hard to gain. But what did ID do? ID promised that their idli batters was safe, was hygienic. But how did they have to prove it? How did they build the trust? So ID launched a campaign where you could watch their factory in live on a daily basis. Even now, if you go to ID and go to their tab, you can watch how their idli batter is being made, the process, the cleanliness. And this made mothers and family trust a lot more to what they're giving their kids and the family, right? ID built a product that would still give mother the right compliments, right? Because she didn't want to anyone to just have a store-bought chutney or a store-bought sambar. The hero was the chutney and the sambar that the moms used to make, but the idli, the batter that was to be made was plain, neutral, simple, and it was just a medium to get the right taste from the house, right? Another thing that ID did to build strong customer relationships is they went to gated communities, these apartments, villaments, and they placed a fridge. What they did there was placed all their products in, and they did not have anyone to sell the products there. They built a trust box. They said, pick the product and you pay the MRP as much as you want. So people could just flick it and go, pay less or pay more also. But ID left that trust, saying that we trust you if you trust us. That was the message that they gave. And lastly, it's all about adaptability and flexibility, right? In this case, I'd want to just talk a little about what we did and my company and how we came into relevance with our product Rescript. When I started Rescript, we incorporated the company in 2019, but this brand Rescript was formed in 21. So what did we do for 2 years? We actually started with an idea that we'd want to launch a range of sustainable products in the corporate gifting space. Right? We went and hunt and started looking at various options. We were contacted by good companies like Infosys, SAP, EY, and they wanted a gift. So we actually brought these products where you see these seed pencils, seed paper. Once you finish writing, you can plant them and they used to grow into trees and plants and whatsoever. So we got this to Bangalore in 2019 and started this company. And we actually started selling and started making good revenue to the companies I just mentioned. But what I realized at the time was that these products which I sent about seed pencils, seed pens, they were all just a novelty. They were never a product that you'd buy recurring, right? So when it comes to gifting, you'll want to look at some other new option and have that and not continue giving the same thing. So here's where I saw that these products, even though we were doing good revenue, good sales at that point of time, I had to stop them because it was not everyday sales. I wanted to create a product line that if I sold to my customer once, they would buy from me repeatedly, again and again. And that's when I felt in the stationery segment, we have copier papers that many offices use on a daily basis. We questioned what the environmental impact was of this. How many trees get cut, how much water gets used, how much carbon is emitted. And we saw companies wanted to switch to more sustainable alternatives, right? They've signed the Paris Climate Accords. They've now want to, if you know the sustainable development goals, they want to adhere to more and more of these sustainable development goals. So that's when we formed this company called Rescript in 21. And we came out with copier papers, A4 papers for printing, which was sustainable and can be used on a daily basis. Now Rescript has churned about 8 crores in revenue for this year. And we can say that we've had a strong product market fit. So I wish all of you, thank you. So I wish that all of you understand what product market fit thoroughly and not just create a product, not marry an idea and say this is what the customer wants. Do not create a product looking for a problem, right? Look for the problem, think about it, iterate, get feedback, and then create a product. That is when you'll have the right product market fit. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you had any learning from my session here today. Thank you.
Yeah. First, there are any questions for Ashutosh? Anybody wants to have any questions? He can answer. Okay. Mic is coming. Yes. Anybody with questions? Am I to understand you understood? Come here.
So just a gist of your experience in Shark Tank.
Oh, should I? How much time do we have? 10 minutes? Okay, probably I can quickly take you through how Shark Tank happened, what you guys can do, and how to apply. So, uh, we were in Shark Tank season 4 within last year's Shark Tank, and it was an incredible journey, I must tell you. But Shark Tank, when I got in, this was my third attempt. It's something that you just get into Shark Tank that easily. A quick process of how it started. In our case, I think the 4th season, the Shark Tank organization only called us and they said, why don't you apply and try for Shark Tank this year, that they might see our product to be relevant. So what they do is somewhere around June, July, you will see the applications being open. So the first round of application is you just fill in 4-5 pages of details about your company, about yourself, what happens, what do you do, and a lot of like who your customers are, what you want to be in, everything, right? So once you fill this form and submit, you will have to wait a few days. And if you are selected, mind you, at this time, 6,000 plus entries come into Shark Tank. And once they filter out these, they will, if you are selected, they will send another detailed form. Now, this is a 20-pager, right? Like how you write your midterm exam to final exam, you'll have a lot more details to fill in. And something that's most important in this 20-page filler is that you need to upload a 2-minute video of yourself pitching your product, and preferably in Hindi. This for me was the worst thing. I didn't know Hindi at all. I am really bad at Hindi, and we filled the form. And over the last 2 seasons, also this had happened that we filled the form, and we were having our team hold in placards with English Hindi translation. We were just trying to read that and put in our pitch, right? Once this goes through, and if Shark Tank committee likes this, from the 6,000, it comes down to 600 people who they call you for in-person auditions. So these auditions happen in Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Bangalore. So anywhere you are in India, these are the 4 places that you will have to go to. You know how these Indian Idol placards and all will happen, no? Where they'll put these placards, take you to the thing. Same experience in Shark Tank. You'll be there for almost a day. You will have to wait for your turn for 4-5 hours to just get into the audition. And there they will literally grill you, more than the sharks actually. These guys asked us everything. In fact, because of Shark Tank, a lot of our own files started being organized. So you will have a good grill session, and they will ask you all the questions that what do you do in the company, what are your targets, who is your favorite shark, and everything. It's about 1.5 hours in the audition itself. And once you're done with the audition, all that they will tell you is if you get selected, you'll be called to Mumbai. If not, you won't get any phone call from us. And this call will come anyway from October to December. So you're left playing a good waiting game. Every day you think, okay, am I going to get a call? In fact, when I was traveling, I upped my data plan thinking I should not miss the call. And even if wherever I'm traveling, I should be getting a call from Shark Tank. So I think around December for me is when around November, and they called and said that, you'll be part of Ecopreneur episode and we'd want to invite you here to Mumbai. And that was another 5 vigorous days in Shark Tank. So in this phase, what you have to do is, only thing you have to do is come with a ready pitch. You got to learn your pitch in Hindi, come ready. So me and my co-founder, we got all excited and we wrote this whole pitch in Hindi, and we mucked it up like children, like a poetry oral exam that you'll have. You will like wake me up at night also, I'll just get up and tell you, हाँ हमारा नाम आशुतोष है, मेरा product is, I'll tell it to you in Hindi. So we were that thorough. And once you go to Shark Tank, they will not just, you have to meet with almost 6 departments. One is for pitching, one is for your display units, one is just to break your financials down, one will do all the due diligence. If I say I've saved 9,000 trees, they'll ask me how you did it, show me the proof and everything. So there are various teams that you need to meet. But in the case of doing this pitch, you will go through almost 5-6 iterations, because they feel they know their audience well, so they'll give you the best form of pitch. Right, so it goes to 5 iterations. So you do the pitch, you have a revision, you change it. Next day you learn it again. There's another iteration. So up till the 4th iteration, our pitch remained constant, not much of a change. So we were very happy. We said, okay, nothing's gonna change now, so we can decide and do this well. But then came the last iteration. I don't know who this person is. She's changed the entire pitch. And next day, 2 o'clock is when our Shark Tank appearance happens. Changed the entire pitch. me and my co-founder are sitting all night and trying to mug this pitch in Hindi. And the next day we were supposed to be the first to go into the tank. So we were four of us for that day. And just because we were not able to recite our pitch well in Hindi, they pushed us to the last pitch of the day. And we tried our best to, recite what we had in mind in Hindi. And when we went in the tank, it was crazy, and we froze there. Like we were so nervous. But you'll soon ease in. All the sharks are very nice. They'll make you feel comfortable. And we did our pitch. Everybody loved the product. I hope you've seen the episode. You can still go to season 4, episode 51. We were the last pitch of the season, and that was a great experience. We got great validation after coming from the tank. We've had great business because people saw that what we do, what value we add, and started incorporating this into our companies. But yeah, give it a shot. Try Shark Tank. It might not happen in a single season. Keep trying, and it's an experience you'll never forget. You had a question. Yeah. Just 1 minute. Let him finish. Just raise your hand, no, so he can see where you are. Yeah, or if your voice is loud enough, please feel free.
So the product market fit that you said, is it going on in the process of the company building, or is it in the starting phase itself?
That's a great question. It has to go on every day, not just in the starting. In the start, it is important for you to recognize the right product and that fits the right segment of the right niche, if you would say it, right? But you have to continuously iterate. All the business case studies I gave you that failed from $1 billion to going to zeros because they did not continuously iterate the product to fit the market, right? All of these guys, BlackBerry had 20% of the market share, like I said, but because they could not change the product in time with the mindset, with the market, they completely failed. I honestly believe the product market fit has to be relevant almost on an everyday basis, especially in your growth phase, not in your initial phase. But for you, because you're starting initially, it is important to find the right product. It is important for you to understand deeply, get the right metrics, do more pivots, do more changes. You might be happy with it, but the customer has to be happy with it, right? So yeah, I hope that answers.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So if you don't mind, she's just raised hands first. Yeah, probably once she finishes, I'll get back to you.
Sir, how to build a strong customer relationship to our company? For example, international companies will reach to the customers very easily, but not our Indian companies. How to solve it?
Not really. A lot of international companies depend on Indians to reach to the customers on a daily basis, right? So I don't think that's a challenge at all. If you are your own company, I myself was taking feedback from my customers continuously. Just to give you a small gist, when I started this recycled paper business, I was very scared that this paper, what if it damages a printer? Like I go to multiple companies and I start getting them, and all their printers get damaged. What will I do? I won't be able to pay back for all those printers, right? What we actually did was, interestingly, we sold our product, our copy paper, only to one company for 6 months. We said, okay, if his printer gets screwed, I'll be able to at least replace this printer. So this is the kind of feedback that we went through. We went to one company, then went to 2, then went to 3. Make it more organic, leverage on your existing network, try to get more and more feedback, and then you can launch a product. It's not necessary that only international brands can do it. I think Indian brands are doing it a lot more better now.
Sir, and also the excellent peoples were hired by the international companies only, sir.
Yeah. See, you don't have to be a big company to do anything. You can start small. Start it. We started with a team of 2. Now we're a team of 10. So it takes you can gradually add to your team as and when growth is coming, as and when different departments can come in and handle things. So we have a person just to take consumer feedback for people who order on our website on a daily basis. So it need not be only budget constraint. You as a founder, I think, is the biggest way you can get feedback by calling people and taking more and more suggestions into your product.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So you told sustainability is the main core concept of your company.
Yeah.
If in case your company doesn't make much profit or makes less profit due to this concept, will you continue or will you change?
No, absolutely not. I think as much as we're doing sustainability, we're not an NGO. We are a for-profit company, right? We want to uh, scale this business with a good profit amount. But a lot happens that because it is a sustainable product, a lot of people misuse the term and put a premium on it. They start saying, recycled and sustainable and organic, and start putting a 2x, 3x higher price on it. That is something I think we shouldn't do. Even though at scale you're able to get your cost down, for us, we didn't do that. Even though we were not at scale, we let our margins go so that we can achieve scale. We wanted more and more people to not come saying stopping from buying our products because of a heavy price tag, but we wanted them to buy because of sustainability factor. We let our margins go, but now since we have achieved scale, we're able to cut our costs down and make this a lot more profitable. But in short, no, I don't think it should be a trade-off. You should work in a way that sustainability can be profitable for the planet, for people, and for your company. Yeah. We good? Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, Ashutosh, for talking to the students about this thing, about product market fit. I request Shravan, Chairman Manthan Committee, to come and give the token of appreciation to Ashutosh. A big hand for Ashutosh, please. So it's my privilege to invite the next speaker to speak on brand positioning marketing channel, Mr. Mohammad Yassin, co-founder and CEO of Gramia. Please come. So Gramia is into the business of cold press oils, and Mr. Mohammad Yassin is the co-founder and CEO from October 2022. Earlier, he was in RevSmart Technologies. Again, so Gramia is your second startup. Yeah, that's okay. So RevSmart Technologies was the first startup of Mr. Mohammed. And before that, he was working for Ford Motor Company, and he studied from National Institute of Design and PSG College of Technology. Thank you for coming to Manthan, and I'll hand over the. Thank you. Please stop. Okay. They were on Shark Tank season 5 last month. So we are having a lot of Shark Tank speakers for you. So please make use of it. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, guys. So that, ma'am was mentioning, my name is Yasin. I'm from Gramia. Just quickly, just want to get a context of the crowd. How many are from this campus here, and how many are from this campus? Okay, and then, like, large part of your visitors who come here for the event as well. Then nice. Okay. And all of you are like in the last final years or so, or like, how is it? Okay, like a mix. Okay, all right. Sure. So, like a quick 1-minute background of what we do before I go into the deck. Right? So, we are a manufacturer, basically like a manufacturer and a brand for a food category. Like it's a category of products called cold press cooking oils. These are everyday cooking oils, but you make it from very good quality raw materials that are sourced by yourself in the company instead of buying from random places. That way, it's not processed like refined oils are done, right? It's very clean label product, no chemicals, no heating, no refining. Keeps the nutrients intact and everything, and it makes the product better flavor, better nutrition for the consumer. But yeah, very large category, cooking oils. Indians consume a lot of cooking oils. But yeah, nonetheless, we've had a very tough fight over the last few years, mainly because it's a very lucrative category, like previous speaker was telling. It's a category with a big PMF opportunity. Anybody who buys the product starts buying 2 liters, 3 liters in a month. So which means automatically there is a lot of competition and there is a lot of crowd. Like from the bottom up, there will be companies funded by the best investors in the world. And then from the top down, there will be like, from the top down, there'll be big companies. And from the bottom up, there are like small businesses, small business units, unorganized businesses, small labels launching locally as well, right? So it becomes very important, where do you put yourself as a brand and who exactly makes out a large chunk of the market in a particular region in the long term. That becomes very important, right? To take the example of stationaries itself. So Japan is very famous for stationaries, for example, right? So when Japan, when the first stationery boom started, when they became famous for ball pens and everything, they were like 6 to 8,000 stationery brands that started in Japan, right? So at this point, globally, there are a few hundred that are known for each product. Like, there are specialists in products and there are generalists. But any industry, when it starts happening, whenever there is an opportunity, whatever in the industry you're working on, there'll be like a large number of companies. It will keep trickling down. Some companies will go to seed stage, 10 crores. Some companies will go to 50 crores. Some companies will go to 100 crores. They'll eventually fizzle out for multiple reasons. They don't have money. It's not relevant. And customers don't find any difference between them and someone else who has more money to discount the product, right? So eventually, in the long term, you will end up with a very handful of few players who own the largest part of the market. Like 3 or 4 people will own like 50-60% of the market, and the rest of the market will be small companies that are like finding it very hard to keep up with the other ones. They will not be able to do the marketing. They'll not be able to build a team and everything, right? So this usually happens with most consumer businesses. Very common in the B2B business practices as business models as well, right? But I'll slightly lean towards consumer businesses. One, it might be easily relatable for you, and two, we have better context because of a company here, right? So this is basically our product lineup, very, very lean, clear positioning as to this is the only thing we do. We do it very good. We do it ourselves. That is a very clear positioning for us. So the first half of the deck, I'll just talk about brand positioning itself, right? So what exactly this positioning comes down to is getting the attention of a customer for one single thing and sticking to it, right? This single thing is what you should eventually land at a few months or a year or two down the line in your company. It will be very hard for everybody to start here and be very clear on that. It will be a very brand-led company, because most of you will have some strong sentiment for an industry or a product, and you'll start working on it like a project, and then you'll try to market the product to a specific customer, right? So you will most likely not land on it on the day one, but you need to have some clarity and cogency in thought so that you eventually end up there, right? So in one day or the other, right? So like a quick example, something very relatable, cars, right? So like there's cars, what do cars do for consumers? So it solves some problems, it creates opportunities, both, right? So you are now able to do unplanned travel. You can go wherever you want. It's much more comfortable than public transport, right? While also creates your own problems. It's not safe, it's expensive, right? So very big opportunity, very big aspiration from the consumers. So a lot of companies will be building on this industry, right? So that's basically what happens with cars. But nonetheless, brands will have to eventually cut through the noise and get their attention. So if you noticed how Tata Motors transformed over the last 5-10 years, they pitched heavily on the 5-star safety rating of the cars, right? So strongly that like it's become given that the safest cars in India right now, Indian car companies, is Tata, right? It's a 5-star rated car. So anybody who first idea of car is accidents or speed or kids driving it, not safe. So they'll automatically gravitate towards a Tata car. It's like Tata is 5-star, I'm going to buy a Tata. Everything else I'll slightly compromise, right? Then there is, say, a Suzuki Dzire. It's famous for what? Mileage, right? So very, very good mileage, very good value for money. Over the years, Dzire has been successful. Dzire is also a 5-star rated car now. It is as safe as a Tata car, but the company very clearly does not put it as the first point of communication, right? So when it comes to that, when you go to the showroom, when you talk to the dealer, and if you raise this question, is it as good as a Tata in safety, then it will come up. But it never becomes the first point of communication to the consumer, right? So they still say this is the car with the best mileage, this is the best value for money car. So they landed on one point. They said this is our strong point. There are a set of customers for whom this is primary focus. We will focus on only that. Although my product has all the features, I will not talk about everything at once because the world is noisy. There's just too many people, too many brands, right? So this is basically what the positioning means, right? So one picks safety as the primary positioning, one picks mileage or value for money as the primary positioning, right? So how do you exactly communicate this positioning to the consumer, right? Like when you start a project, magazine in college or a company or an organization, first thing you do is like you try to make a logo, try to make a copy, tagline, right? So and then you try to put it forth to the audience that this is how you should see me. Because my logo is like this, because my tagline is this, you should know me from that, you should think of me that way, right? But it seldom happens because when you start, nobody is paying attention to any of this and you do not have the money to put it in multiple places. So it only happens in a very, very long timeline that this becomes a recall for the customer. Now, if you think of BMW, you might think of a logo, but when it starts, it's not how you think about a brand. So the fact that you can even start a very successful company and build a large business with just a Times New Roman logo itself, right? I'm a designer myself, but I'm very clear as to where it stands in the company's journey, right? What exactly then becomes the positioning for the company, right? So what is in their head when you talk about it first. So like I said, for example, now take the example again of Tata itself, right? So Tata safety. How did I have that in my head? Like if like a large part of customers who are very interested in buying their cars, first car, second car, how do they have it in their head? Where did it come from? Right? So that becomes the question, and that becomes your positioning work itself, right? So there are basically three fundamental things that should happen at a company level or at that to achieve this positioning, right? First is your product itself. If I say my product is the most genuine, Gramia is the most trustworthy brand when it comes to cooking oil, I should not talk about it, right? So somebody who's my user or an influencer or people within their family should say, I trust them the most. And that is where the product's performance actually becomes word of mouth and spreads to the consumers. Me simply saying Gramia, most trusted #1 brand or whatever in the tagline, will not earn any trust or respect in itself, right? So somebody else has to say that about me. So that becomes the first point of it, product. And the second thing is the general idea of storytelling itself. Again, very, very cluttered minds, increasingly becoming very, very short attention span content everywhere. And the way you tell it to the person becomes very important. Like, so there is like one very good storytelling line you pick up on it, you repeat it again and again, again and again. Because a consumer has 300 to 400 brands that they are in contact with in their life, right? So if you tell them more than one message, they're not going to remember you at all. So any second, third message should be a sub message to the first message, right? So this is the second storytelling part of it. And the third is the experience itself. So increasingly now, what has happened? Any product or service is not in silos. Like 15 years, 20 years ago, if Gramia existed, you're supposed to go buy it in a shop and use it in your house, right? So if the product was dirty, say if the product was leaking, you will blame the shopkeeper. But increasingly, this onus is accompanying on the creator of the product or the service itself, right? So there are more direct channels of communication. I am able to go to my customer directly through website sales. Customer is able to come talk to us directly through Instagram comments, WhatsApp, something that never happened at this scale before. Because of this, the brand has to have a good control of the experience, right? And otherwise, the customers start blaming the brand for it, right? So if my website delivery did not happen on time, they will perceive me as a bad company, not shipping company or the delivery company itself, right? So this also becomes a very large part of how the brand is perceived for the consumer, right? So the first product is very specific to what you're building. Somebody else cannot really advise you on that or talk to you about that, right? Experience as well as like that. But what comes to this contention and like something that is worth pondering upon is the story part of it, right? So this has increasingly becoming the largest challenge for brands and consumer products in the market, right? So most of the capital we raise as a company, the most of the efforts we raise as a company is just going here again and again. Like, I don't know if you are from Bangalore, like for example, if you might have seen cooking oil brands from the previous generations, like say Idayam Gingerly oil, KLF coconut oil, or Sun Pure, right? How many different modes of communication or storytelling did you see from them? It was just one single advertisement or one single poster that just continuously repeated for like 5 years, 10 years, right? Whereas what is happening now, brands have to behave like they are their own marketing agencies, they're their own celebrities, right? So you have to continuously keep doing new things, stay with the trends, keep showing them novelty, keep showing them new formats of communicating the same message, right? So this becomes the most difficult part when you're like trying to build a brand, and also the most expensive part of business, right? So like it's stupid the amount of money that a company like us spends on this, but there's no way out of it. Like 60-70% of the reason why we raise capital and do all this is because there is just too much clutter, too much noise in the space, and we have to outwin ourselves in the customer's mind, right? So the three things that makes it very hard for someone who's starting, the founder, to come to this point, right? So it's because the first thing is you've been spending so much time on this. You know too much about this. You don't know what to tell the customer. So I might be 1 year, 2 years down the line, I'll be seeing problems that are at a much more deeper level than what a consumer's perception of this category is. Somebody who's buying, say, cold press cooking oils, for example, they'll just simply think, okay, cold press cooking oil means no chemical, no heating, better than what I have. That is about it. 8 out of 10 customers will stop there, right? So, but I'll be just standing there trying to prove, no, there's so much more to it. You have to consider this parameter, you have to consider this. So I'm too lost in my head and I don't know what to tell my consumer, right? So that is the first problem of communication that starts from the company to the customer itself, right? And the second thing being, who is this person, right? There are just so many people out there, and like for a majority of the products that you build, there will be too many customers, right? Too many kinds of customers. You know, you might think that you're working on something very specific. Say, for example, I don't know, like you're building a drone swarm solution, a platform solution to swarm drones for applications, right? You'll think, no, maybe this is a very generic product, that's why this happens. So even there, that the verticals are so large, you cannot become a drone swarm company who does New Year celebrations, also does defense, also does something very specific to a region. You have to pick a vertical, and for the first 4-5 years of your journey, you have to stick to it, right? Even when it's very specific things. Let's say you're building a flying car. Is it going to be a taxi or an ambulance? You cannot be both in the first stage, right? So it becomes very difficult to decide on that thing because there's just so many people, and you're not able to center down on who you're talking to, right? So this becomes the second biggest problem as to position the product. And the third most chronic part of it is there is a very big information overload, right? So first of all, I am trying to put myself in platforms which is actually supporting and made for individual content contributors and creators. In the middle of this, I'm trying to show my product and make them remember the product. It becomes a very, very big problem. And there is one overload. Like if you consider any one category, you go buy a sneaker, there is 10 founders coming and showing us 10 sneakers. Everybody looks the same, everybody talks the same way, everybody is doing the same thing. Like, what is even the point of becoming a fifth or sixth company, going inside and doing the same thing, right? So there's just so much repetition and overload in the space, so that it makes it redundant. You're like just zoned out and thinking, what exactly am I going to do here? Right? Like you can't even like go to the next step. You're just sitting there, don't know what to do. This basically becomes the biggest problem for a lot of founders, right? So we there is some simple playbook, right? So to get you out of this paralysis, right? So that's basically what I wanted to talk to about here. So I will take the example of our brand itself here. So when we started working on this, right? So we put our product in Shopify, Amazon, Flipkart, whatnot, and then said, okay, we'll now tell our customers through our Instagram page, YouTube, or like Instagram ads, that this is what we do, right? So there is things that I'm trying to tell them, like say, I make it this way, only I have machineries that look like this, that are so well done, that are so hygienic, right? So the second thing is, like, only I source it this way. I have the best process, I have the most authenticity in sourcing the products, so the products are so high quality. The third thing is, like, my product is packed this way, it keeps the product fresh, you know, it is very non-messy in your kitchen. When you started it, you wanted to make sure that you wanted to get everything right, like sourcing, making, packaging, how the delivery experience is. Like in the fourth step being, oh, I have a local warehouse in your city, my product you'll get in the same day. So all of this was done when you started doing it. Now you don't know what to tell the customer. Like you can't tell 4 things at once to the customer. Where do you start at once? So what the very simple thing to do here is take 3 or 4 things that you want to talk about, right, and just experiment it. So there is media that is owned by you, which is your own Instagram. You have a few hundred followers, few thousand followers, that is owned by you, versus you have the financial ability to do it on ads, right? So and then that is paid medium. So in both these channels, you start experimenting, seeing, like, for example, saying, I show how I make it, right? Because it's a very trust driven product. Trust is a very big problem in food. So we show how we make it. And second, we say where we buy it from, how we buy it. Third is say how we pack it. And fourth, we say this is the fastest product you'll get. Everybody else takes 3 days to come to Bangalore. My warehouse is here. You'll get it tomorrow or today, right? So, and then you work it out. And in each channel, depending on the nature of content that is consumed there by your consumer, 1 or 2 of them will outshine. Like, it will be a very strong Pareto, which is like 80% of your results will come from 1 or 2 kinds of messaging, right? So you pick up on that, and then you cut it down, right? So as a small company, you will have 2 very big problems. 1 is not enough money, 2 is not enough time, right? So you cut it down very fast, you learn very fast. Your entire agility as a new company or a new product will be how fast you know the answer to this. And you can be a very big user behavior genius. You can be like understanding of customer, empathize with the customer strongly. You might have a background like that, you know, behavioral courses, design, marketing, sociology, but you'll still make a lot of assumptions, especially in a country as dynamic as India. You'll make a lot of assumptions. You should never go with them to channels, especially when you're spending money on them. You're saying, my own Instagram, I have time, I want to try, this is what my gut feeling is, you try it. But where things involve money, you should not do it, because it takes a good few months to a year to get an intuition of who your customer is and what are they expecting, right? Because a large part of the situations, you will not be the direct age group or the interest group. You might be the expert in making the product or the service. You might not be the expert in consuming the product. So it's very important that you have some experiment. And everybody will have the ego. People who are saying, I will not take up a job, I will go start my own company, especially, will have a lot of ego. They will say, I have this gut feeling that this is what is going to work, and you'll stick to it, right? So it's very, very, you should be very wary of where you should follow that and where you should be experimental with things, right? Yeah. So for example, like I said, we did four things, for example, like this. So one thing worked out really well. Like we were simply showing how we make the product on Instagram, and that became very viral for us, right? So the first 3-4 months of the business, this is 3.5-4 years ago, we were doing 1 lakh, 2 lakh in sales monthly on the website. And suddenly this clicked a lot with the customers, the format and what we were showing. And suddenly our orders started pouring in. Over 1 month's time, we immediately went to like 10 to 15 lakhs in monthly sales, right? And then we said, okay, this is something that other people are not able to show. Maybe their place is not clean like this or whatever. Or something that the way of recording and showing it itself was something that was very appealing to the customer. So it worked. Then we started putting this on other channels. Like we started putting in ads. And we were very confident that it was working. So the ads were making us money. It was just wasted ads, right? So, and then we decided like a good 60-70% of our money will go into showing this. So that worked for a very long time. So this basically becomes the method here, right? So you take multiple channels and then you look at what exactly is working. Clicks, likes, shares, saves, right? And then you say, okay, this something is outperforming. When something is outperforming, please don't go by likes. Always go by shares or saves, because people might like things for very different reasons. There might be some celebrity or famous person, they might just like it for that. They might not resonate or understand the product at all. There's so many things to it. So you should always look at saves and shares, which is your serious users. Oh, okay, I will keep this in mind for later, or I'll have to show this to someone. That is the most attention you're getting, right? So, and then you take that and you keep repeating that in increments. Same, this month I spent 50,000 on 5 different things. One thing worked. That 10,000 budget thing is now taken out. I'm going to spend 50,000 on just that because I know it will work better. And then you do that again. By that time, you or yourself in the team or somebody in the team will come up with one more thing. Say like, okay, this is working, but there are only so many people appealing to this. Okay, now I want to show them something else. I know some people want the other thing. You try the next thing out. Same way, you have 3-4 more experiments, you try the same way, you add the second layer to it. Like say, for example, like I said, this manufacturing video. Okay, maybe it appeals to a very, very nerdy audience. Like for me, it appealed a lot. So someone like me, it might appeal a lot. What if the customer is very lifestyle driven? That customer does not like it at all. They just want to see what kind of people use it, who use it in what kind of setting. Like, are they aspirational to them? That is what sells the idea to them. So maybe then you start trying out the second one. So this process you keep repeating, it becomes the leanest process to start attracting customers. Yeah. So with this in place, you will arrive at 1 or 2 things, and for a very long time. After the point, you'll come to a point where you don't want to listen to anybody else, or you don't want to look at what competition is doing. You want to go with your own feelings of how to drive the category or industry. Or like at that point, you don't have to follow any of these frameworks. You're in your own headspace, and your team is operating it for you. But till then, you keep doing this. You stick to 1 or 2 things. That becomes your biggest growth lever, right? So increasingly, it will keep driving your revenue. It will allow you to go to a point where you're able to raise funds to go to the next stage, right? So this is basically what the compounding effect of that will be. What will also happen is you will start seeing other people talk about it. Like, so say if I show one single thing and I keep talking about this, media people, journalists, collaborators, food content creators, everybody will remember you for that. And whenever they have to mention a brand in that category, and if that single thing that you showed was the most important reason in their mind, they will champion you, right? So if you talked about 5 different things, somebody who is very into the category, like an influencer, might know you, but they don't know what to give an example of you as, right? So they will never talk about you. So Gramya saying A, B, C, D. I don't know, like now I'm talking about adulteration in the food industry. I do not know what example I should give of. But if my Gramia was entirely talking about adulteration throughout the 4 years, then that influencer, when they talk about adulteration, might bring up your example, right? So this is what the single channel of messaging does to your brand. And like, to the point where you can splurge large budgets. You have teams managing channels. Somebody's doing your Instagram, somebody's doing your YouTube, somebody's doing your Facebook ads. Still then, it is best to follow like a very lean practice like this. And at that, once you have that skill, then you go multi-channel. Then you start doing experiments, and then you start doing very A/B level testings of what is going on. Frameworks that you might come across in all the YouTube videos of international content creators and everything. So that becomes something that's in the late stage, basically, right? Yeah. So that's basically the summary of what I was talking about here, and I'll keep this open for the next 10 minutes. I don't want to regurgitate too much because I'm not sure what is your state of mind as well. You please ask questions and I'll try to answer accordingly. Yeah, thanks.
Good afternoon, sir. So what is the biggest challenge that you faced while creating a strong brand positioning for your product?
So I don't think we've still created it. If you look at the scale of business where we are versus what happens in the industry, like say this year we are at a 30 crore revenue. We are always in media, LinkedIn, Shark Tank, and all that. So you might consider it as like a very big company. But like there are like a multitude of companies locally who are comfortably doing 50 crore, 100 crore revenues in the category. So I don't think we would have come to the point where it is still arrived at for us now. It will take some time. What, as a person, what is your biggest struggle is, you first 2-3 years of the company, you're always in firefighting mode. You're always so stressed. You're just trying to make ends meet. Product has to be finished. Product has to be packed, sent, sold. I should have the money to buy the raw materials for next month if that person is not paying. Your creative mind switches off. Like your understanding of anything just switches off as a person. That becomes the biggest challenge for a company. The biggest luxury for this would be that you start with one or two co-founders, and you insulate someone from that. Whoever is the most creative, whoever has the most knack for Instagram, YouTube, you insulate this person from all the stress, financial stress, operational stress of the company. That person should be slightly more chill than the other person, right? You give that avenue, automatically this will come up for that person, right? So that becomes the biggest challenge in the early stage, not a lack of genius or anything, right? So that's basically what it becomes. Yeah.
And how does the brand positioning influence the marketing strategy and the customer perception?
Right. See, when you say marketing strategy, there's basically two things, right? So are you a owned media person or a earned media person, right? So are you going to put all of your time, money, and hiring on making sure that you become a media house in yourself, right? Somebody, I don't know if some of you might follow this company called Cooked from Tamil Nadu, right? They have a masala recipes cooking channel, right? So good 2 million followers. That company drives itself on the media content that they make. So that's an owned media channel. Versus I say, I am not this person, I am not an art director, I don't know all this. I will just take one nice message, I'll put it in ads wherever I can. YouTube ad, WhatsApp, Instagram ad. So that becomes a earned media. Like you pay Instagram for 1,000 people to see it. Like I have this much money, so make this many people see it. So this becomes the overarching decision as to how you are going to build your marketing expenses over the future. This again, I would say, is very, very personal as to what kind of person you are. Somebody who has a crazy knack for camera and knows how to talk to people, get attention, should definitely pursue the first direction. And somebody who's saying, no, I am an engineer, I am a producer, I am a manufacturer, or I'm a designer, my skill is doing this perfectly again and again, they shouldn't go spend time there. There is a lot of people who will say that founders have to come on camera, you should do podcasts and everything. This is all regurgitating echo chambers, people who are trying to make a life for themselves by telling you that this is the only thing you should do. There are multiple huge companies. How many of you know what Swiggy CEO looks like? It's the biggest company in South India right now, right? So like, there is no one way to do it. Like everybody knows what Deepinder looks like. Everybody's seen one thing or the other about Deepinder, right? So there is no one way to build these things. Whatever is your personality, you have to stitch it around it, is what I say. Yeah.
Sir, namaste. Here. Sir, here.
Sorry.
Sir, here.
Oh, sorry.
Here. When actually we found a solution in our circumstances, college circle, we found a problem and we innovated some product. We felt it's just not sufficient to innovate a product, and after the innovation we found some challenges. Example, in your Gramia, aflatoxin contamination may be there, free radical contamination may be there. As a beginner, how you overcome from the challenges? Even we are beginner now,
like at a
we
product
have to
level, you're
overcome
saying.
from we have a storage problems with regard to our product. So
So there are basically two ways of doing it. The way we did it was a very, very expensive approach. So for us, my co-founder, their grandfather used to do this as a small business in a local shop. So he had a lot of sentiment to the product, and he was like, I will be very particular that I will do it this way only. Like you're saying, I will make sure that every batch I buy passes the aflatoxin parts per billion level. Like, I'll make sure that the rancidity is always low. And I will try to give it to 10 customers through whatever I can, and they will appreciate it. They will understand that the product is the freshest that they can buy for this price. They can understand that the product is noticeably higher quality. And the other thing is, you don't figure it out. You don't fix it at all, right? So at first, you launch the product. You just so loud on the internet. Instead of 10 people, 500 people try out, and 20, 30 people find it very indifferent. It's like that also, this also the same only, they'll say. So that customer will start buying, tell other customers, why are you paying 50 rupees extra for this product? Just go buy the other one. And as a course of time, when they are reaching 1 crore, 2 crores, 5 crores, they will come to a point where they can afford to fix it. Like, so for example, say my closest competition, I'd say if they didn't care about any of this, they didn't care if their product was genuine or passing all the tests. But right now at this scale, everybody's passes. Everybody's able to fix it, right? So some people put all of their money in making it loud and acquire as many customers and fix it as they go. Some people do the other way, saying, no, I'll perfect the product. I'll make sure I do it the right way. That itself will earn me the word of mouth and customers. In our reason why I'll tell you it was expensive is the perceived quality is very, the difference in perceived quality is very small. I tell you my aflatoxin ppb is like 10, 12 ppb. Everybody is like using 15, 20 rupees cheap groundnuts. That is very, very infected. How do you know? You will not be perceiving it at all. So there should be a matrix of what is perceived quality, right? So in oil, for example, they will perceive it on consistency, color. Every bottle I buy, is it in the same color or not? Is the aroma coming every time I buy? You have to optimize for that. As a businessman, if I have to talk, you have to optimize only for that output. What is the perceived quality that is there?
every batch you ensure the same thing. Every batch
So
you produce.
we are a single source product, so we do it in the same place. But like, for example, somebody who's buying from bottling units, they will have sample bags, right? So they are not bothered about aflatoxins or FFA. They will have a sample pack saying last month's groundnut oil was this color, look like this. I have to make sure this month also looks like this. So till then, they'll keep buying from multiple sources, blend it to the point it comes to the coin. So 95th percentile of the customer, perceived quality is what is important. Like, so like, how many people would appreciate a car who's engineered ground up from the inside versus how many people like, this has the best leather, best buttons. So this is only high quality, right? So, and that later almost always wins. And they come to a point where they don't have to lie about their quality also anymore. They'll be at a scale where they can afford to actually fix the quality problems. Right, so this becomes the biggest gap. This is a very big issue when first time founders start versus somebody seasonal starts. First time founders will have too much guilt, or like, why am I even doing it that way, and they'll never go there. Like, we also started straight from college. Versus who's been in the industry, they know that these are problems that will get fixed before it becomes a concern for the consumer. Because before people start raising voices, I will fix it and I will be loud about it, right? So if they don't do it in time is when all of this trustified video scams and everything you see that starts happening. But most people end up fixing it very soon. So that is what is usually like not being product centric versus market centric approach is where the usual difference is there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
Thank you
thanks.
so much.
Sorry, 1 minute.
Hi, sir. Sir, I'm interested to know what was your mindset while entering into this industry, where there was already well established brands.
Correct. See, first thing we were. So I always worked on things from a very customer and user centered problem. Then I'll work backwards to a problem. That is how all my small projects in life have been. Because I was an engineer designer. But this company was not started like that. We were like, we know how to do this. It's a clean label product. People are very frustrated with low quality products, cooking oils. We know how to manufacture this, so let's start manufacturing. It was a reverse approach. So I started manufacturing it, and then we tried to brand and push in the product. It was more of a industry-led start that we did. So there was no sentiment or anything in the start actually for us, I would say. Like, it was a very opportunistic launch. So what exactly was the opportunity, to answer to your question, was the general health boom that has been happening across the country, right? Like, so the first layer of consumption premiumization that happens in any economy is your lifestyles, right? You buy good watches, good shoes, good cars in some niche communities. And then you have everything, everybody around has things around you. You're like, no, what exactly? Okay, maybe I'm not looking good. Maybe I'm not fit. My inflammation is bad. My cholesterol is bad. Let's try to start fixing this. Quality of life is what is the next big upgrade for me. It comes to that, right? So that time people start looking at this. So India is at the stage where this is increasingly becoming a thing, where people are trying to be healthy and look good and like be fit. So that was a good time for us, and that's why we basically jumped in. Yeah.
Sir, I'm also interested to know about how did you tackle about your competitor brands, say like Ideum.
Yeah. So see, there are two competitions. One is the incumbents, you call them, right? So which is your ITCs, Unilever, Idayam, Sunpure. And there are people who are trying to build alongside you. Very often, incumbent is not the problem. Customer is irritated with the company, like they're like very indifferent. They don't care. Is usually the case. The other three kids in some other college sitting somewhere wanting to do the same thing is your biggest threat, usually, right? That is the person you have to outcompete. And even now for us, that is the biggest problem, right? So our biggest competition is not Ideum. Like, so it is a given that 20-30% of Ideum consumers will eventually start using clean label, cold pressed oil products and everything. Where does it go? Like, there are three companies, and like, who acquires those 20-30 customers over the next 5 years is the question. So it's very easy to say I am better than the incumbent for X reason. It's very hard to say don't buy from me, not buy from them. Right? So that becomes the more important thing to answer actually. So whenever you look at even in pitch decks, when investors talk to you, they're not asking you how are you going to win Ideum, right? So they know there is a very big pattern or trend. That is why you decided to leave everything and start working on this, and that is why they are also interested in talking to you as an investor or a B2B partner, right? So you go to a DMart office and say, I know this is going on. I know people don't want refined oil, so they will automatically be receptive to it. Their question will be, that person is giving it to me 300 rupees. Why are you saying 350 rupees? That is what you should tackle actually, not the incumbents basically. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Excuse
Yeah. Sorry.
Good
I'll
afternoon,
just finish
sir.
that, please. Once. Yeah. Sorry.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, please.
So I am from ISBI Business School, and I have my own clothing brand called Craft.
Sorry. What brand?
a clothing brand.
Okay, okay.
And rather than that, I have another business idea, like to it's already been getting to launch or to enter to the market. How can I manage the both business and my studies along with the
Business and studies is fine because you can always ignore studies if you want to. Two businesses, two businesses you can't. Okay, you have to do only one. So that is not an answer. So the no, that is not an answer. You have to develop a conviction as to what is the second business and the first business. What is it doing to that, and then you have to put an end to it. There are places where it works out. For example, say I want to say start designing products tomorrow. Like say for example, I want to become a furniture company. Right? I want to become somebody who makes designer furniture, very expensive furniture. I can start today as a company because I don't have the money or the inventory or the team workforce to do that. I can start today as an interior design company. I'll say, okay, I'll come, whatever in the market, I'll try to find, put it together, make your house look nice, give me money for that. This is a company where your own money is not needed, right? So which is basically what a service business is. You will say, I'll give my time to you for a service, and then make a business out of it. But eventually you are saying this company will not become big. The day I don't go to office, this will not scale. And there are no two me's. There are no four me's. So I have to develop, I have to make one furniture that is so good that will like put that so many people will start getting it for their own houses and putting it in their own houses. So this is a transition from a service to a product. Right? So this is okay to do. Like it's a very, very healthy way to do in a lot of cases, more than trying to raise capital or like wasting your time talking to VCs. For that reasons, you should definitely do. You are saying I will be a niche tailor brand, and then what works there, what people want, I'll understand. I'll have a genius as to this is the shirt that will go viral on Instagram. Tomorrow I'll start selling that shirt on Instagram. That is a very good way to do it. But if you're saying I'll do clothes also, I'm going to go do something else also at the same time, that is not going to work at all. If your worry is you don't have money, how will you sustain yourself? You should always find the second business to be a service business that allows you to become that goods business or the technology business you're trying to be, right? You can be like, I will buy drones today. I will 5 drones I'll buy. I'll go to farms. I'll map the farms and give them the data. I'll take money from that, and I'll come back on the evenings, on the weekends. I'm going to build a drone that can do it faster, that can do it cheaper, and then I'll go sell that drone to whoever is doing like what I'm doing in other cities. So that is a good way to do it. But if you're working on two verticals at once, it almost never works out. And I've seen multiple times, everybody's seen it, never works out. Yeah.
You are saying that multiple business can't work.
Yeah, it shouldn't. Like one business itself is like 90% it's not going to work. So two business, no chance.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Excuse me, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, actually, we have an idea regarding maternity services,
Right.
both for mother and baby. So, as each region will be having their own sentiment and own kind of
Correct.
things. So, how to penetrate? I mean, how to?
Sorry. Is it a service
Yeah,
business?
it is a service.
Okay.
So, how to get into the market, or how, like what is the best platform to know to them?
No, what is the service? Sorry, I didn't explain. Can you just explain?
It's called Madilu. It's a post maternity service for both mother and baby.
Okay, somebody will go to their house and help you.
Yeah,
take
yeah,
care.
sure,
Okay,
yeah.
understood. Got it. Yeah, so this will be very people heavy first of all, right? So two things. When you say there is a difference in sentiments in communities, you will very soon start realizing how bifurcated communities and people are, right? Somebody speaking Tamil in their house in Bangalore will want someone who speaks Tamil. Somebody speaking Urdu will want someone who's speaking Urdu, right? So so many things will start happening. That is the first constraint. Second is it will be a two-sided business, whatever you're doing, right? So you are developing one community. Let's say, for example, I will go very niche. I'll say like I will only do Kannada market, right? For example, like I know very first-hand relatability they'll get. I talk to them in Kannada, do the ads in Kannada, customer support in Kannada. They find very relatable. Okay, I can trust you better than somebody who's sitting somewhere in some other city and doing my business. So the other side of the business here would be the people who are going there, right? So you have to nurture that as well alongside. You might have seen this company that's on the news now, Pronto, the service company that raised some $100 million for what do you call them, hired house help and all that, right? What we are seeing is that, oh, 90 rupees, 100 rupees, you get someone on demand. I don't want someone every day. You get it. So what they are also parallelly building is the same word of mouth and clout on the employee side. There is a very strong word of mouth. They're saying, why are you wasting your time doing this? Pronto is giving you a guaranteed 30,000 rupees per month. Let's go join there. So it's a two-sided marketplace. So you have to build that alongside very well. If you do not build parallelly, you might be very relatable. You might be a very friendly, amicable person who's able to go to that community very easily. But if you don't do that on time, it will become a problem. Second, to answer your question itself, like how do you do it in multiple reasons, is like you should not. Right? So you should not go for multiple reasons. Something like what you are saying right now will never have a market size problem in the first 1 or 2 years. Right? So you should just concentrate in one place, not just because of this, also because you need very, very strong word of mouth. Somebody who's having their kid will usually start having, like what all of your cousins will start having kids in the next 5 to 10 years, right? So that word of mouth has to happen. So if you spread too much, that will not happen. So for that reason, you have to go deeper and deeper into a community. That becomes very important, I guess. I don't think you should go to the second point, vertical or second state, till you come to a point saying there is one marketing manager or one community manager who's from that place, who's doing that. Will go do that. Till then, I don't think you should pursue a second region. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, guys. That's the third speaker also, I guess. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammad Yasin, for your insight on brand positioning and market channels. And the way of questions were coming up from the students, it looks like they have taken it very seriously to the subject. And thank you so much for your valuable things. And now I would like to invite our chairman, C.A. Shravan Gurutur, to come on stage to facilitate the speaker, please. Well, now I would like to call upon stage CA Manish Bansali, our next speaker. He will be taking us through the topic social media marketing and AI tools for marketing. He helped business bridge the gap between traditional practices and modern technology. He brings a mix of finance expertise, business understanding, and technology insights to every stage, helping business owners and professionals future-proof themselves. He has been awarded with Tech Transformer Award 2022, Emerging Partner of the Year 2023, Best Young Entrepreneur Award 2024. Over to you.
Students, this is the last session for today, and purposefully we have made it a hands-on session so that you're all awake in the session. Instead of taking a break, we thought we will finish this session and disperse day one of Knowledge Workshop once for all. So sit tight, another 40 minutes. We will wrap up day one of Knowledge Workshop. All the best.
Check.
ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಣ್ಣ
ಚಾರ್ಜರ್ ಇದು ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್. Check. Am I audible? Okay. Okay. Till this is fixed. Hello everyone. How are you all? This is the most exciting thing what Shravan sir, all of you would be interested in, because majority of our time goes, you understood what I mean, goes scrolling, right? How many of you here use Instagram? Sorry, wrong question. How many of you here do not use Instagram? Okay, we have a few hands. Claps for these students. They're focusing on studies so much that you're not using Instagram, but I'll show you the right reasons why you can use Instagram today. Okay, screen is set. Wi-Fi connection. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಿ? ಓಕೆ 40-50%. ಹಿಂದಿ? ಓಕೆ. ತೆಲುಗು? Marathi? Okay. We have this session for all of you. We have the content in all these languages, so you need not feel missed out. If you think that I better understand in Marathi or I better understand in Telugu, I'll show you how you can consume the same content. This will be live on YouTube in your language as well. Till the Wi-Fi is on, I want to ask a few questions here. How many of you here are not from Bangalore? Can you just stand up? I just want to see what percentage of you are not from Bangalore. Okay. Oh, ma'am is also not from Bangalore. So I guess pretty much 40 to 50%. Yeah, you can be seated. 40 to 50% of you are not from Bangalore. I'm also not from Bangalore. All of you all, before even I start my presentation, I want to start with this note that we as students have to feel very, very, very grateful for this technology. With this technology, so I'll tell you, all of your parents are very happy that nan maga Bangalore lo ottidana. Correct? They also have a fear. What if whatever he's studying tomorrow he doesn't get a role in my hometown? Do they have their fear? Now you can tell them, Amma, ivat nanu I learned some technology, so you don't have to fear about it, because now I can use whatever I have learned and make it of a good productive use in my own hometown. I'll start the presentation. Yeah, Wi-Fi is connected. Sure. Thank you, sir. Sir, this screen is not visible. It's freezed. How to unfreeze? ಬಂದ್ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಡಿಸ್ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್? ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. Okay, no problem. I'll need this later, so let us do it now only. Everyone open your phones and download ChatGPT. Quick, now. Great. Anybody here who doesn't have it downloaded? I want ChatGPT only, not Gemini. Downloaded everyone? Okay, we have a use case. So now you can just turn off your phones. I'll tell when you have to open your phones and you can try that. Yes, sir. Turn ಮಾಡಲಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ. you. This is not working. Screen freeze ಆಗಿದೆ. Sorry for the glitch. We'll just wait for 5 minutes, but I'm sure it will be very interesting for all of you. I'll just restart. Sir, ಮತ್ತೆ freeze ಆಯ್ತು. Okay, it's restarting. I actually have something to show you here. Only then it gives a good start. Otherwise, it like you eat sweets in the start, right? So the sweets I have in the presentation. So let us wait for 5 minutes. Let this presentation start, and then we will proceed in the topic. Charging cable. Please. Okay, no problem. I think it will take 5-10 minutes more. We will discuss today. Do you know what is the topic today, right now? AI. What else? Social media marketing in the age of AI, we can call it, right? All of you all have used AI already? For what have you used AI? Ghibli art? For payments? Alinu bandila madam India. Okay, for Ghibli art you have used? To write replies to your friends you have used? To reply to some invitations have you used? What else have you used it for? You have used prompts for what? Instead of for generating PPT you have used? What else? For generating prompts you have used ChatGPT. You are asking that only how to generate prompts. Great. For coding you have used? What are you pursuing, sir? BCA. Okay, then good. What else have you used AI for? Have you used it to check your mother's hospital report or something? Have you tried that? X-ray. X-ray नहीं समझ में आता है उसको. But if you give a report, diabetes इतना है, something like that. X-ray भी शायद आगे समझ में आएगा, but फिलहाल it doesn't understand X-ray. But if you give a report and you tell that this is my mother's report and she is 60 years of age, what do you feel should I recommend to my mother? Will it give a reply? Will it give a reply? I'm not able to see people on this side and that side because of the lights, but you guys can participate as well. So it will reply. Now let's say your mother doesn't understand English because she's not natively speaking English. Can you convert that in Kannada? Will there be some mistakes in that? ಯಾವ ತರ mistakes ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? Translation mistakes. Louder, ma'am. When you ask it to convert to Kannada, it will do some mistakes. Okay. But the substance 90% accuracy ಇರುತ್ತಾ? 90-95% accuracy ಇರುತ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ವಾ? You have seen less than 90%. Okay, great. What else have you used AI for? Have you used it for studies? All of you are students here. Have you used for studies? For what exactly in studies? Like presentations. Okay. Research papers, you have uploaded the research papers and you asked it to give the thesis. References. Okay, you have asked some questions and it has answered. Okay. So, aita sir? Okay. No problem. Today we will learn a lot of things. And this is how actually, let's say today, can you imagine any business or any job without internet? Think and answer. Can you imagine any? You can? Which one, ma'am? Don't tell meditation. Manual labor. Yeah, manual labor is different. But anything based out of skill set, if you want to do that work, would it happen without internet? Agriculture that has more internet than anything else. I'll give you examples. I have examples. So basically 90-95% no. ಓಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಕಾಂಟ್ ಓಪನ್ ಅವರ್ ಸ್ಟೋರ್. ಆ ತರ ಆಗಿದೆ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಗೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಅಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್, ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಬರೋದೆಲ್ಲ ವಾಟ್ಸ್ಆಪ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್, ರೈಟ್? ದ ಸೇಮ್ ವೇ next 3 years time, some speaker in some session that you attend ask you, can you now imagine business or job without AI? All of you all will tell no. Okay, this is going to be a reality in a, let's say, 2 or 3 years time. Do you all believe in that? Do you all believe in that? If you already believe in that, then the next 1 hour makes no purpose to you. But if you still doubt, oh, atara aglikilla, I will show it to you how this will be possible. In the next 2 or 3 years, if somebody asks you, can you imagine working, whatever you're studying on, can you imagine working in that field without AI? You will have to tell no, right? And I'll prove it to you. Am I discouraging you to study more? No. I'm encouraging you to study with AI. This is what I'm going to do in the next 1 hour. This is taking time. Maybe there should be more vocal. Okay, I'll start the presentation without the photos also, without the presentation. So I'll start in the format. Okay, it's open. Thank you so much. Presenter. Sure. Okay. Finally, we are with the presentation. So the topic of today is social media marketing in the age of AI. And yeah, I want you all to do, but we have already done this, so just skip it. What have you used AI for till 15th of March was my question, for which we had a Mentimeter where I could show you. So essentially, I put this slide to show you that people have used it for various purposes. Somebody has used it for education. Somebody has used it to reply to a friend. Somebody has used it to reply to a professor. Somebody has used it to create a Ghibli art. Somebody has replied it to for something else. So the point I'm trying to make is it can be used for various purposes. So the flow of presentation will be something like this. First, we will discuss what is AI. Then we'll discuss why should we use AI. Okay. Then we'll discuss where AI should be used. And finally, Finally, we'll discuss the most important part, which is how AI should be used. Okay. So what is AI? I want the name of the character. Character name, not the series name. Sanju? Do you all recall this? Yeah. From the series Shakalaka Boom Boom. Okay. So I'm trying to build it slowly so that you actually understand what it is. Okay. Who can raise and tell what this pencil is all about? It's called magic pencil. What does it do, ma'am? In draw madidruno, everyone understands Kannada when I speak Kannada, right? Okay. In draw madidruno adu tayaragi bandbidutte, right? And this is not restricted to anything. It can be human being, it can be non-living thing, anything. Whatever he draws, Sanju, it will automatically appear. Sorry? I'm not able to hear you, but technically it's like magical pencil. कुछ भी draw करेंगे अपन वो create हो जाएगा. फिलहाल के लिए इतना समझिए ये AI है. Next. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So this is another example which I want to give you. First one, what is it? Full name, radio player, right? Sir, what is your favorite music? Tour. Okay. Let's say you buy a radio. How many of you here have seen radio? Seen radio, not in photos, in real, I mean. Okay, great. So is it working condition now? You have it? Okay, great. So let's say you have bought a radio, let's say for 2000 rupees, and Tour is your favorite song. Can you play Tour in this? Why? It's your radio. Perfect. It works on frequency. Only if you connect to the frequency and ಆ moment ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ tour play ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕು. Only then you can listen to tour. Perfect. So this is called radio player. I'll come back to radio again, but I want you to focus on the second term, player. Next is another device. What is it called? Saregamappa is a tagline. Company name is Carva, but generally it's called music device, music storage device ಅನ್ಬಹುದು. Correct? ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು songs ಇರುತ್ತೆ? 5,000 songs. You are a music lover, I feel. So it has got 5,000 songs, and let's say song number 102 is Tour, your favorite song. Can you play 102 Tour? You can just tune to 102 and you can play Tour. Okay. Now let's say 19th of March, Dhurandhar is coming, Dhurandhar 2. You want to play that song. Can you play? But you have this, you own this. Why? It is not stored in this. Okay. So even if he owns the device, still he cannot play the music he loves just because it is not stored in it. Only 5,000 songs we can play. Next one is, it's a brand name, it's a product name, it's music assistant. Okay. Idralli, can you play Tour? Idralli, can you play Dhurandhar 2 title track? You can. Is it stored in it? Are you connected to some frequency? Still you can play, right? This is AI. It should be connected to internet, yeah. But is it connected to some frequency? You have to wait, okay, 7 o'clock adri the song barutte nan keltini. Nothing like that, right? How many of you here play bhajans in the morning? I'm trying to go a little slow in the start so that if you get the topic right, no, it becomes very easy for you to connect into your field, because I've learned that somebody of you are from commerce, somebody from science and all of that, right? How many of you here play bhajans in the morning? Hanuman Chalisa, anybody? Okay. So now you would have realized whenever you open YouTube, okay, in the morning, what will it show you? Hanuman Chalisa. Great. How many of you here watch Tarak Mehta with lunch or dinner? Okay, many people at the back. So let's say that's a series, Hindi series, famous series. So if you watch X series during your lunch, ನೀವು ಲಂಚ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಅದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಭಜನ್ ತೋರಿಸಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಅದು ಸೀರೀಸ್ ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತೆ. Because YouTube now knows, what's your name, sir? Sachin sir prefers to listen to Hanuman Chalisa at 7 a.m. in the morning. YouTube knows this about you. Sachin sir prefers to watch this series with lunch. YouTube knows you, right? So this is AI. Are you able to connect the dots? I'll make it more beautiful to you as we proceed. But if the base is clear for you, it becomes very easy for you to connect to your topic. Okay. This is another question. This is about why. First we covered what is AI. This is why. I might randomly pick anybody in the audience. You just keep an answer in your mind. How do you compete with AI? I'll give you 30 seconds. How do you compete with AI? Idhar mele just prepare some answer, and I'll pick somebody from the audience. Ready? Are you ready? Some people are looking down. Mat naan nodidare nange kelbidtara sir anta heli. Are you all ready with the answer? Okay. Anybody would like to volunteer? Ma'am? You, ma'am, in green? How do you compete with AI? Any answer. There's nothing right and wrong here. How do you compete with AI? As in, you are a human, AI is a machine. How do you compete with AI is what I'm asking. Maybe in prompt will hack both, madam. Please act like my mom. It will become empathetic. Please act like mom antali ನೀವು 10 ಸಲ ಬರೆದ್ರೆ it will become your nani. It will go even more deep. Okay. So now, okay, with your answer in your mind, I want you all to look at this screen. What did you think when I said how do you compete with AI? Were you thinking how do you compete against AI or using AI? Let's go one by one. Against AI, yes, Jana? Okay. Using AI, yes, Jana? Great. So this slide is just to show you, if you all are thinking, point number 1, this is the time, 4 exactly, 4 p.m. 16th March. Ivatlintra, you should, from now, you should think it the other way. How do you compete using AI? Because like I told you before, AI is now a fact. Like internet is a fact. You can't deny, oh, internet ilde nan business mabidtini, startup ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. Can't happen. AI is now a fact. So whenever somebody asks you compete with AI, you should think it like this. How do I compete using AI? This is the right spectacles. I have named it as spectacles because the thing might be very beautiful, but if your spectacles, ma'am, have some, let's say, it's cut, it has a cut, that thing will not look beautiful to you, right? So if you think it that AI is for my good benefit, only then AI looks good to you, right? Next. Okay. Next, I'll talk about where to use AI. I'm just giving theory now. Soon we'll come to demos, which will be very interesting. Where to use AI? There are 3 places where we can use AI. First one is knowing, second one is doing, third one is delivering. Anybody here who is already working somewhere, internship or something like that? Or let's say your father has a business, mother has a business. Do you have? What do you think clients or customers care the most about? Knowing, doing, or delivering? Delivery. Anybody else who has a different answer? Customers care about knowing. Anybody else? Customers care about all 3. Okay, all 3. Okay, I'll tell you. Customers only care about delivery. It's a fact. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನೋ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಓಕೆ, ನೀವು ಅದು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತರ್ತಿರೋ, ಯಾರು ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ, ಯಾರು ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೋ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಫರ್ಕ್ ಬೀಳಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ರೈಟ್ ಟೈಮ್, ಈಸ್ ದ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್, ಈಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಬೇಕು. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಕೇರಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಡೆಲಿವರಿ. ದೇ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಕೇರ್ ಅದು ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತಂದಿರಾ. ದೇ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಕೇರ್. ಆಮ್ ಐ ಆಡಿಬಲ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ಲಿ? ಓಕೆ, so delivery is the most important part when you're talking about business. So whenever you're trying to use AI, first you should think, how can I improve my delivery? Okay, only when you're, like sir also mentioned, sir has left, I guess, he told you that we should first think of how customers perceive, right? So it's about delivery. Once you optimize your delivery, then you can talk about doing and then knowing, right? Then guest gurtide, for example, I'm a chartered accountant. Okay, then guest GST ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗುರ್ತಿದೆ, people don't care. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ನಾನು ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದೋ ಇಲ್ಲೋ, ದಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ದೇ ಕೇರ್. ಅದು ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಡ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಕೂಡ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದಾರ, ದೇ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಕೇರ್. ನನಗೆ ಫೈನಲ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತಿದೆಯೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ, ದಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ದೇ ಕೇರ್. ಸೊ the reason I've put this slide is, all of us have this confusion of where should I start with AI, right? AI is good, everything is good, but where do I start? So you have to start reverse. First you have to start on delivering. Let's say you are writing an exam or writing a paper. You have to first think of how do I write paper better. Then you can go into, okay, now this is 100-page document. How I can study this 100-page document in 3 hours? This is doing, reducing the size. Finally, knowing is, there are 5 books. How to know which book to read? That is knowing, right? I'll go deeper into this later. Okay, so since the topic is about social media marketing, in 2026, there are 7 elements of marketing which I'll cover one by one, and I'll also take use cases, AI use cases here. First one is attention, right? Do you all understand what the context of attention here? Okay, I have to pick somebody for the example. Sir, you. What's your name? You can raise. What's your name? Hemant sir. Okay. What all apps do you use every day? Example: WhatsApp, Gmail, Mate? Slow. Instagram, CapCut, Alight Motion, PixArt. Okay, many more. I'll just generalize it. You'll use Google, you'll use WhatsApp, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn. 6, I told 6. How much do you pay for this? But you use it full day. Are you paying for this? You're not paying for this. I'll come to that slide. I'll just come before. So if the product is free, you are the product. This is the fact. Just think about it. These 7 apps, if you go to your settings, you see this phone device, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಟೈಮ್ ನೋಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಆಪ್ ವೈಸ್ ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ರೀಲೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಬರೇ. ಓಕೆ, ಆಲ್ ದ ಟಾಪ್ 5 apps that you use, all those apps are free. Somebody is building a free app for you which you're using for the entire day. That person is also a businessman. He might be thinking something, right? If from today you have to understand this in marketing. If the product is free for you, anything, if it's free for you, that is actually not the product. You are the product. Because Facebook ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, that person earns more. ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು WhatsApp ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, that person earns more. Are you all clear with this? Like this, we have multiple elements called content creation, which all of us will discuss. Then we have lead generation, where content creation, sir had showed a screenshot, 9 million views iತ್ತು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? ಆ 9 million views ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು ಆಯಿಲ್ ಬೈ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ? ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಲೀಡ್ ಜನರೇಷನ್. ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಬೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? That is next point, where we do nurturing, that we will tell that okay, this person is interested in buying oil, now I should send him messages with regards to oil. Then we have personalization and then we have conversion, and finally the loyalty, where we want the customers to come back to us. How many of you here have 2 Instagram pages? One is personal, second one is business. Ma'am, you, what is your business name? It's a good chance to market it here. It's not a business. What is it? Your professional, I'm not able to hear you so far, but it's not a business. Anybody who has a business page or something? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, what business? Namana silk and sarees ellaru follow ಮಾಡಿ. Okay, what is it into? Okay, silk and sarees you sell. Okay, great. So 2 years, 3 years later, this question will be a foolish question. Everyone will have 2-3 business accounts. Okay, ಈಗ ನೀವು ಯಾವ so many people told that I'm not from Bangalore, right? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಊರದ hashtag ಹಾಕಿ ನೋಡಿ. There are some 100 businesses who are selling sarees and kurtis and shoes and footwear and gold and everything online, right? So in 2-3 years time, you will see everyone has 2 accounts on Instagram, one for personal, second one for business. So that is where conversion happens, where you bring customers money inside, and finally the loyalty. So we covered this. Are you all clear with this? Okay. Next, attention. So people buy from people, not companies. Yes, jana Shark Tank ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? ನೋಡಿದಿರಾ? Okay, you have seen, sir. What is your name, sir? Vaibhav, sir. If you want to buy headphones, which one you will buy? Boat. Do you know Aman Gupta? Do you know Aman Gupta? You have heard of Aman Gupta. You have seen Aman Gupta. That is attention. He might have never bought boat products. Okay. ಆದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸಾರ್ತಿ ಶಾರ್ಕ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ನೋಡಿ 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 ರೀಲ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿ 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 we feel we know Aman Gupta. Then when you have an option to buy 3 earphones, you'll automatically pull boat, right? So people buy from people, not companies. Because you know Aman Gupta, who is the founder of boat, that's why you are going to buy boat or pick up boat from the rack. So this is the importance of attention, right? And in this, people are now creating reels, podcasts, stories, workshops, all of that they are doing to create attention. Now I want to show you one AI tool. Actually, I asked sir and ma'am that who is the audience? Ellaru science background or commerce background anteli. They told it's a mix. So now I didn't know what example to take. So I've taken an example of IPL. Who is interested in cricket here? Great. Then I have taken a good example. So ChatGPT alli ಒಂದು deep research antide. Somebody has tried it here? 3 people have tried it here. Okay, great. I'll just show you what this does. This is normal ChatGPT screen in free version, okay? Knowingly, I've opened free version only so that all of you all can relate. So here there's an option called deep research. Can you see this? Okay. Now let's say I've taken a small example because I have to show you a lot of examples, and you can all quickly relate to all of that. Let's say you want to open a restaurant here in Bangalore, okay? And you're a pure vegetarian, okay? Now you're not sure restaurant open ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೇನ್ ಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಏನೇನ್ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. Sir told I use ChatGPT to ask what prompts to give. So ಆ ತರ ಏನ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಂತನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. So that work also ChatGPT can do. So I'll show you what prompt I'll put. Okay. So I've put this prompt. Are you able to see? Should I zoom? People here, you are able to see? No? So you can come a little forward. I want to start a food business in Bangalore. What do you think I should take care of? I would prefer something in pure veg. Istan hakidene. Okay. Generally, let's say you have two friends, okay, and you ask a question, and somebody replies in 5 seconds, somebody replies in 1 minute. Who do you think is smart? No. Human. 1 minute person is smart. You'll ask washroom there. That person will tell washroom there. One person will tell washroom there. Who is smart? 5 seconds. It's ulta in AI. If the answer is quick, that means it doesn't think much. If the answer is late, that means it's thinking too much. Right? All of us are used to quickly get answers. Right? In machine, we think of the fast answer. In machines, it's ulta. So deep research, if you try, it will just keep calculating. It will take so much time to give you a result. So I already have the result ready here in front of you. I'll just show you how it looks like once you click enter. See, either I enter and click madi takshana, it's gone into thinking mode now. Okay, it will take 15 minutes approx. See here, it will just calculate so many things. See here, it will start after 52 seconds. ChatGPT normal idre, it will give results in 52 seconds. Correct, Allah? I'll show you what kind of results it gives you. Should I zoom or is it is visible? I should zoom. Okay. Now, okay. So it says starting a pure vegetarian food business in Bangalore. Executive summary. Bangalore history ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ what all darshanis we have, dhabas we have, thalis we have, cloud kitchens we have ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ರೆಸ್ಟೋರೆಂಟ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ FKCCI ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. Like this dine-in outlet under category ಏನೇನಿದೆ that they have given. Like this, if you go down, you'll realize ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿನೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. It's given you 14 pages on a prompt of how many lines? 2 lines. So I'll just go back and show you. It's still not ready. It's researching for you. By research, it means thinking. Okay. So it's doing deep research for you, and it will give you all the elements. Andre, if you discuss with your dad that I want to start a business, ನೀವು ಏನೇನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅದು ಪಿಕ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮ್ದು ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಯಾರಿದಾರ, ಯಾವ ಏರಿಯಾಲಿ ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ನಿಮ್ದು ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಂಗ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಏನಾಗಬೇಕು, ಆಲ್ ದಟ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್. Right? Is it a good app? Somebody here asked that I have 2 startup ideas. What should I focus on? You can use something like this, and you can see what comes in the line and whether you're totally interested in it or not interested in it. Deep research is something, one business ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ 10 ವಿಷಯ ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ we will be knowing a little about 5-6 things. There are 2-3 things which we completely ignore because we don't have exposure. Deep research is something which brings it out to you. Right? You can understand, okay, idu kuda nan nodbekagutte anta heli. Right? Is it exciting? Very useful for you if you want to go deep into something, or you're just ideating something and you want to understand, okay, idರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಏನೇನು ಆಗಬಹುದು ಅಥವಾ what all are there in due course of time. So this is about the first tool, which is deep research. I'll just ask it to stop. ತುಂಬಾ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. Yeah. Next, we have content creation. How many of you here create content? Any kind of content? Video, athwa. Will not ask you for Instagram ID, you can just tell. Anybody here creates content? You create, sir? You create, ma'am? You don't. You do, ma'am? What kind of content? What kind of content? It's a good chance to name your app. 300 people are listening. Grow? Wow, nice name. Growcial AI. Okay. Okay, ma'am, they'll follow. Okay. She has an app called Growcial AI and you're creating content there.
Yeah. So basically, I'm an AI developer. So we have made an AI agent which completely runs on your WhatsApp. And
Okay,
yeah.
okay, ma'am, you got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you are creating content on LinkedIn. Okay,
Correct,
you can have a
correct.
seat. You can have a seat.
Sure, thank
you. So like this, soon you can see Instagram now. Doctors are creating content, engineers are creating content, chartered accountants are creating content. If you know a degree sakagala, you have to create content going forward, right? So you'll really need. Somebody asked here that I have a start. You, ma'am, you have a startup with regards to mothers, right? You are thinking how everyone speaks a different language, right? So I'll show you something exciting. That same content of Kannada you can create in Telugu. That same content of Telugu you can create, dub it in Marathi. So you have to shoot it once, but it will create different languages for you, right? I'll show it to you. So earlier we had a lot of TV ads. Now you can see, because the youth are the people who buy more, all the ads are now moving to Instagram. Are we all there? Do we see a lot of ads on Instagram? Earlier they used to hire a lot of celebrities, Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, Hrithik Roshan and all of them for ad promotion. Now they hire influencers, right? Who is your favorite influencer? Doctor bro. Okay. Anybody else? Huh? Sorry? Typical Kannadiga. Okay. Anybody else? Huh? Flying passport. Flying passport. Okay. So everyone, all of us have different content creators and different kind of content that we like, right? I'll show you how they are trying to create content. So this, you might also connect to it. So there are three E's in content creation. First is entertainment. Second one is education. Third one is emotion. Whatever content you create, if it hits any of these three E's, your content will be successful. Ma'am, do you agree? The person there, LinkedIn content, you agree? Yes, great. So adu one education agirbodu. Okay, that you're educating somebody on some topic, or it can be emotional. Let's say your case, it would be emotional, or it can be entertainment. Kapil Sharma show is an entertainment. Okay, comedy show is an. You told some typical Kannadiga. That's comedy videos. Bike reviews. About bikes. Acha. So something can be entertainment as well. You moved layer mele content yaar create ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು viral ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ this is what people actually are looking for. Now I have a beautiful tool for all of them who are planning for a startup or a business. This is a beautiful tool called Notebook LM. How many of you here have used Notebook LM? Wow, great, amazing. So Notebook LM is a tool by Google itself. I'll just show you how this is used. Yeah. So like I said, I've taken an example of IPL. I'll just show you what document I've taken. How many of you here are cricket fans? Great. Let's say you want to create some content on IPL because you're a cricket fan. This is the schedule. Is it right? Or is it revised? Revision aita. Anyway, this is the right schedule. Okay. Now let's say you have a YouTube page or Instagram page or LinkedIn page, whatever page, and you want to create content on this one PDF what you have, right? I'll show you how it can be done. I'll just close this. I'll go back to Notebook LM. It's just loading. I'll just click on create new. Can you see this button here? Create new will click madi. Okay, it's asking me to upload a PDF file. So now I'll just copy this path. I'll click on upload. Illide nodi. Tata IPL 2026 season schedule. I'll just click on enter. It's just loading. Okay, let it load. Okay, how many of you here constantly watch podcast? Sir, who's your favorite podcast? Raj Shamani is my favorite also. Huh? Puri Jagannath. Okay, great. Anybody else? Raw thoughts in Telugu. Okay, great. So as we start consuming a lot of content, there's a type of content that we start liking. Now all those who raised hands, organize ಯಾವ topic podcast format they will consume. Because now it's not about the topic they're consuming, it's about the format. They like podcast. Or podcast they will consume. Okay, this is how trends are changing now. So this is a tool which can help you do multiple things. I'll just show you here. Check. Yeah. So this tool can help you create audio out of that, what do you say, that PDF. Looks magical? I'll show it to you. This tool can also help you create a presentation. Let's say you have to present somebody in a team of people that this is the schedule of IPL 2026. Automatically PPT create abadutte. Or this is again option where you can also create a video out of it, right? And it is not a generic video with mistakes and all. What you told, ma'am, that you had 80% mistakes, 20% mistakes you had, you told, right? So this is something where you will not have any mistakes, right? PDF ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಮಾತ್ರ video ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, okay? And then you can create something called mind map and all of that. I'll show you one by one. ಇದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಲೋಡ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ 5 to 10 minutes ತಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ. So ನಾನು ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, so that I can directly show it to you. Sir, audio jack is connected. Okay. I'll just show you how it is created. Can you see the cursor here? Audio ಮೇಲೆ edit ಮೇಲೆ click ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, the fun fact is you can create this in 100 languages. That PDF is in which language? PDF is in English. If you want an audio, let's say in Kannada, you can do it. If you want an audio, let's say in Marathi, you can do it. I'll just show you. Let's say here you can just scroll down and select Kannada. Yeah. And it's asking you chikkadu beko athwa uddu beko. Okay. It is asking you too many questions. And as you specify more and more aspects about how you want that content to be created, it will exactly be created as per your choice. You want it as a deep dive, you want it as a brief, critique, debate, everything. Okay. So I'll just show you how this audio sounds like. Illide nodi, audio Kannada. I'll just double click. So sound is. Sir, can you raise the volume of this audio jack? Hello, mouse.
ಖಂಡಿತ ಆದರೆ ಕ್ರೀಡಾ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇದೇ ನಿಜವಾದ ವಾಸ್ತವ.
One second. ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಪೇಜ್ PDF ಇತ್ತದು? One page only, 1 or 2 pages. Okay. It's created 20 minutes audio for you. Can you imagine? Does it deserve a clap? This is back to Google. They have made it so easy for all of us that just with an upload and a few clicks, you can create a content of 20 minutes just with a 2-page PDF in English. You can create this content in Kannada. I'll just now play.
ಕೋಟ್ಯಾಂತರ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬೆಲೆ ಬಾಳುವ ರಾಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಡಿ.
ರಾಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಡ್, ಓಕೆ.
ಹೌದು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕೇವಲ 16 ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ದೇಶದ 6 ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಮೂಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಶೋ.
ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ವಿಭಿನ್ನವಾದ ಹವಾಮಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಶೋಗೂ 100 ಕ್ಯಾಮೆರಾಗಳು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ, ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕರು ಲೈವ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಕೇಳೋಕೆ ಇದೇನೋ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬಾಲಿವುಡ್ ಸಿನಿಮಾದ ಕಥೆ ತರ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಸೂಪರ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಐ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಲಿಟಲ್ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್. ತುಂಬಾ ಕಥೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಓಕೆ, the essence will go, ma'am. I just scroll it little forward.
ಖಂಡಿತ ಅದರ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಆಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾರಿಗೆ ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೈದಾನದೊಳಗಿನ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬಾಲ್ ನಡುವಿನ ಹೋರಾಟದಿಂದ ಆ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತಿರುವ ಡೇಟಾ ಅನಾಲಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳ ತಂತ್ರಗಾರಿಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಪಂಜಾಬ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ಸ್, ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ಸ್ ನಂತಹ ತಂಡಗಳ ಆಟಗಾರರು, ಅವರ ಕೋಚ್ಗಳು, ಫಿಸಿಯೋಗಳು
ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕುತೂಹಲದಿಂದ ಟಿವಿ ಪರದೆಯಿಂದ ಕಣ್ಣು ತೆಗೆಯೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಚಾನೆಲ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಸಂಗ್ರಹವಲ್ಲ,
ಖಂಡಿತ ಅಲ್ಲ.
ಇದು ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ದೈಹಿಕ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯವನ್ನು ಹೊರಗೆ ಹಚ್ಚುವ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ.
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆಯಾ? And this is without telling what actually you want. We actually did not write any prompt. ನಾವು ಬರೀ ಅಪ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಆಡಿಯೋ ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಈ ತರ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಬೇಕು, ಆ ತರ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಬೇಕು, ಏನೂ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. If you specify that, it will exactly create like that. I'll just come back to this audio version and I'll show you. The option is the critic and theory. You know what does this mean? You know what does this mean? Okay, let's say there is a budget, I think, recently, February, and let's say you are not from BJP, you're from Congress. Now you know what this means? You can just upload the document here and you can ask it to critique. You can ask it in tappide hedu. You can ask you can upload 2 documents, last budget, this budget, something like this, and you can ask, I am from Congress, okay, and tell me what's wrong. You can also ask like, I am from BJP, tell me what's very right in this, right? You can go deep dive into it. Or let's say you're not from BJP, you're not from Congress, you are a news anchor. There's a debate option. Is it interesting? Super. More to come. So like this audio, let's say you're driving and you want to consume a document, you're going to a client's place. This document you can consume till before you reach the client's place. One earphones account is But now somebody will tell, sir, sir, we want something to see. Only then it's fun. That sir watches the podcast in Telugu. Now let's create a podcast in Telugu. So the video and the option is there. Can you see the second option? The cursor is visible. Should I zoom? Okay. Video will click madidre, it is asking you, do you want an explainer video or do you want a brief video? Then it is asking you which language. Again, same 100+ languages you have. So to save time, madam, you can create, you can give how you want this video to be done. And after that, you can just click on generate. I already have done it for you. I have done it in Hindi, sir. Okay. Telugu only I'll show you PPT. In Hindi, I'll just double click.
तो इंतजार की घड़ियां अब खत्म.
Yes, 4 minutes video. I just let it play for a minute. Okay. Try to find mistakes in this. Mistakes in audio or mistakes in the text or mistakes, let's say, in image creation or something like that.
IPL 2026 का पहला शेड्यूल आ चुका है. चलिए फटाफट नजर डालते हैं इन शुरुआती 20 गेम्स पर और समझने की कोशिश करते हैं कि इनमें क्या खास है. मतलब क्रिकेट का त्योहार बस शुरू होने ही वाला है, क्योंकि इन पहले मुकाबलों की घोषणा के साथ ही सीजन की पहली झलक हमें मिल चुकी है. लेकिन एक मिनट, ये शेड्यूल सिर्फ तारीखों और टीमों की एक लिस्ट है या फिर इसमें कुछ और भी छिपा है? आखिर इसका असली मतलब क्या है? चलिए इसी को डिकोड करते हैं. चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स अहमदाबाद में मैच, फिर सनराइजर्स हैदराबाद और टाइम दोपहर के 3:30 बजे. अरे वाह, इतनी सारी जानकारी एक साथ थोड़ा कंफ्यूजिंग हो सकता है ना? तो चलिए इस उलझन को सुलझाते हैं. हम एक एक करके समझेंगे कि एक्शन की शुरुआत कैसे हो रही है, वीकेंड पर कौन से बड़े मुकाबले हैं, एक टीम का शुरुआती.
Surprising? Surprising? Will it help you? Not for IPL, but for your studies or for your business, whatever you're planning to, will it help you? Yes, sir. Will it help you in content creation? Do people care how you have created content? Like I said I'm referring back to the old slide. They want deliverable. ನೀವು ಒಂದು video upload ಮಾಡಿದಿರಾ, ಏನೋ IPL schedule ಬಂದಿದೆ, you have a channel of cricket, let's say you're talking about cricket and all of that. They don't really care how you have created the content. All they care about is the delivery. Is your delivery right? Did you find any mistakes in this? Did you find any mistakes, anybody? There are no mistakes in this. Because what happens is, in Notebook LM, it only reads out of the document that you have uploaded. It doesn't go to internet. If it goes to internet, there's a mistake. Because in internet, somebody would have uploaded a wrong document or something like that. Right? Is it exciting for all of you? Perfect. So my job today is to tell you the doors which you can open. Okay? How you can open and connect it to your profession is something which is left to you. Right? Next, I'll go to the third one. Here you can see slide deck. Let's say you have, somebody told here that I create a lot of presentations. So for this also, you can use the same tool, Notebook LM, and you can just come here. I've created slides in Telugu, sir, for you. I'll just double click. I do not understand Telugu, but is it right? Do you read Telugu? Yeah. Look at this. Look at this image. Are the logos right? It is giving maps also, time also. ಇದೇನಿದೆ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ, but is it right? Somebody who understands Telugu here? So all this is possible just by 1-2 pager PDF that you have uploaded, and this can be very useful for you wherever you have to consume content. Sometimes you have to present content to somebody, sometimes you need it for consumption, sometimes you need it to just pass the information, right? For all of that, depending on what role you're doing, let's say ma'am you create content on LinkedIn, videos do not work on LinkedIn. Videos do not work much on LinkedIn. Instagram maybe it works more. In LinkedIn maybe the slides work more. Carousels work more, right? So depending on what platform you want to market yourself or your product on, you can use that kind of medium here, right? Like this, we have next option. We have a mind map. Okay. How do you understand what is mind map? Do you understand what is mind map? Are you all still lost in the video? Come back. We have more exciting things. So let's say when you were in school, people used to teach, or the professors here, they used to teach that we have, let's say, seasons and the baritidru. Then they'll have 4 arrows: rainy season, winter season, summer season, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು spring season. Okay. Then again they'll have 4 arrows. They will be, the rainy season is this month, this month, this month, this month. So once adu picture ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ, it will become very clear for us ಯಾವಾಗ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. Very easy to consume, right? Like this, we also call it flow chart in some languages, in some context. But we can create a beautiful mind map here by just clicking on this. You can see here. I'll just click on mind map. Can you see the cursor? Okay, sorry. I clicked on it multiple times. It's generating here. You can see here. So what I'll do is I'll just open the one I've already created. It's in English. Nice. So it's telling Tata IPL 2026. Then it's telling, wait, participating teams yaryaru. How many teams are there this time? 10 teams. 10 teams name it has given. Then it is telling venues. Yelli match it has given, so that you can plan your tickets. Then it is given timings. Evening match idre 7:30 PM ide. Afternoon match ide 3:30 PM ide. Match details ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನ. Tournament structure it has given. Official partners it has given. Is it nice to consume? And this is just 2-page PDF. Now you tell me, will this work for 200-page PDF? It will work. It does not care 2 pages or 200 pages. It will still work the same way. So this is about mind map. And then we have a quiz. We have, let's say, if somebody is into teaching here, you're a professor and you want to create a question paper for your students, you can just upload the PDF here, and you can write that I want 2 1-mark questions, 3 5-mark questions, and 10 5-mark questions, something like this, and it will create a beautiful question paper for you, right? The same way we have something called infographic, which is like an bird's eye view on everything. Look at this. This I've done in Kannada. Okay, this is visible, no? Tata IPL 2026 ಆರಂಭಿಕ ಪಂದ್ಯಗಳ ವೇಳಾಪಟ್ಟಿ. It's authentic Kannada. ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಪಂದ್ಯ RCB versus MI. Mistake ಇದೆಯಾ? Which is the first one? It's right. So like, but is it helpful? This one image, if you share somewhere, you get to know everything about Tata IPL, right? So like this, you can use Notebook LM for multiple things, and you can create content. And ma'am, if you're already creating content on LinkedIn, I would suggest start doing multiple contents in multiple formats. YouTube, Instagram, everything. You don't know what works for you, right? And when it's so easy, why not do it? Now is the main question. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. You can do 9 things here, right? Can you all see 9 things there? And a few more things are in development. So let's say we have 9 things here. Now you all think and tell me, how much does this cost? Think and tell. 0. This tool is free. Now imagine how much content you can create just by using a free tool, right? Unimaginable. And this is by Google, so it's very safe. I'll just show you one live so that you understand how it works. Participate in teams. I'll just click on this. See, it opens. Nice. I'll just click on venues. See, it opens. Interesting? Okay. Now I'll go back to the slide. This was about Notebook LM. Will you all use Notebook LM now in your work or study? Great, thank you. Next is about lead generation. So attention is good, but business needs leads. So like videos alli tumba views barutte. Ma'am, you create content. You are based out of Bangalore. So you got a lot of views, okay? But then you realize idu yaro Kashmir alli kuntu order nodidara. You get a graph, yeah, that's what. So you get to know that somebody from Kashmir has seen this. Will it help you? But not as much as somebody from Bangalore would have seen it. Correct? So out of the total views what you have seen, now you need leads who actually are interested to come to your store and actually see the product, right? So this is about lead generation where people use it for creating ebooks. You noted ads alla. So click on this, give your email ID, you will get a free ebook. So you're actually getting a free ebook, but what is he getting? What is she getting? Your email ID, your phone number and name and age and area and everything. Okay, you're giving so much data in exchange of an ebook. Like this, people ask you to register to webinar, consultation and all of that, and they generate leads for them. This is a beautiful tool again. So I can go on up to 5, right? 10 minutes, okay. So we'll be a little quick. This is a beautiful tool. Now people, a lot of time we are confused of, nanigidu idea ide, but either ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾರ ಜೊತೆ discuss ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? Nobody knows. Now, let's say sir had an idea of oil, cooking oil, but adu yaar jothe discuss ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? Who else is so interested in cooking oil? We don't know. Or if they're interested also, where to find them? We don't know. So there's a beautiful tool called answerthepublic.com. I'll just open the tool for you. It's like this, answerthepublic.com. I'll click here. Okay. This tool, what it will do is, whatever keyword you put of your interest, it will go back on the internet from Google, Gemini, ChatGPT, everywhere it will go, and it will search that who is talking about this keyword. And if they are talking, what they are talking. And if they are talking, are they talking about buying it? Are they talking about selling it? Are they talking about creating it? What is it? Right? So I have taken an example of water bottle. I'll just show you how this looks like. You can see here water bottle, and I've put English, and then I've put India. So I want to know India dalli water bottle ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, right? I'll just click on search all, and here's the result. So 301k, 300k, 3 lakh people are talking about water bottle, right? So this is a free version. If you go in the paid version, it will exactly tell you ಈ ಮಂತ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನೋಡಿದ್ರು, ಈ ವೀಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನೋಡಿದ್ರು, right? For example, IPL ಅಂತ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ this month probably a lot of people are talking because the schedule is out. 2 months earlier, not many people were talking, right? If you go down, see, you will see here, see, people are asking where to buy durable water bottles online with fast delivery. ಈ ತರ ಯಾರೋ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಹಾಕಿದಾರ. Is it exciting? Now when you want to create a content, you exactly know people ಏನ್ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದಾರ ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. So your content can be in that format, right? You can have exactly these words in your content, and your video or your audio or let's say your image, something will be pulled up, right? Like this, if you can see, I'll just zoom out a little so that you have a better view. Okay, so you can see so many people are searching, talking about water bottle everywhere. So search engine Google allela is jana use ಮಾಡ್ತಿದಾರ, ನೋಡ್ತಿದಾರ. I can't see it from so close, but this side search engines, they are asking water bottle outline images. That means they are trying to create an image of water bottle. Somebody is asking water bottle on Meesho. Somebody wants to buy on Meesho. Idu search engine ಆಯ್ತು. ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇರೋದು shopping. ಅಂದ್ರೆ they have typed this in Amazon, Flipkart and all these apps, right? 2 liter water bottle, 2 liter water bottle, hot water bottle bag. ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಏನೋ ಇದೆ. So this we can't see. In social media, people are talking this Milton water bottle, and some people are doing mistakes in writing bottle. So even mistake is a key insight for you because you can put it in your hashtags. And then somebody is writing odd wala water bottle, something like that. And in AI, so many people are discussing about water bottle in such different ways, right? Is it interesting? Whatever product you want to try, if you put that keyword here, you understand what are people already talking about, so that you know how to create content, right? Because if you create content out of your knowledge, not necessary that everyone is typing in the same format, right? Now I'll rush a little so that I cover most of the things. Like that, we have lead nurturing, where we send emails and WhatsApp and testimonials to clients with regards to their interest. Ma'am, yaro ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ad ಮೇಲೆ click ಮಾಡಿ ಸಾರಿ ಮೇಲೆ interested ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, that number you'll get on WhatsApp. Then automatically you can start sending them messages. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಈ ತರ ಸಾರಿ ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ silk ಸಾರಿ ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ cotton ಸಾರಿ ಇದೆ. If you keep sending that, people will understand, oh, ಇವ್ರ ಕಡೆ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾರಿ ಇದೆ, right? That is called lead nurturing. But if that person has clicked the ad of sari and you start sending kurti, she'll block you. Correct? So this is about lead nurturing, where you talk about what exactly they have shown interest in. Then about personalization. So I've written an example as hello Manish is always better than hello sir. If somebody is calling you, and if let's say somebody is calling me and tell hello Manish, then automatically I'll pay more attention, right? This is called personalization. So when you call somebody and you tell madam ನೀವು 15th March 4 PM ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ad ಮೇಲೆ click ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ, automatically they'll become so alert. Madam ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ad ಮೇಲೆ click ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ they'll be like, okay, ನಾನು 100 ad ಮೇಲೆ click ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀನಿ, ನಿಮ್ದು ಒಂದು ad ಮೇಲೆ click ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. Okay, so this is about personalization. When you approach them, they should feel that they are prioritized, right? They should feel important. So in this again, email, WhatsApp and testimonials come. Conversion is about these three things actually. One is urgency, second one is aspiration, third one is FOMO. What is FOMO? Okay, it's a Gen Z word, fear of missing out. If you show people that ಈಗಲೇ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಥವಾ this offer will go off, people will buy. So it's a study, 65% of purchases happen this way, right? In this limited offers, case studies, demo, all of that happen. Then it's about loyalty. Your first ad, your first sale can come out of ad, right? But your subsequent sale only comes out of your quality, right? You ad run madi, you can get the first sale, but the subsequent, if you want, you have to give your quality. That's when feedback loop. For example, if you travel in VRL bus, okay, once you reach your destination, you'll get a message. Please give your feedback. That's a feedback loop. Yeah. So this is changing now. It's big time. We had search engine optimization before. Now we have answer engine optimization. People are now not using Google and Yahoo to search anything. They are just using ChatGPT. Adralli ನಿಮ್ಮ answer ಬರಬೇಕು. So if you have a lot of blogs, discussions and questions, that will turn up. These are the platforms that we use. I don't want to talk more on that because already we are all using this tools. Now again a demo for which I'd asked you to download ChatGPT. Please open your phones. Do not hit send. Just type this prompt. No internet. Oh, I didn't know that there was no internet here. But anybody who has access to internet, please type this prompt. Do not hit send. Send आपको नहीं करना है. सिर्फ लिख के रखना है. I'll tell you when to hit send. Give me an image of a person writing with left hand. लेफ्ट हैंड के बाद उधर एक फुल स्टॉप है, एग्जैक्टली ऐसे देना है, जी कैपिटल होना है और बीच में एक स्पेस होना है. Does somebody here have internet or nobody has internet? You have, right? People back there, you have, right? Okay. Please type this prompt and let me know once done. Do not hit send. We'll hit send all together. You have written? Just be there. Let everyone finish. We'll hit send together. Is everyone done? Sorry? ChatGPT. Have you all written? Now hit send. I'll just come down. I want to see what results come. Anybody who has got the result, just show your phone. I'll come. You've got the result, sir? You hit the send before. Okay. Itna jaldi nahi aata result. You have a paid version? It's still creating, yeah. It should take somewhere 45 seconds. Give me an image of person writing with left hand. It's a right image? Correct hai image? Aapne jo pucha hui hai? Perfect. Anybody else who's got the result? What is it? No, no, no. What is it? आपने जो पूछा था वो आया क्या? देखो बराबर. तो आपका prompt गलत है. Which hand is it? Prompt गलत है आपका. Right hand. Check your prompt again. हाँ, but check your prompt again. Have you all got answer? Have you all got an answer? ತಪ್ಪು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಿ ನೀವು. Prompt. Left hand ಅಂತ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಗೆ full stop ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀರಾ. How should it go wrong then? It's a junior KG student question ಅಲ್ಲ. Ma'am, which hand you have got? Right hand. Your question should be wrong. It's right? Okay. So how many of you here actually have got left hand? It's still loading? How many of you here have actually got left hand? Nobody. Who has got right hand? What is this? You have given the same prompt? Still it has given you right hand? Are you sure? Now you might be thinking 1 task waste ಆಯ್ತು. You got left hand, ma'am? Right hand. Are you now thinking 1 task waste ಆಯ್ತು? You got left hand? Good. It is giving you both hands. Okay. You shouldn't have changed, ma'am. I'll come there. Okay, okay. Come back. Now you can drop your phones. Now you're thinking, ಯಾರು CA ಬಂದು 1 ತಾಸು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇದೊಂದು ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಂಪ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ChatGPT is not giving the right answer. It's a right hand, ma'am. It's a left hand? Yeah, good. Not necessary that everyone gets right hand, but majority ChatGPT. Yeah, yeah. So I can say 90-95% have got it wrong. You have written left hand, but you have got right hand. Correct? So now you tell me, you have been talking so much about AI. AI will change the world. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ ನಾನು 2 years ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾರು ಬಂದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು AI without AI can you work and all, you will tell no, all of that. But now is it working? AI is working, right? The same way we have another example, but I'll not take it because of positive time. If you write like this, give me clock showing 6:28, you can try later at your home, it will give you a wrong answer. Okay, and here I want to tell all of you about limitations of AI, right? So technically what it is doing is, ma'am, what's your name? Vidya ma'am. So when Vidya ma'am went and typed, give me an image, listen to this carefully, because if you miss this, you miss AI. Okay, when Vidya ma'am is typing, give me an image of a person writing with left hand, it will go online. Okay, it will go to Google or Yahoo or somewhere, and it will check, okay, Vidya ma'am is typing this, I should give answer. Bada, it will just see so many images. It will see that, oh, ella right hand images there, anta it will see 1 laksha images. Adralli, let's say 99,500 images are right hand only. Then it will think, oh, Vidya ma'am tappu madidara. ChatGPT will think that you have done a mistake, and it will show you right hand, because on internet only right hand images are dominant, right? If you write this prompt, it will give you clock showing 10:10, because on internet all the clocks show 10:10, majority of the clocks. But if you write the same prompt again, what ma'am did, it will give you the right answer, because if you write again, it will understand, oh, Vidya ma'am is asking me again, that means I am wrong, now I should give the right answer, right? So AI hallucinates. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೇನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, it's a piece of information for them. So when you write something, you should double check whether it's right or not. You should just not copy paste and send it to somebody, right? This is hallucination. Bhool Bhulaiya movie, have you seen? वो है पर नहीं है, वो नहीं है पर है, something like that, right? Then it's about training data. Let's say if you ask what is the result of IPL T20 2026, it might give you an answer. It might give you some answer. Either right or wrong or you will not know, right? But it will give you some answer, because it has a lot of ego. It will never tell that I don't know. Okay, so you should understand the limitations of AI, because when you tomorrow use it for your education or for your business, you should understand where it can go wrong as well. Third one is emotions. Let's say you have written an exam and you have not cleared the exam, okay, which is a standard example I give when I give conferences for CAs. We have a lot of attempts. So let's say I have not cleared in one of the attempts, and I go to ChatGPT and I write, and ishtodidini, ishtala madidini, flow chart ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೆ, ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, but I did not clear. Now tell me what to do. You know what it will tell? Shut up and go back to study. It does not have emotions. Yeah, empathy, correct. It doesn't have emotions. So you should know that you should only ask questions with regards to your mind here, not with regards to your heart. Even if you ask questions related to your heart here, it will give you answer logically. It doesn't care about emotions. But we don't know about the future. A emotion element can come. If you give it, act like my mom and I have not cleared the exam, please pamper me, it will give you 2 pages of consolation, right? Agatte CA andre attempt adella it will give you, right? So this is about hallucination. I'm just closing in 2 slides, last 2 slides. So AI can generate ideas, but it cannot give original thinking. AI can accelerate learning, but it cannot build curiosity. AI can organize information, it cannot create wisdom. And AI can provide answers, but not true understanding. So now, as a parting remark, you can use AI. So now, if I've confused a few of you here, AI use ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಅದು ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ, if you're thinking, you can use AI to test your thinking. You can use AI to clarify your thinking. You can use AI to elevate your thinking. But never, never, never use AI to replace your thinking. First thinking should be your mind. What is made by God cannot be replaced by anything made by humans. And now if you're thinking, I just showed you 2-3 tools. If you're thinking, what are the new tools available in the market? You have this website, what AI can do today. You can click a picture. And in this website, all the new tools which are there in AI will come in. And I've done a few workshops where people have also asked that, sir, we need some updates on what AI tools are there. So we have a small community. If you want to join, you can join this community also, where people keep discussing on what new tools are there in AI and all of that. And with this, I end my topic. Thank you so much. If anybody has any queries, I'm up for it. Sir, can I take queries? Anybody, somebody raised their hands here. Yes, sir. Mic is coming. 2 minutes. Yeah, you can drop your, I'll give you my LinkedIn here. It's paused. You can drop a message on LinkedIn. I'll share it. So the screen is paused. Yes,
Hi,
sir, please.
Sir, you said some companies they are earn money without free products like YouTube, anything we use free. But the company wants money. How they earns money, sir?
Through ads.
No, how they earns money by promoting or anything that I need to know, sir. How they will earn money by doing this, sir?
Okay. So I have worked on a few clients where they were doing Facebook ads. That's how I know a little about it. So Facebook ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಥ್ರೂ ರೇಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಏನೋ ಆಡ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಗೆ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ಕಿಗೆ ಆ ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಪೇ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಸೇ 50 ಪೈಸೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ ರನ್ ಥ್ರೂ ರೇಟ್. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 20 ಪೈಸಾ ಪೇ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ತರ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್, ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್, ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕಂಪನೀಸ್ ವೆನೆವರ್ ಯು ಸಿ ಆಡ್ಸ್, ಈಗ ವಾಟ್ಸ್ಆಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯು ವುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೀನ್ ವಾಟ್ಸ್ಆಪ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ನಡುವೆ ಆಡ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಹೌ ಮಚ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಯು ಸಿ ದಟ್ ಆಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಹೌ ದೇ ಅರ್ನ್.
ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್?
ಯಾರಿಗೆ?
ಆ ಕಂಪನಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
ಸೊ ಅದು ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್. ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ $1,000 ಟು ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ ಮಿ ಅ ರೇಟ್. ನಿಮ್ ಆಡ್ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 50 ಪೈಸಾ ನಾವು ಡಿಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಗೆ. ನಿಮ್ ಆಡ್ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 20 ಪೈಸಾ ಐ ಡಿಡಕ್ಟ್. ನೀವು 4 ಸಲ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಬಿಟ್ರು 2 ರೂಪೀಸ್ ಕಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ಲಿ 1000ದು 998 ಆಯ್ತು ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್. ಆ ತರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ಕೊಂತ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೌ ದೇ ಅರ್ನ್.
ಸರ್, ಅದರಿಂದ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಸರ್?
ಯಾರಿಗೆ?
ಕಂಪನಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಸೇ 100 people click, 10 people will buy, no? Marketing, this is same like physical hoardings what you have. You have so many hoardings here everywhere when you go out. ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನು ಲಾಭ ಅಂದ್ರೆ people are seeing it. There is a recall value. Now if you want to buy water, you will go buy Bisleri. It's a brand. If you want to order online, it's Swiggy or Zomato. It's a brand. So many places you keep seeing Swiggy, Zomato, everything. So they are trying to create a brand. ಅದರಿಂದ they'll get sales tomorrow. Clear? So this is my LinkedIn. If anybody wants this presentation or something, you can drop there. Anybody else? Questions? Yes, ma'am. Wonderful question. I did not cover it because of paucity of time. So there's a setting in AI. Sir, I have 5 minutes for. Okay. There's a setting in AI. All of you should do this today if you're using AI at your office or your studies. Will settings and option is there. I am not sure if it's seen. It's here. Settings and option is there. I'll just click on the settings, and here you can see data controls and there. Can you all see? Should I zoom? Okay, it's in center. You can all see, right? Okay, here there's an option called improve the model for everyone. You should click it off. Nandidu paid ID. I don't use this ID. I use our office ID. So you should keep this off always. So it's technically asking you, ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಏನು communication ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, should I use that information to train my model? If you click it off, then it will not use your information to train its own model, right? But are we 100% sure that they're not using data? We're not sure. It's an outside company. Adu data ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಏನು ಹೋಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಏನು idea ಇಲ್ಲ. Use it as your assistant, but never reveal any information that you think is very sensitive. Like in, let's say, I'll give you a chartered accountant example so that you can relate to your professions. If I upload a balance sheet for people who are in commerce here, if I upload a balance sheet and I tell me 5 things which are not right here, it will give me an answer, and I'm very happy. Somebody sitting in Punjab will put a prompt, give me a realistic balance sheet where the turnover is 5 crores. Nan balance sheet ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ. Are you understanding? Because ChatGPT doesn't understand. It doesn't know what is CA. It doesn't know confidentiality. It just knows piece of information. So our balance sheet ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. So whenever you're uploading, try to hide the names so that your information is not used anywhere. Did I answer you, ma'am? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. I guess you have a question? Okay. I guess we are done, sir. Sure. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, CA Manish Bansali, sir, for giving an insight on the AI tools for using on social media marketing as well as AI tools for marketing. I'm sure now today most of us would have come to know, like, by using the AI tools, it's not only the bad side, there's a good side also. So thank you for showing us how to make the AI tools used on the good side. Hope it will be useful for all our students also to take it forward to your business plans in the INNO Manthan. Now I would like to invite our chairman to come forward to facilitate our speakers.
Thank you so much.
Check. Friends, this is where we conclude day 1 of the Knowledge Workshop series. We will reassemble here today at 9:30 a.m. You'll have to go through the registration process once again, just like yesterday, to mark your attendance for tomorrow. Certain slight refreshments are arranged for all of you. Please do have before you leave. Thanks a lot and see you all tomorrow. Thank you.